back to the St.John Bosco Centre in Donegal town. There's a crowd building here in the centre, eagerly anticipating what the next counts will bring. Just a bit of a recap as it relates to the counts. We just before the break had count 2. Nobody was elected on that one. Derek Vile's votes are being distributed. That's 203. Micheál Naughton, who is poised to top the poll, needs 134 votes. We'll go to that in a minute, but before I get to anything, if you're watching online on our YouTube link on oceanfm.ie, just refresh the link, and hello to everybody there who's watching us as well. Derek Vile's votes are currently being distributed, 203. Micheál Naughton needs 134 to pass, to meet the quota. It's not, first of all, I don't think it's looking likely that that'll happen in the next count either, Brendan.
Maybe not the count thereafter. So he could sit at that level for a while. It's dependent on the sequence of elimination, and even though he's so close to the quota, it can take a while to get over.
We're joined as well by Sinn Féin candidate Michael McMahon, who's popped in to say hello to us. Michael, you must be fairly delighted now, sitting on 1,502 first preference.
I'm very excited, Shirley, and very thankful. It's a fantastic first preference vote, and I want to take the opportunity to thank all the people that give me the number one vote and put their trust in me. I worked very hard for the past 5 years on Donegal County Council and in the MD, and I will certainly return the favour by doing what has to be done for the people of the area. Irrespective of what their political views are or what they are, I will work very, very hard for them.
Are you surprised at how things are faring for other colleagues of yours?
Yeah, there is appears to be the big field has made the difference. The retirement of Tom Conahan has made a difference, and I do see that it looks like that there will be a change, if not two, on Donegal County Council and in this MD, which I didn't expect. I don't know if anybody's seen that coming or not, but then that's politics, and that's the way it works out with the big numbers that we're running. I suppose no safe seats anywhere. You have to do the best you can, but hopefully that whoever's elected, that we will certainly represent the constituency in the best possible and strongest ways.
Were you ever concerned at any point, not yesterday or today, were you concerned at any point in the run-up during your campaign at all?
Well, you're always, till you get the final, to get over the line, you're always that little bit worried, But I was getting a good response on the doors, and getting a lot of phone calls, and people were thanking me for what they'd done, And I knew I would be fairly well up there, but I didn't think I'd be there as far, As I said, without blowing my own trumpet, I work 365 days of the year to make sure that people are looked after, that the town I live in is looked after. I'm very passionate about Bundoran, but I'm also passionate about Ballyshannon, about all the towns that are in this constituency. All my family were there in Bundoran, and I came in from Ballyshannon, County Fermanagh, and I was living in Bundoran and was accepted there. I got involved in a lot of organisations there, community groups, GAA, and I wasn't found wanting in anything I was ever asked to do, and they were repaying me with all that now. I would also like to say I had a fantastic canvass team. They kept me going morning, noon, night, and was calls. Director of elections was fantastic. Hiring Timothy first time in to be a director, my daughter Frances, but the entire team worked very hard. There was days we had arguments, no question about that, but that's what it's all about. But look if you put in the footwork and put in the effort, the results will come your way. And I am delighted this evening. I want to thank my family, my wife as well, and my son will be listening to this in America, who has been sick for the past 2.5 years. You would be well aware of that. He is listening to it all day on the wide web, and I want to say hello to him and his family there, and that I'll see him shortly.
What was the campaign trail like for yourself, Mick?
It was a good campaign. I was expecting to be a little bit, harder than what it was. Not the people weren't engaging as much as I thought they would, but people that did engage, have the situation regarding housing, regarding health, home help, old people, medical cards. County councils are not just about roads and about sewage, I suppose, and stuff like that. It's gone far. A local representative will do as much work as a TD anyway. And I was lucky enough to have Martin Kenny, although he's not in the constituency, he doesn't live in the constituency, but any time that I rang his office with something to get done, he certainly done it. And if he hadn't have done within the day, I was on the phone the next day to make sure that it was done, and he come through and everything. The housing shortage, although I was very happy that I campaigned very hard to get new houses in Bundoran, and we have 42 as I speak being built, with the possibility of another 20, and that is great, social and affordable houses. I would work very closely with the county council and the officials and have a working relationship with them. I don't believe that you should be barging anybody that's trying to do a day's work, and I have never done that, nor neither do I intend to do that, and I wouldn't like anybody doing it to me. So I work very closely with them, and it has paid the dividends. We have, as I did say, we have quite a number of projects done in Bundoran, quite a number to come. Unfortunately, one of the things that did hit me at the start was, and hit most every county councillor, was the COVID, the kind of a 2.5, or maybe, the 2 year of COVID there, where works that was lined out and couldn't be done. That was a bit of a problem. But you learn a lot. When I left Bundoran Town Council, I thought I knew it all. But when you go into Donegal County Council, it's a different ball game, and you learn a lot, and you get respect and give respect, and it works out very, very well. Because as I do say, all them people in the council are only doing the job as well, and they're only ordinary human beings. And I am delighted to get my 5 years to work with them again and to work for the people.
We were chatting earlier in the day, I don't know if you were listening, about one of the big local issues that still needs to be sorted is the fire station issue between Bundoran and Ballyshannon. Now, I know that you have raised it continuously at council level. Presumably that's going to be something that you're going to keep
it's been an ongoing issue, and it's something that's been on my desk from the day I went into the council, be it the town council and this council. It's an issue that has to be resolved, and the only people that can resolve it is the department. The department needs to give the money for the 2 fire stations. They've been bandying around quite a while, and we had a deputation to the Dáil to meet the minister, Darragh O'Brien's staff, to see what we could really get there. And these departments and civil servants that live in Dublin just think it's Donegal as numbers. They were talking about the numbers. It was like a numbers game. It's an issue that needs to be resolved, and it's an issue that I thought would have been resolved, and I am disappointed that it's not resolved, but I'm certainly back again to go at it again, and hopefully to get a solution, because we have a great fire crew in Bundoran and a great fire crew in Ballyshannon who work very, very hard. And Bundoran, over the years, had a couple of serious fires, and they cover a massive area. Ballyshannon covers a massive area of Pettigo, Cashellard, Brasnella, Ballantrae, right down there, So it is a serious issue, and an issue that should be, and I hope will be dealt with.
It must be frustrating for you, though, Michael, raising it so often and never really getting a definitive answer, the same reply all the time. And I suppose you have to then go back to your constituents who are wondering what the story is.
Yeah, of course it is. It becomes what you call a long playing record. But as I say, I thought that we would have got something from the deputation. But as it turned out, you go there and you give them and you have the conversation, and they come back in a few weeks and there's nothing, But certainly the fire station in Bundoran is in bad need of upgrade. The one in Ballyshannon is also in bad need of upgrade.
We just need to cut across here. We're just going to the podium here to Deputy Returning Officer Tanya Case.
The following is the result of the third round, which consists of the distribution of 35 2,000 free votes. Total votes of students, 203 votes. For Linda, plus 32, 494, 494. Boyle Vanis, plus 18, 1,292. 1398, 1,398. Brogan Patrick, plus 11, 311, 311. Doherty Dermot, plus 6, 521, 521. Hegarty Martin, plus 9, 785, 785. Jordan Noel, plus 12, 1,593, 1593. Kennedy Claudia, plus 1, 303. Kennedy Neve, plus 58, 1,177. Kennedy Porrick, plus 9, 1,346, 1346. McMahon Michael, plus 3, 1,505, 1505. Nocton Michael, plus 0, 1851. Sweeney Barry, plus 0, 1286. Non-transferable papers not effective, 8, total 27. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute her votes. Claudia Kennedy, 303 votes. Thank you.
Okay, so that was count 3, and as expected, no white smoke in terms of Michael Nocton making that quota. You'd expect, though, maybe with Claudia Kennedy's votes being distributed now, perhaps maybe there might be a bit of movement.
Well, there has to be, because Claudia and Carol run for the same party, so you'd expect some cross transfers there. Sorry.
Yeah, so but with the fact that they're from the same party, you'd imagine that it would boost Michael Nocton up a bit the next time round.
You do expect Nocton to benefit from Claudia's. How far to bring him? Will it bring him over the quota, or will it bring it near? Will it bring him near the quota? Is yet to be seen.
Yeah, you don't have much faith in that happening for another couple of counts, do you, Brendan?
The fact that she's 303 votes, Michael Nocton would need to get just the quota. He needs to get 134. It's possible to get that, but it'd be a very high transfer. And when you consider Claudia's vote is between Ballyshannon and Bundorn, and there's still Ballyshannon and Bundorn candidates in the field, it'll be tough. It'll be difficult for Nocton to get that high level of transfer. There's also a second Fianna Fáil candidate in the field, albeit at the opposite end of the electoral area. It's possible, but it'll be close.
It'll be close. She could transfer locally as well.
134 out of 303 for one candidate.
Well, it all depends if Claudia Kennedy's is a real Fianna Fáil vote. I can see it happening inside if her vote comes from, for one of the better words, complete down the road Fianna Fáil. It's a lot. It's hard to know. It's doable. My instinct would tell me, I think he'd go quite near to it. He's not far away from her. You know, he's just down the road a bit. Okay, I know there's two candidates in there, and she's looking at 45% transfer. Yeah, someone roughly speaking.
But even Mary Coughlin said earlier that people aren't voting with the party, number one, number two. So if that's to be believed, or if Mary's word is true, which I have no doubt that it is, then
sort of one thinking about that is because the vote is so low. Sometimes that will indicate it's a total party vote. So it's going to be very close. Anyway,
the man at the moment has joined us here, Fianna Fáil candidate Micheál Naughton. Micheál, how are you? You must be, that's delighted to say the least.
Yes, Catherine, delighted. Delighted for myself, a very personal vote. Also delighted for my family, and after getting my campus team and that they put in so much work and has worked so hard over the last number of weeks, and not weeks but months, and also to Shane McGon, my director of elections and that.
You got 600 more votes or so than the last time round. Is that right?
You got over 600 first preference votes.
And amazing.
It was huge and that. But we were getting on the doors. We knew, and nobody likes to blow their own trumpet. But I would not hesitate to say that probably one of the hardest working councillors in the Donegal MD, and people will know that, and we were getting that on the door and that. But sometimes you can work hard, and we all know in life, the same with football or sports, you don't get the results. But the people who come out from the Donegal MD and give me their vote, and for that I'm forever grateful.
And what were the big issues on the door that saw you get such a high vote then?
And that it wasn't really about the issues on the door, it really was the work I've done in the last 5 years. And that a lot of stuff people would know the big stuff, but it's the small stuff, it's the personal issues for families, and that these are the stuff that people don't see or know about. And even a lot of the time people just respect someone to answer the phone and maybe listen to on the phone. But I would have done a lot of personal stuff for people, and you can see that from Dorn to Glencolmkill, because we got a vote in every box and that. So again, for me personally, it was a huge honour to get that. And as I say, one Fianna Fáil candidate representing Dorn to Glencolmkill is a huge area to cover, but I tried to do it as best as I could. But also, when anybody rung me, I didn't ask them what colour they were, what religion they were, or what politics they were. If I could do something for somebody, I was only too glad to help. And the one promise I made to people was, if I couldn't do it, I guarantee no other country would do it. So if you tell me about something and I couldn't get it, well, I tell you nobody else would have got it either. And that. So I would have worked very hard, and that would have done a lot with planning issues, with family issues. And it's the personal issues that matter to people at the end of the day. Yes, we have national issues, and that they're not very much so at council level, and general public understand that. But you've got to be honest with the electorate, and for someone who's been involved in sports and been involved in managing teams, my motto was to my campaign team is basically that we concentrated on ourselves. We didn't worry about the opposition, let the opposition worry about us, and that was the message that we were taking to the door. And the good thing as well for my campaign team, and we're saying that to me every night when we came in and we had a cup of tea afterwards, that basically there wasn't a town or village that we went into that I couldn't say that me as a council did something or my party did something. And I think that was huge as well. I'm really sure from my canvas team.
I think you were quoted there saying in recent days that politics is first and foremost local.
Yes, and that is happening. You want 100%. But as politics is local, the one thing in life, if you want something, you got to work. And I grew in a family of 12 in West Sligo, and that I know all about hard times, about growing up, and that. But the one thing my mum and dad embedded in us, if we didn't work, we didn't survive. And that was the era that I grew up in. Nothing was handed to us. At 11 and 12, I was out working with farmers. They'd be saving turf, they'd be picking potatoes or whatever. We were put out to work, and normally you didn't come back and you say to mum and dad, I'm tired. Their motto was hard work never kills anybody. You just get at it, and that's what this vote is about. It's about hard work. It's about delivering for people, and I think people decided and said that I was a worker, that I was there to work, and I'm delighted that I've got another 5 years to represent the people, because I have a lot of stuff started that I would like to continue on and deliver for the people of the Donegal MD.
And a lot of them are listening at the moment, and I think a big burning question among a lot of our listeners, and we've even been talking about it earlier today, is perhaps your thoughts on maybe running in a general election after getting such a good vote.
Look, I'm not going to come here, Catherine, can say that it hasn't been mentioned to me. Yes, of course, it has been mentioned on doorsteps. It has been asked, and I think some of the
But would you consider it?
Look, I mean, if the people of the Donegal MD of this area want me to run, I'm only too happy to represent them. And I definitely think this area needs a TD. We don't have the representation since Mary Coughlin and Patrick Cope left. But that's for another day. Today it's about the local elections, it's about me and the Donegal MD. But I'm really satisfied that the vote that I got from the people, and I think they made a statement by the vote to give me to pick up 600 first preference votes.
I think, Michael, first of all, your campaign obviously was a very, very thorough campaign, and we've been talking for 2 days about good campaigns and not so good campaigns. I think in relation to a general election, to me, you select candidates from poll coppers, and that's a box tick there anyway. I'm not putting you in the spot, but I think you now have options, and your party has options when you get round to a general election. Now, that's me as a former Fingale Director of Elections advising a former Fianna Fáil. But I do think you have ticked the boxes that are required as a candidate.
You're 100% correct. Because first and foremost, if I came back in here and I didn't win my seat, it wasn't up for discussion.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, you're right, and I think basically a bit of that vote that I got was people were thinking ahead, and I was getting that on so many doors. You have to basically let your name go forward next time. But look, I mean, that's not for today, and I'm not the person that makes that decision. It's a membership of the party that has to make this. We have to agree. There's no general election up for the moment, but I mean that will be discussed for another day. But what I am saying a bit is, if I wanted to run, I want to represent this party. I'm only too glad to do that.
Candidates of Claudia Kennedy and Martin Hegarty. Martin Hegarty in particular, we were saying earlier, did extremely well for his first time out. You'd have to agree.
Yes, and that, and I mean, I think as a party, I wanted to go a two-candidate strategy. I think it probably would have been better for us in that, because the real situation, if Martin Hegarty got more, there's a possibility we could be in a run for a second seat, and that. I mean, I think Claudia is probably a wee bit disappointed with her vote in Bundoran and Ballyshannon. We didn't get the Fianna Fáil bounce that we thought we would get up there, and that, because there is a Fianna Fáil vote up there. It was a strong area, and I know, and I heard people talking, there is a big issue in Bundoran and Ballyshannon because they're in the Sligo electorate area, and that is a huge bone of contention. And we did try hard, and we put in submissions in relation to the last thing, trying to get Bundoran and Ballyshannon back into Donegal, and that's very important for the people up there. There's nearly over 9,000 people in that area that feel a disconnect, and and that's basically why we'll kind of lose our Fianna Fáil vote up there, because we're probably blamed to a wee bit about that. But unfortunately, that's people sitting above in Dublin in a commission basically making decisions, and they're looking at numbers crunching. Like when we came back with the census, I mean, I think we were 166,000. We're about 14,000 short in this area. I mean, it's 30,000 per TD in that, and I think that's where they look at. They look at the divide. But I really think for the betterment of Donegal that we get Bundoran and Ballyshannon back into this area for the general election.
I just want to bring in.
Do you believe that that's one of the reasons why there was the percentage turnout in Ballyshannon and Bundoran was just over 51-52%? The fact that they feel slightly.
This is a big, and I will get this right down to the years and meetings I go to. I mean, and I know when it come up to the census, I mean, and we were allowed to put in submissions, we put in submissions, and also Mark McSherry was the TD up there, and he put in a submission as well. I see Mary sitting here to my left hand side. We as a party put in a submission as well to get it back. But unfortunately, the numbers didn't add up for us, and they're annoyed. It's a big issue for them because they feel they're disconnected. Yes, we have councillors there that represent them, but when it comes to the Dáil, they don't seem to have anybody.
I want to bring former Taoiseach Mary Coughlin in at this point, and Micheál touched on a point there that he reckons that maybe a two-candidate strategy in the Donegal LEA would have been better. What's your take on that?
Well, we did have a lot of thought into this as to what was the best strategy. We were hoping that Micheál would be strong and had done so much work. We all know that, and I'm glad to see that it's been culminated in the vote here. We did think we would have a chance of a second seat, and we saw Martin Hegarty as a very fine candidate. as the party decided, as you know, we had a meeting in Ballyshannon, the party decided, and I can see their point, that there should be a Fianna Fáil representative running in that large urban area known as Ballyshannon Bundoran. That's the largest urban area that we have. In my time when I was a TD, you relied very much on the Bundoran Ballyshannon vote to get elected in South Donegal. That's where the population base was at the time. Certainly, I know Claudia is disappointed, and it's just going to be very difficult to see where that seat is. But I think one of the things that was said here when Declan McHugh ran, what did you say? There was 76% of the people went out to vote. So when you have a lower poll, then you have less opportunity to get that vote. But look, we have an opportunity. We can build and grow on the work that we have done, and I'm delighted that Micheál has done so well. It's a tribute to himself and to everybody and all the work that he does. He absolutely kills himself, because not only is he a councillor, he has a job, he has a family, and he's also the president of the LGFA. So, he's done a huge amount of work and will continue to do equally as much work in the area. But he's right about that idea, Ballyshannon Bundoran. They really feel disconnected from the whole political discussion and discourse here in Donegal.
I just want to my congratulations to Michael Naughton. It's a tremendous personal achievement for him. It's a reflection on the sheer level of work the man has put into this job since he was co-opted, and it's difficult to go from a co-option to an election and now to top in the poll. You have a rapid rise through the ranks, and I have no doubt in the mind that the party, when they get to a stage of putting a strategy together for the general election, that your name will have to be there or thereabouts. I'll be no assistance to you because of my job. I have to stay outside the political arena, Mary.
Well, I'll tell you, there must be pink elephants somewhere.
Everybody's always welcome, Brendan. We put nobody away. As I say, in politics, you don't ask, what colour. I mean, we're there to represent the people, and everybody's important. And I think that was my own vote.
He has given. I've tracked him since he joined the council. He has given massive energy to the job of councillor, and he has really set a benchmark of his own to the level of service that he's providing right across the electoral area. And it's no accident that he got a vote in every ballot box from Glenhead to the Tullahan Bridge. That's because he worked, and he even travelled over. We're not allowed apparently to mention Finsbury Bridge, but I was he drove over Finsbury Bridge anyway.
Yes,
but the facts are you're putting the work in and you're getting the result. It doesn't happen by accident. It happens by hard work.
Yes, Brendan, you're right. That's what I said, and that was the culture. That was the era that I grew up with. I mean, a family of 12 in West Sligo, you weren't overly educated, but you had to work to survive, and that's the way. And I say hard work. I mean, if you want something in life, you have to work at it. Let it be in football or whatever you're in, you have to work at it. But again, sometimes you can work and you don't get the rewards. But I'm delighted that people of the Donegal MD put their faith in me and give me such a sounding vote.
Micheál, we will chat to you again later on. Congratulations again, but we will chat to you a little later on. We're going to take a break anyway from our coverage.
I realize, because I'm stupid, that the camera's looking at me. So
I know. Everyone watching knows why we're taking a break.
Some people are smart enough to say, "Will you keep me a slice?" So we better eat this fairly
Yes,
sharply.
Mary Coughlin's landed in with some pizzas just to inform our listeners, but everyone on YouTube can see it. Listen, thanks to the Sandhouse Hotel and Marine and Span Rossnyla for our coverage, which we'll be back with in a couple of minutes. Welcome back to the John Bosco Centre here in Donegal town. A very busy John Bosco Centre at that. Every hour it's packing up with people. If you've just joined us, we're in around the table is former Fianna Fáil councillor and former director of elections for Fianna Fáil Brendan Byrne, former Taoiseach Mary Coughlin, former director of elections for Fine Gael in Donegal Southwest John Gerard Campbell, and journalist Michelle Nifaji. Now, just to give you a recap of what has happened inside the last hour, we went through the third count there, no white smoke as it relates to Fianna Fáil candidate Micheál Naughton, who is poised to top the poll. He needs 134 more votes to meet the quota, which is 1,985. Currently, his fellow Fianna Fáil candidate Claudia Kennedy, her votes of 303 are currently being distributed. We were speaking before the break that we'd imagine that some of her transfers would go to Micheál Naughton, but one can't be sure because of the geographical location between Claudia and Micheál Naughton. One Donegal local election candidate has just joined us, and that's Fine Gael's Barry Sweeney. Barry, how are you?
I'm on top of the world. How are you?
How are you?
I'm grand. Yeah, I'm doing grand. It's I suppose it's a nervous wait now. It's a very, very close battle. I don't know when it was so close in the past, but there's a lot of candidates there around the same mark, and see how these transfers go.
Did you expect to be in this position today?
That's a good question. But you can never take anything for granted. I never do, and I always felt I had to fight hard to get every vote. Every vote is valuable, and it's an honour to get a vote from a person. You know, I often think of the individual person who votes for you, whether they're somebody that you respected in the past and they're trusting you with their vote, or it might be somebody very young, you know, who's voting for the first time and they're trusting you with their vote. So you're somewhat of a somebody who can help them or influence them or are influenced by me. So I appreciate every vote I got.
You had a large area to cover as it relates to your campaign trail. How did that go? Did you cover all areas during the campaign?
I think the run up to the elections for me was a very busy one. We were very busy with council business and doing that job of council. We also, to be honest, we had to run up to the Rory Galler Festival as well, which took a week out of my canvas plan. And that's an important thing for the area, for the locality, for myself and for our friends and local hands, for example. So I didn't cover the ground that I wanted to cover, you know. Whether that is, I mean, I'm sure that has had an effect on my vote, but, you know, I was dependent quite strongly on the Ballyshannon vote, and as we know from the figures, and as Brendan has mentioned before, the turnout was quite low in the Ballyshannon area. I'm looking at boxes there that last time round were 65%, and this time they're 53%. There was a box last time there was 92% turnout, and this year it's 57% turnout. So that makes a massive difference. To see an average of, you know, 12 or 14% of a difference in turnout is massive.
And why do you think people didn't turn out?
Look, I think there's one candidate in the town where those boxes were. People probably said, "Oh, he doesn't have much competition." Maybe, you know, maybe it's a wee bit of that. Maybe it's a bit of, he'll be grand. Sure, he'll be grand. He's a great fella. He's a good councillor. He'll walk in. I hate that, and it's a terrible tag to have to your name. And you know, I certainly didn't take it for granted. Far from it that I would walk in, but I have to fight for the votes now, and I'm still in the race. Look, put it that way. It's there or thereabouts. I'm not writing myself off at all. I'm going to be very positive about it because I have an awful lot of work to continue to do. I have a lot of stuff underway. We have a lot of projects planned. There's people that I'm working with and working for that I have to get back and continue to do that work with them. I'm hoping I'm going to be doing that as a councillor. If it's not as a councillor, we'll see how I'm going to manage it. I don't know.
But reflecting on your campaign, if you had to do it again, would you do anything differently?
I would try and dedicate more time, but it's very hard. You know, like people say, you're from a party, there's a party machine or whatever. We have a very small team. You know, depends on who's close to you, and I've had a very good, but a very small team working. You know, going around the roads, going around the doors, and you know, it is hard. You can't split yourself in three and go around. People like to see the candidate. I will talk to people at the door. A lot of people say I talk too long at the door because I like talking to people. But you might end up doing 25 houses instead of doing 75 houses on a night. That's not good, you know. I'm sure some of the more experienced canvassers here would say, come on, Barry, get the old shepherd's crook and put it around my neck and take you know, get me from door to door. But I talk to people, and I think they appreciate that too. But yeah, you know, covering ground is really important.
I think, Barry, when you look at it, and I just looked there yesterday, the fact that maybe the percentage is low in the district, but in the Ballyshannon boost, it was at maybe 2% lower than the average across the district, and I think that has what has left you in such a tight corner at the minute. Even when I seen it first time yesterday, I thought that's going to cause a knock-on effect. Be it complacency, which probably the fact that you had, on a better word, a big area to yourself, and everybody was looking and saying, well, there's a candidate in Ballyshannon, candidate in Mordor. Well, don't worry about that. That's two seats alone. Now that filters down into the system. The other thing for the low turnout, and I just asked other candidates here, do you think the fact that Ballyshannon and Bundoran are in one constituency for a general election and another constituency council, has it filtered into the system and caused a little problem there?
Well, to a degree, it is something that comes up on the doors, you know, quite a bit. People do feel separated from your Doyle constituency, and there's still an element of confusion around that. There really is. But, you know, the local elections is all about the local work and what you do and the area that you cover. And I can see in the areas where I focused my work that I got the votes and I increased my votes in those areas. But there is that wee bit of a disconnect, you know, you know, within the Doyle constituencies.
Even if Barry had another independent running within a few miles or within Ballyshannon, you would be in a much better position. It's very rare in politics that you see such a large urban area like Ballyshannon, and they have the votes to elect a councillor all day long.
Absolutely.
And any time I've seen 2 and 3 candidates come from Ballyshannon contesting an election, the one thing I always remark, when you have 1 or 2 or 3 candidates from Ballyshannon, the transfer rate between them is very, very high. And I think you're fallen victim of the fact that you had such a big area, as you said yourself in your open commentary, to yourself, and there was a perception, false perception as it turns out, among the people that you're a cakewalk, and there's no such thing in politics.
No, and even for people to realise that I'm in competition with the whole district, you know, and there was a lot of candidates in the area. I mean, I'm in competition with all the other 14 candidates, not just, you know, the fact that there's a couple of local people and you should be grand. You know, it is a pity, but you know, that's the way it works. I'm not being critical of people not coming out to vote. I would prefer to see a higher turnout. I absolutely would have, you know.
But this is going to be a shock to Ballyshannon that they left this one behind if this is the result.
Is or would be, yeah, it would be a shock.
On to the last voters count, and that's the most important thing. And anything can happen in the mix because you have so many people down to the wire. Like I was just throwing an eye now, we were talking about Ballymafeist and Orler. Things have changed again now in Ballymafeist and Orler. The Mica man has been eliminated, you know, which is going to change the dynamic now again. And Tony McDade. So, you know, anything can happen. We were one way a wee minute ago, and now we're another way. So, you know, it's you just have to wait to see what the outcome's
going to be. Just need the bounce of the ball, Mary.
Exactly. But the hard cold reality is all the work that you've done and the energy that you brought to the council, you know, to be left in a position like this because the area didn't motivate and get out to the polls. It's a lesson for us all, regardless where we come from. I think we have another count.
Oh, yes. We're just going to cross over to the Deputy Returning Officer, Tanya Keys, now. She's just going to make an announcement.
Count, which consisted of the distribution of Claudia Kennedy's 303 votes. Total votes distributed, 303. Boyle Linda, plus 3, 497. Boyle Manus, plus 2, 1,294. 1294. Brogan Jimmy, plus 6, 1,404, 1404. Brogan Patrick, plus 2, 312, 313, 313. Doherty Dermot, plus 31, 552, 552. Hegarty Martin, plus 24, 809, 809. Jordan Noel, plus 8, 1,601, 1601. Kennedy Neve, plus 20, 1,197. Kennedy Porrick, plus 7, 1,353, 1353. McMahon Michael, 58, 1,563, 1563. Norton Michael, plus 70, 1,921, 1921. Sweeney Barry, plus 56, 1,342, 1342. Non-transferable papers not effective, 16, total 43. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate from and distribute his votes. Patrick Brogan, 313 votes. Thank you.
Okay, so there you have it. Micheál Naughton still not elected on this count, but only a handful of votes away, it would seem. As expected, some votes picked up there by Bundoran councillor Michael McMahon and yourself, Fine Gael candidate Barry Sweeney. So yeah, as expected, it would seem that some of the vote went to Bundoran candidates or Ballyshannon candidates, and then the rest went to Fianna Fáil candidates, Brandon.
Yeah, we kind of anticipated that with Claudia being eliminated with 303 votes, it would be far too much of an ask that there would be about 100 papers there for Micheál Naughton, particularly when there were other candidates closer to Claudia Kennedy, such as Barry Sweeney here and Michael McMahon. You can now find a bizarre situation where you'll have Micheál Naughton very close to the quota, but it may take another 2 counts to get him over the quota because of geography coming into play with Patrick Brogan's votes being eliminated now, even though, to be fair to Micheál Naughton, he's what, 64 away from the. It's one of those times it might be hard to get 64 votes to get him over the bar. So look, we're now eliminating Patrick Brogan's votes, and I expect the bulk of them to go to his brother Jimmy, around 60 to 65 papers, and then after that you'll get votes for Jordan, Corey Kennedy, Niamh Kennedy and Manus Boyle. So there'll be a small number for yourself based on the earlier preference tallies that we done, but the bulk of the Patrick Brogan's votes, I think around 60 to 65 papers will go to his own brother, and Jordan will get between 35 and 40, I would imagine. Corey Kennedy 35 to 40 as well, and after that then we're going into the heavy lifting of the bigger candidates, Dermot, Doherty, which will be key and significant to you because it's the last distribution of votes from that neck of the woods, and then we go back to the kingmaker Speaker, which will be Martin Hegarty. And he's so far removed from you geographically, that's the problem.
Yeah, that is an issue for me again, not having your close, running mates or candidates within the area. We'll see. I suppose by the time it comes to Diarmuid Doherty where that will go, I would hope that I'll get a reasonable vote out of that. There were 115 votes for Diarmuid in Ballyshannon. So if I get a good percentage of that, we'll see where it goes. But hopefully they'll come back to me, or a good percentage will come back to me and keep me in the running.
Yeah, the disadvantages similar to my own case in 2014. I was at one end of the electoral area and all the eliminations were at the opposite end.
That's the problem.
It's a lonely spot to be in, Barry.
It'll be a long wait. I'll be sitting over there drinking plenty of tea and eating buns. But
I think in fairness, it is sort of ironic when you think about that if there had been another independent,
that's what I was saying.
Like you said, Brenton, in Ballyshannon, it would have motivated people who sort of, well, we better go out anyway, And worse scenario, you would have a transfer from the person.
That's it, and that's the way it worked out the last election when Billy Grange was running as an independent. And he got a very good, strong vote. So there was more people out, more people animated to get out there and vote. And this time I won't have that. I got over 400 votes.
If you look at the other end of the constituency, it is added to the district. It's added to his problem in the fact that there was a keen contest between Manus Boyle and Yves Kennedy directly, and then inside of Kilcar, then you had Martin Hegarty and then the Boyle competing against each other. So it took the vote out, and you'll discover that when we get to the transfers from down there. There's over 1,000. There's nearly 1,400 at the minute. That would never happen only for the competition, and it's really interesting when. That's right. The other side.
The other side of that coin is there's only one man running, and they just horsed in the most. There's no tomorrow. And what did he say? I think he more or less said to one of the radio stations that there wasn't a person left standing that wasn't in the booth. So so that's the alternative. But I think you're right. With more established people, it's that more difficult.
In the case of Glenfin, they knew if they had any fighting chance whatsoever, they had to take every man, woman and child out. And it was the opposite of you, because they also knew they had so many that they didn't need to go out, or so they thought.
So they thought, but we won't count our chickens.
Sorry,
now at all.
My apologies, I'm not right here.
You are a few times. I heard you earlier on. Or close enough to it.
I'm given all kinds of permutations.
You got it wrong the last time you said it.
I didn't even know you.
I know. You thought I might get about 500 votes the last time, and I did a lot better than that. But anyway, I suppose we've got to know each other a wee bit
to be
more.
Fair. It's not an exact science.
This election is incredible. Like there is no local vote transferring around, and you'll see it when we get down to the area down to Carr, Killybeg, Stoggalily. It's going all over the place. Traditionally you would think, Martin Hegarty, the vote would go to in the main to Fianna Fáil. It's not going to happen. Linda, will the vote go to Sinn Féin? I don't think so. It's a strange election, not just here, by the way, but when you look at the other districts and where the votes have gone, you're thinking, like somebody said earlier today, there's votes going across the Guibara. Okay, one. There's votes going from Gweedore and to Donegal. And anybody that's been involved in politics there, you say, no, you can't. And you would never plan a campaign around that, because you think, no, that in 100 years hasn't happened. But it's happened this time. I don't know.
And I see more so the geographical voting. I do see it happening where people want their local councillor in there. And between Bundoran and Ballyshannon, with Councillor McMahon there in Bundoran and myself, I know that there's a lot of people who voted 1 and 2 for a Fine Gael candidate and a Sinn Féin candidate, and vice versa, which is probably something that's unheard of, in years gone by as well. But there is that local support. Look, we work well, together in the area. in the chamber, the 6 councillors for the last term have worked very well together. Regardless of party politics and that, and that's the way you get things done. And it has been a success. And we've
He all said that as well.
Yeah,
He said that,
absolutely.
and so did Tom.
You use your energy in a positive way there, and
Yeah,
that's the way it should continue. I heard
exactly.
somebody making reference to that too, going forward. It's a team effort,
yeah.
and that's the way things get done.
Only way.
There are a lot of things to continue doing too.
Barry, you're keeping positive anyway. That's the main thing. That's all to play for.
That's it.
Yes.
That's it. Yeah. All the difference.
I'm saying one dubbed transfer that no one anticipated puts all that we talk about on its head.
Yeah.
And it can happen.
Absolutely. Keep trying, keep going.
We'll talk to you later on, Barry,
Okay.
if that's all right.
Thanks very much.
Thanks so much
Thanks
for
a lot,
popping
Doctor.
in.
Thanks.
That was Fine Gael candidate Barry Sweeney there. Interesting point you made, John Gerard, that if there had been an independent candidate running in the area, then perhaps, Barry would have done better in terms of the vote. Sorry, it's very busy here in the John Bosco Centre, so I'm going to have to repeat that question to John Gerard. It's interesting the point you made about had there been an independent candidate running in the Ballyshannon area, that Barry Sweeney potentially would
Any
be in a better
candidate
position.
wants, and for any party in any place, as the electorate to think he's grand. The votes are okay.
Yeah.
And that's what everybody that I ever talked to said, well, forget about the 2 guys down in Ballyshannon and Mundorden. They have enough votes to get elected anyway. Now, the problem for Barry is that the locals thought the same thing. It's all right, people in the district saying, they'll be all right, etc. But when the votes you need to be delivered to you, think, he's grand, sure, he's bound to get a seat. Mickey and himself, dead certs. That's what the problem is. The contrast to that is when you go down to Manus and you, where in that particular one, there was competition in Duckanelly, Killybegs for every vote. Just even we factor the 2 of them in. But then again, go in the road, and in Kilcar you had Linda and Martin fighting in there, so the vote was going up again. The difference you have there, I haven't seen the figure. I think there's probably about 8 to 10% a higher turnout in those areas because of competition. And as I said at the very start, the one thing you don't want in politics is people to say, you're safe as houses. That's why every candidate with this salted your liver meat say, nah, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, and that was only a factor. Like Barry admitted himself there that a number of factors were in play in terms of which ultimately impacted his canvassing as well.
Yeah,
which was arguably crucial.
It's kind of all linked together in a funny sort of way, because if your party people get it into their head that you're safe, and that's coming in closer to the candidate, it can be the difference by on a wet night saying, well, I will go out and canvass. It'll be all right, sure, geez, we're under no wild pressure. So it has a knock-on effect. It's like somebody I'd use in a football team saying, look at that team you're going to play the next thing. You're going to beat the living daylights out of them. Don't worry. Guys will maybe take it easy and trade and whatever. And all of a sudden, at some stage, you're in the match. And because the other team have probably heard what you're doing and they've changed. But I think that's another one. The other one, and I clean forgot to ask him, was in relation to, say, votes someplace like Petticoat. And maybe he goes back why he believed that the area Petticoat booth had 3 Fine Gael votes. There was only 3 Fine Gael votes in the booth in Petticoat for Fine Gael yesterday.
Right, that's very low.
It is.
But he did allude to the fact that he didn't cover the ground that he wished that he wanted to.
He covered the entire area. He was talking about the certain houses.
So he did cover the ground. He did allude to that he didn't cover the ground that he wanted.
In the country areas, there's an Irish word, "goo." If you don't turn up at a house in the country area, you're dicing with death when it comes to votes. Like, if you don't think it worth your while turning up, well, the attitude of a lot of people in the country, well, if he or she didn't bother coming to the house, I may be Fine Gael, I may be in the fall, I'm not going to bother.
There's another element to it as well, though. Fine Gael weren't doing great on the opinion polls. Do you know, so that should have
Pettigo, but he's put a while lot of effort into Pettigo.
That's a fact,
And he's done a lot of work in Pettigo, and that's a pram. So, he knew to target it as well as an opportunity where a lot of people don't bother because it's on the outskirts.
No, and he did an awful lot of good work with the Leonard family as well, Micheál.
I don't know how he does it. In fairness.
Yeah.
Because
he has all of his hopping, what are you on about?
I bump into him so often. I bump into him in the Clanry and his job.
Yeah.
I've met him coming from football things. He's but obviously he's a family. I don't know how the guy actually puts in the mileage, but he does obviously because he's topped the poll.
Yeah.
And it's down to hard work.
Yeah.
I'm just making the point here, Brendan, that Michael Loughlin, you could meet. He's coming from the meeting, he's going to a meeting, but you're never sure which meeting it is.
Fine Gael only got 3 votes in Pettigo, and me and Loughlin got a huge vote in Pettigo.
Former director of elections. No, in fairness, I remarked on that. And in Mary's time, in my own time, we used to say that Pettigo was McAniff's bailiwick. Yeah. And he always got this regimental 160 votes.
Yeah.
You could nearly write it in without tallying it.
And even back in Lord of Mercy Frank Kelly's time, there was a certain Fine Gael vote there that was dependable. He was a vet as well. Yeah. But even after that, like traditionally there was. So that's why I'm puzzled at why it has gone down to 3.
Yeah. Well, I know there's a lovely place called Lahi Bar.
Yeah.
And I always used to go to the McGlinchys. We had our meetings up there and all of the rest. And God rest Peter Kennedy and I'd go up to the meeting and they'd have this huge big fire on in the sitting room and Peter would try and toss me to get down to the room first so that he could get the second seat because the whole leg would be burnt to me at the meeting. But I remember God rest Frank O'Kelly was saying, oh Mary, you'll get the votes up there in Lahi Bar. And I says, why do you say that? Well, he says, I'm the vet, but I'll never get a vote. And they are such wonderful people up there.
Yeah.
Beautiful people and great people to represent. And, that was Frank's wee way, but Frank would have got a big
huge agricultural
vote out there because he was a veterinarian, of course, as well as being a politician for many years. And Frank didn't let it hold back either on occasions when he had something to say in the council. He was vociferous. When you look at it, that was a Fine Gael seat, probably in the last house in the county of Donegal.
Yeah.
If you came out of his door and turned left, you were in Leitrim.
Yeah, that's right.
So you couldn't get any further away.
Straight in the Atlantic.
But in fairness,
and McAniff, the two of them.
Yeah. And they were actually, I think, related.
Yeah, and they were big voters.
No, they were.
Yeah.
But it's interesting, we talked earlier on, Frank never held back, even when it was very strong vested interests.
Yeah.
I'm not going to mention them now, but I seen him publicly get stuck into a very powerful lobby in Donegal one time. Now, they got nasty, but Frank just
took it on.
This is
he's a very gregarious man, and he was very passionate and very
huge,
gregarious. But a great man. More than what we're talking about, we all work together. That's what it was all about, And I would say that's where the body politics doesn't do well, is if people are going to take entrenched views and not work together. I don't think that'll happen here, but in other parts of the country that does happen, and then that takes away from the power.
We talked about the unlikely bodies. Frank and McNiff, in fairness, both worked together for down there.
Oh, yeah.
Like they were total opposites to each other. But there was never any issues. They had rows publicly, privately, and everything.
Yeah.
But when it came to something for down, even like what do you call the water place?
Yeah, the water world and all that.
World.
Yeah.
The two guys work together, and that's what it's all about. And that's what a lot, you said earlier, Mary, a lot of people take offense too easy. But if they're different parties, different views,
Yeah, you just have to get on with it. Yeah.
you're entitled to your views.
Yeah.
And I think some politicians have a bit to learn in that.
Yeah.
I think certainly, though, the outgoing council here in this Donegal LEA, without a doubt, have worked exceptionally well together as a whole, party aside and all the rest. Like they really
Bit of
did.
leadership in the whole thing, and they know how. Some of them are more established than others, so there's a bit of leadership in that. But I think in a lot of the areas they work as well as possible. But then, as I think it was Noel was saying, in the entire council, it doesn't always work that way. You know, that people are pulling together as well as they should.
Back in the day, Mary, in fairness, on all parties, there was powerful leadership in Lifford.
Yeah.
You know, there were like the 4-6 people on the main parties.
Yeah.
I know some people might get annoyed with this, but they weren't afraid to sit down and say, right, for the next 5 years.
Oh, we worked a
This is what's
program, like
gonna
a
happen.
program for government. It was like a program for
really
government.
happy.
There was agreement amongst the parties. The party whips. There's a whip system. Like I think people forget that there's a whip. Well, there used to be anyway. In my day, there was a whip system, and everybody worked together within the groups. And there is a formula which creates a group, how you can create a group, and how you can, as a consequence, bring things together. And you would agree on the budget. So you would go into the budget, and then, you know, the crux of the big discussions with the manager and the finance people would be maybe the 4 or 5 senior representatives from the local authority that would work together, and that's the way it was done.
But I think as well, the county manager of the time and the executives knew they had a very formidable organised bloc sitting in front of them from all the main parties, and they're like, an issue wasn't going to go away because it had Fianna Fáil, Independent Fianna Fáil, from Gale.
Yeah.
They were all in there, Workers' Party as it was at the time of Labour. They knew if there was issues that were on for the next 5 years, they knew these issues are going to become live. I think it's very interesting. Somebody said to me about 6 months ago that it would be very interesting if the guys who were there, and I think it's a very good point, if the guys who were there that we're talking about were in the council at the minute, how certain issues would be handled.
An iron fist. That's the way it used to be done anyway. And that didn't always work either, or settle well with some of us. But
there was occasions you'll be put out of the room and there's not out through the door you'll be put.
But you're right, but they did have a persona. They were very strong characters themselves. They were very will people. The other thing that you mustn't forget is at the time, until very recently, the TDs were on the council. Like I think Denny was the only one was never on the council. So therefore you had the TDs and the councillors, and then definitely the executive knew things were going to be done. But it worked both ways. It worked in that the TDs knew what was going on in the local authority, and then that message could be brought to the Dáil or to the departments or to the ministers, and it worked very well.
A mistake to take them off
it worked very well.
It's a huge mistake,
because you could better hold to account the executive by having a TD there who could be the direct link between the executive, the council, and the department officials.
And you could also hold the department to account if they weren't working with the executive to the way in which the political people wanted it.
Everybody knew the TD was leaving a meeting in Lifford at maybe 3 o'clock on a Monday. By 7 o'clock, you could be sitting down with the minister, the relevant minister, and saying, "Oh, I just left Donegal, I just left Mayo."
Why did that stop?
I think the idea was that the view at the time was that the dual mandate kind of undermined the political process, and that it would be better if you didn't do the both. It's this new era of, being whiter than white and purer than pure. I think at the same time it just was that was the thought process.
And actually the legislation has weakened it because there was a direct line to the minister that went there even before the council could write to the minister or something. His party, TD, was in saying, listen, there's a big problem in Donegal, and I'm sure, Mary, you did it yourself. I just left the council meeting. You need to start this.
But then the other thing that's happened in the whole entirety is they kept blaming politicians for making decisions. So the politicians then sent the thing out to an independent organisation because the public were of the view that there was too much political interference in decision making. Now there's not enough allowed to decide by the political people, and that balance is gone in my view. You have too much independence almost with no accountability to the Dáil, you have no accountability to the taxpayer, you have no accountability to the people that are elected. So you see, it's like everything, we all seem to swing, instead of just leaving the door ajar, we burst it open and take it off the hinges. So we have to get a bit of balance in that, because there is absolutely nothing wrong with a political person having an opportunity to meet and lobby a minister about a matter. There is nothing wrong with a minister listening to those people to change legislation. Charlie McCreevy always used to say, if it doesn't work, let's change the legislation. That's the reason you're there, is to change things. But now
there was many other things, Mary, that I think there was too much interference on, or maybe given into pressure groups. And the obvious one was public reps making representation on planning.
Yes.
Right, it was it's corrupt, etc., etc. Yeah, nobody's denying there was cases there was. But to me, one of the better word, duties should be of a local rep or a TD. If I have an issue, or anybody around here has an issue with the planning officer, I may not feel confident or anything, and so why should I not go to a TD to say, can you contact the planning office, see what the problem is? They say, go directly now. But there's a lot of people not remotely in a position to engage with a full-time planning officer. And I think that was another step, a big step backwards. And I say, I'm not saying that there wasn't cases where they overstepped the mark, but why change the system completely? Why not put just lower safeguards into the system and work away?
Well, this is the issue, because if something's wrong, we change it certainly, but we change it to such an extent that it makes it impossible. Then you're removing, actually, you're not really dealing with the issue. You're given, there's no flexibility then, and no empowerment, and that's things that happened were wrong. They should have been dealt with, but then there should still be that flexibility for engagement. It's not that people are asking some official to change their mind. You're just trying to make a case for consideration, because somebody may not be aware of everything. Same in housing. Before this, you could go up and tell somebody, something about a person's personal background, or things that you're not going to be writing about, for example. You don't want it in the written word. You'd go to see the official, and in fairness to the officials here, they've always been very good, and they would always rightly go back and check it out themselves. Now with GDPR, you can't give somebody its date of birth, or you can't do this, or you can't do that, or the official can't tell you anything, or I'm in the St. Vincent de Paul, and we would be aware of things that are very sensitive. We like to bring it to the attention of people without a hoo-ha, or somebody in the council maybe would ring you and ask you, is this legitimate or not, or that little bit of background knowledge is something more and more difficult to make now. I know things are based on marks and all of the rest, but we've kind of over-engaged in a different way. I think that's what you're trying to say, that we need to bring that balance back. There must be the rights and wrongs. People must work within the parameters of the law and the legal system, and representation-wise they must do so. But you cannot disempower the public representative from making a representation.
Would you say then that, combined with maybe the abolishment of town councils, has had a detrimental effect on local politics as a whole? Brendan?
Yeah, I think the abolition of the town councils was a bad mistake for the little amount of money that it actually saved. It removed democracy and decision making so much further from the people. And not alone that, but the most effective mechanism for local development government in these towns was the town council if it was functioning right. And by and large, most town councils functioned extremely well, particularly in this county. Now, there have been numerous promises by different political parties that they would reintroduce town councils. We'll wait to see. We'll be experiencing more manifestos, I would imagine, in the next number of months, and perhaps we'll get commitments from the main parties and the opposition parties. But also, I think what's badly needed in this country is a meaningful reform of local authorities and the powers and functions of local government. If you compare us to France or Germany, where the municipal authorities with real power and real decision-making powers, we're nowhere compatible at all. We have a very weak local authority system in terms of devolved power and decision making. We're working off an archaic system that was set up in 1899, and there has been reforms, but nearly every time it's reformed, more and more decision making is taken from the local authorities, such as Irish Water. Prior to that, it was the NRA decisions on roads, and there has to be, I believe, a national debate on where we want councils to be moving forward and what we should devolve to the powers to the local authorities, and then have real democracy in our local authorities.
Michelle, you wanted in there?
One of the main powers of the council, as I see it, and I totally agree with you, Brendan, there needs to be a complete overhaul, complete reform. We need to see the local county councils brought up on par with other European countries. It is lagging behind. But one of the things where they do have power is the fact that they are actually a lobby group. And I think that they need to use that more. I know they do the county development plan, they can amend it to do the budget, but I think they need to use their voice more. One of the things we've seen in this election that, yes, we do have local representation, but we also have seen members across the constituencies, across the municipal districts, band and become a separate entity, make a redress or 100% redress, and that is a different voice coming from a different area. So they may not feel that they were represented in council, and I know that they feel that they weren't represented either at Aractus. So yes, I think that the council may have to make their voice better heard. Catherine.
We mentioned there, or you mentioned there, Brendan, that they were talking about, the possibility of bringing back town councils. They're 10 years now, a decade abolished. What are you? Well, do you think that there's any chance of that really happening?
Well, the only encouraging straw in the wind that I get is that the main parties, Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, and to be fair, Sinn Féin, have toyed with the idea of bringing back reformed municipal district councils for towns. And if they were to do that, I think they should do it in tandem with looking at how our own municipal areas work, such as the Donegal one, which we're electing 6 councillors to. Because I believe also, in addition to what I said, more and more power can be devolved from the central council in Lifford to the local areas, the municipal area, and have less meetings of 37 and have more meetings of 6 or whatever the case may be that's in your municipal area, so that you'll have more localized decision making and budgetary matters.
Listeners are asking if they can come to the town centre without a pass. Well, a pass is needed to get in this evening, and if this changes at any time, we'll update you accordingly. But you do need a pass to get into the John Bosco Centre this evening. It's already really busy as it is, isn't it, Michelle? It's really...
it's so busy that we can't actually hear each other speak, so it's becoming difficult, but exciting as well.
Yes, I feel like I'm roaring into the mic, but it's for you to hear me and for Mary to hear me. But I say I'm blowing the eardrums off everybody at home.
No, it's just very noisy now.
Yeah, and it's only going to get busier now as the time goes on. I would safely say we're not too far off that 4th count, Mary, would you say? I'll have to repeat that now to Mary. I'd say we're not too far off that 4th count.
No, I think the buzz is getting louder about here, so I think the counters have stopped, so I would say they're just doing the verifications and getting completely sorted.
Just to recap on the state of play, we don't. Micheál Naughton, will he make it this time round?
Well, there's an awful lot of discussion going on behind me, and I can't. I'm trying to listen to them and listen to you.
Yeah,
at the same
see that
time,
now.
which is very hard to do. But the boys are saying that it may take another count before he would get over the line.
I think it's 60,
from what I can see,
64 votes.
not short of it, but
okay, 64 votes.
It might take another count.
This area has taken a lot longer than other areas to get somebody, elected.
Yeah, but I think it was Brendan Byrne who called that earlier. It's like going to be little by little before we actually get any white smoke. So it seems as though they're doing
because we want to be outside
the predictions there. Brendan's just joining us again. We were just saying there that you predicted early on and that there would be quite a few counts before Micheál would be potentially elected. We don't think we were saying there with the fourth count about to take place at any minute now. It would seem that he won't make it this time around either.
No, he won't, and he's now a victim of geography, that the candidates that are being eliminated are more and more west of him, and they'll favour the candidates such as Jimmy Brogan, Manus Boyle, Niamh Kennedy and Noel Jordan. And even though he's so close to the quota, getting that extra 54 votes will be problematic. And it could run over the counts until we nearly get to a point that the next Fianna Fáil candidate to be eliminated, which is Martin Hegarty. We may have to wait to that stage.
And that's quite a substantial vote to distribute, isn't it?
Yes, there is, and there's no doubt about it. At that stage, he'll certainly go well over the quota.
But in terms of that fifth count, then we would be waiting quite some time, considering it's double the amount of votes to be distributed early.
You would expect that he would go over the quota with Dermot Doherty's votes, which would be for Martin Hegarty's, because he is within. He is going to get a number of votes here from Patrick Brogan. It'll probably be in the region of 12 to 14. That'll cut it down to 40, and I would hope that he would get that from Dermot Doherty, because Dermot Doherty's votes primarily are over in the east and south of the electoral area. But it was something that Ocean highlighted early on. Even though he was in touching distance of the quota, I did caution that it would take some time for him to get him over the quota, because it's the sequence of eliminations.
So in other words, Brendan, you were right. Is that right?
So it's right for the first time? Is that what you're saying?
No, not maybe for the first time either. Well, we'll just see now. We'll tick off all your predictions as the evening wears on.
Keeping a scorecard or something?
No, we should be though.
Look, in single transferable vote, anything can change within a count or two. There's no way you can predict everything absolutely perfect from beginning to end, because there's so many variables in how the votes are distributed, the sequence of elimination, and when you're counting votes that have two candidates that are already eliminated, you have to go to the next sequence of votes, which could be the fourth and fifth preference. Not all papers have that preference on them, so there's a lot more non-transferable votes. So there's a lot of imponderables, and it's in the end, despite what people will say, it's guesswork.
Okay, just as it relates to guesswork, after when Micheál Naughton eventually does be elected, what happens then? How quickly do you think the next? As a prediction now,
it could immediately slow down if Micheál Naughton is elected with a surplus, because the rules of single transferable vote under the Droop system is if the number of the surplus is greater than the amount of votes between the two remaining candidates and can determine the sequence of elimination of those candidates, then the surplus distribution has to be done, which is a much slower process than an elimination distribution, which we've now seen 3 of them in a row. So if Michael Naughton exceeds a quota, and which I expect he will do some days, but if he exceeds it with a significant amount, we'll go from rapidly moving counts to a slower count.
John Jared, have you been out? I'm sorry, Michelle.
There's a recount in Lifford
A recount.
between Crawford and the Sinn Féin lady.
Who's at the bottom?
There's only 30 votes between them.
But who's at the top and bottom?
At the top,
Who is the lower and who is the higher? For this,
Crawford is the lower by 30 votes, I think.
Yeah.
you'll not claw back 30 votes.
30 back, most likely,
Mary,
not a
do you
chance.
think then?
You'd love to hear if there's a recount here, wouldn't you?
I would love that, Mary. I can't think of anything better.
Better to be at.
Just in terms of Jerry Crawford there, he announced quite late on that he was going to run. He did a bit of a U-turn, as it were. Do you think that that's reflecting on his return today?
I think there was a couple of things there. The booths that he did very well in his own local area, but there was one or two of those outlying booths which he expected to get more votes in, and he didn't. And I think that's where he's lost out in the mix. And there were quite a number of other candidates there, including a Micah candidate, who were all taking votes from that place that Jerry would normally get a few more number ones. And I think that kind of diluted his number one preference, which put him into a bit of trouble then. I think that would be my interpretation of it, Brendan. That there was a bit of that.
So what we now know about the election and what we've seen unfold here and unfold in Glenties, I think it was of no consequence that he had announced his intention to retire and then subsequently retracted it. I don't think that was a factor. I think the tsunami of voting pattern between areas and between candidates and between issues, the conventional rule book on how people voted were shredded in this election.
Yeah.
Can I ask, the 100% Redress Party have obviously done phenomenally
going for
well.
another count, are we? Very hard to see.
I can't see a thing.
We get.
Okay, no, it was a false alarm. The 100% Redress Party have done extraordinarily well in Donegal, as was to be expected. And while I don't take away from the fact that it's an absolutely unimaginable scenario to find yourself in a crumbling home and the mental health impact that has, and to say the least, are they just going in though to the council with one agenda and one agenda only?
Oh, we have a count.
And hold that thought, we're crossing over to the Deputy Returning Officer Tanny Keys now for count 5.
Of the distribution of Patrick Brogan's won 313 votes. Total votes distributed 313 votes. Boyle Linda plus 13, 510, 510. Boyle Manus plus 18, 1,312, 1312. Brogan Jimmy plus 62, 1,466, 1466. Doherty Dermot plus 20, 572, 572. Hegarty Martin plus 8, 817, 817. Jordan Noel plus 28, 1629, 1629. Karen Deneve plus 40, 1,237, 1237. Kennedy Porrick plus 31, 1384, 1384. McMahon Michael plus 21, 1,584, 1584. Naughton Michael plus 26, 1947, 1947. Sweeney Barry plus 12, 1,354, 1354. Non-transferable papers not effective plus 34, 77. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute her votes. Linda Boyle, 510 votes. Thank you.
Okay, so Fianna Fáil candidate Micheál Naughton now, is it third? Did I do my maths correctly now? Is it 38 votes he needs to get to meet the quota? 31 votes.
31 votes.
I didn't do my maths correctly.
You're okay.
Well,
31 votes. Ooh.
and now it goes to Linda Boyle's transfer, so
He needs a 7% transfer from Linda Boyle. It's possible. It's possible, all right. Because she's been getting transferable papers in, and they may have a different voting pattern to what's in the papers that were in our home base. Now, it's going to be a stretch, but it is possible.
Meet Kennedy.
Yeah, I think
And Noel Jordan, of course.
we projected earlier that the bulk of them will go to Noel Jordan, followed by Niamh Kennedy and Jimmy Brogan. Manis we expect to get in around 40. And so it'll depend if we can...
Martin Hegarty. You see his Boyle.
Oh yeah, and Martin Hegarty,
Martin Hegarty, yeah. Maybe more that way. Probably go more to Martin Hegarty because there's more local, and then Noel. What do you think?
Depends on what quota. Yeah. No, in fairness, Martin Hegarty should get a percentage.
Yeah.
And Niamh Kennedy. If it's like any other distribution that's been going on, they are going to scatter widely.
Just 38.
So with Martin Hegarty,
I think it's 31.
remaining in the race, maybe it's not possible. Or not
We get
to
it
go
wrong,
on the line
you
until
know.
Dermot Doherty goes out.
Obviously, he's going to stay quite quiet.
Yes. Well, Dermot Doherty, if, for example, Michael Naughton gets anything from Linda Boyle, we're only 31 votes short of the quota for Michael. So, heaven forbid if he gets 15, half of the requirement, he certainly will exceed the quota on the distribution of Dermot Doherty's votes because he's only looking for 15. So, he either goes over the quota now in this count or the count immediately following.
Yeah.
I can't see him getting 30 votes.
No, it's a stretch, all right.
It's a stretch.
Yeah, it could be
Won't
difficult.
be 100 miles away, but I think it's a stretch.
Geographically, party-wise, there's a lot of things separating them. The only thing that would bring them together is the manner in which the votes are being scattergunned this election.
Yeah, so very...
So 510 of Linda Boyle's votes to be distributed. We won't, I don't see, that won't be a major long turnaround, will it? Up until we get to the...
No, but it'll still take a 30-minute turnaround, I think.
Yeah.
They're already starting to put them in the pigeonhole, so
Okay, so they're getting
Not take that long.
any keen-eye tally person now up there will be counting them as they're going into the pigeonholes.
We were talking before that latest count about the success of the 100% redress party, and I was making the point that while it's an unimaginable issue to live with and all the rest, and I can't even begin to imagine it, they're going into the council chamber with one. Is it fair to say that they are going into the council chamber with one agenda and one agenda only?
Well, look, that's the name of the party, 100% redress, Micah, but if that's the sole agenda they're going into the council, they'll have to modify it fairly rapidly, because the first day you're going to the council, you'll have a list of roads with you and you'll have a list of street lighting and footpaths, and there will be a reality check. The facts of the matter are they're in there to politicise a solution to the Micah situation, and that's perfectly legitimate.
Yeah.
And there's an expectation now that they have a political office to stand and represent that'll progress it, and that's what people voted for. But they're not there. Whilst they may have been elected as a single issue, single ticket representative in the council, they're not going to survive at that, because that's not what the council's about.
I think what Shane makes a good point. But there's another thing. and you've been as a minister on this, is there a stage in a single issue candidates when they elect their own people, be it councillors or TD, that the ministers of political parties are sort of in it and say that your own people saying when you fall in an issue, not in an issue, say, yeah, look, let them batter away now. Let them have it. I think that
to
happens.
solve the problem.
Yeah.
Well, it can in certain circumstances.
Yeah,
it can.
of that.
Although if you're very smart, especially if you're in government, you can use that as a way of, say, supporting the government,
Yeah.
which did happen here in Donegal on 2 occasions. So, you know, there were a couple of very cliché TDs, 2 of them in Donegal and 1 of them in Kerry, who knew that the only way they were going to get anything done was by supporting the government and working with them. And on that basis, then they got a return for their support and they got a return for the people that elected them. It may not necessarily have solved the reason as to why they were elected, but it did in fact get them something else. But then what happened was then that issue died away or was resolved or whatever, and then they don't necessarily stay on. Some do, some don't. Like the Healy Rays, for example, have now elected even more people to the council. So they would have an expectation the last time to get 3 TDs and nearly got 3 TDs. They have 2 now. I think they've somebody in most of the council now. So that's a different phenomenon. That was an old Fianna Fáil machine. And the reason it became an independent machine was they didn't let the father run for Fianna Fáil, so they decided to drive it on themselves and got elected. So that's oftentimes where independents come from when they're disappointed they may not get on a party ticket. But now people have even stopped that and they're just going independent. You know, so you're right, sometimes it doesn't necessarily resolve the issue that you want.
The Healy Rays turned
But
it
it
into
does.
an art.
Huh?
The Healy Rays turned it into an art.
They did, yeah. They did, without a doubt. But like it's, I don't know. My view is that every person who was elected in the last council would like to support the people who ended up the way they did, and regardless of what politics they had. I would say if you asked, I'm sure that was what you'd have seen reflected in the council. Everybody was working together on their behalf.
Transitioning from lobbying for something on the outside where you lobby equally all the politicians and all the political parties to being part of a political system of which you're an elected member of, it's much different, you know. Sometimes
it's not beyond their capacity either. I don't know anything about these people. Maybe they came from a political background themselves, and if they did, then they'd have a greater opportunity, you know.
I watched one of Joy Beard's interviews last night when I went home, and you know, she was delighted to be, you know, where she was and all that. But she said, the reason why we formed the political party and why we ran candidates is because we felt there wasn't one person at council level doing a good enough job on their behalf. Now, is that, do you feel, Mary, an injustice to the likes of Martin McDermott and Paul Canning, who were assigned to help them and who were helping them for an awful long time long before a political party was formed? I knew you did.
In fairness, the point that was made was that the Micah redress people decided to contest the election because they genuinely felt there was no one at council level articulating properly and accurately the state of the crisis. And the question was asked, do you think that's fair? Well, my own view, I don't think it's fair.
Because I think, as I was saying to you, the Fianna Fáil group got together and decided that Martin McDermott and Paul Canning would be the people closest, Paul having, you know, the professional background to understand all of these things, and they were our representatives of the group. So they met within the group and they used that as an opportunity to meet with ministers and the council and things like that. So it's not that anybody, and I'm sure, and I never asked anybody else that's represented up there, but I'm sure every representative up there was doing their best on their behalf. But look, we voted for MMDS in this county, and that was about getting a TV service for nothing. When you're talking about somebody's home falling down and your whole life going away on you, that's a totally different thing. So, we have history in Donegal of doing these types of things as well.
So turn your attention to a general election, right, which is not too far away. The Micah Redress or the 100% Redress Party will undoubtedly put forward a candidate up in a showing. How do you think that'll affect sitting Minister Charlie McConalogue's vote?
But Charlie McConalogue has done his utmost to try and support and change the scheme that was made available in consultation with people there. He has listened to what they have said. He is helping and providing and supporting people through his own office and through his local representatives in order to support these people. He is the only Fianna Fáil TD we have here, and he is a senior cabinet minister. And contrary to, in my view, the press that he's getting, he is an excellent TD, an excellent public representative, and provides a tremendous service to not just the people of Inishowen, but to the people of the county of Donegal. He's a very good Minister for Agriculture and has given a lot in the new schemes and the negotiation of the Common Agriculture Policy and all of that. But if you knock people enough, people will start to believe you. And that's why I'm prepared to stand up and say that Charlie McConalogue deserves to be a candidate and to be elected on the next occasion. He will, no more than anybody else is going to be running. They will all be under pressure because Pádraig McLaughlin is also up there as a TD, and you'll notice that the Sinn Féin vote is not as good as they expected. Pierce is down here in the west. I'm not sure how that vote went in the west yet. I don't know, does Seamus make it or not? I'm not sure.
They seem to be under pressure. What you had, there's two others in the field with him, Kelly Rogers, and we have two other ones that could transfer to him. But actually,
it's not as cut and clear in the west either for the sitting TD. Now this man here will be cock a hoop and he'll be thinking of topping the poll, I would say, because he's done so well. And that's why I put the question to him: is he going to be participative in the government? So it's going to be very hard to see and to say. We're all talking about Donegal, but just when we got 5 minutes to look at the national perspective, Fine Gael are still the government parties are held up very well in this election, and Sinn Féin have noticed that they have slipped. There is an increase in independence, yes, but the detractors would have loved to have seen Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael fall on their face, but that didn't happen. So anything can happen between now and the general election. I just heard that Taoiseach was asked, will there be when's the general election? He says there will be a general election. And then that was it. That was me. They would have me harassed till I'd told them the date and the time, but well done to him anyway.
When you look at the votes for the Micah yesterday, when you look at where they have come from, as we talked when the show in Clare were open yesterday, Fianna Fáil took a bit of a hit, but nothing like they would have probably, to be honest, expected in that area. Fine Gael proportionately took a bigger, but I think if you go around the county, there's a world of difference between getting X number of votes for councillors and then pulling all that together in a general election to win a seat. And I haven't seen all the figures, but it'll be very interesting when the votes are tallied for the parties in Donegal, Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, Sinn Féin, to see what the task is. I would suspect that the Micah candidates have done very, very well. Well, the health warning for them would be there's a world of difference between getting councillors elected locally on a local issue and on a county-wide issue to getting somebody elected. If you look in Donegal area here, for example, there's no votes for them.
Yeah.
You know.
But thousands of people are affected.
Oh
by the
yeah,
one
no,
issue,
I'm not. I'm just
you know?
making the point that
It's not a
Yeah.
county-wide.
it's not a county way, and if you start taking.
The MMDS, it was a different constituency, but it was half the constituency was
That's
affected.
right. Yeah, that's.
A full half of the
It was.
constituency.
I'm not saying it was no respect to Tom. It was easier, but he did do a 3-seater and a line across the middle, which meant, and it was a hot issue in every inch of that area.
Yeah.
So he had a very, for want of a better word, captive electorate
Yeah.
on a much smaller thing, on an issue that affected every single house
Yeah.
in the thing. Now,
From
it's a
Krishna
lot-
up to the bottom of the Glen
I
Atlantis.
think it's a lot more serious, but I just think in pulling the whole thing together, it's going to be interesting to see what it's again, like we talked about yesterday morning. There's a big risk element in it if you decide to put somebody forward for the Dáil to represent the mega and they come up short. Then again, like we talked about yesterday, Micah had to get a result yesterday with their candidates in the local election. If they put them forward for a Dáil election, they have to get that candidate elected, because one step that fails, and that's
It diminishes and dilutes your
totally
reasons for
the
getting
thing.
elected.
That has to be a tough call for them. It really is a tough call. I know it affects many people, but I think it becomes a very, very tough call for them. If they go for it, they have to be sure they're going to get a result. That's, to me, politically, is where it has to be.
That'd be difficult for them, because I would say they would be looking to either Joy Beard or Ali Farn. So you're looking at Inishowen. Inishowen is going to have, as you said, Mary Paddy McLaughlin, Charlie McConnell. So it's Inishowen could become a crowded area for a redress candidate to come out of. So they might have to look at that as well.
And the people of Inishowen will have to decide, and the people of Donegal will have to decide, and the people of Letterkenny's going to have to decide, is that what they want? And, you know, there's going to have to be a new Fine Gael candidate. I don't know who it's going to be. I'm assuming you're going to run somebody in Fine Gael.
That's a matter for the Fine Gael director.
And like Fianna Fáil will probably run too.
That'd be a matter for Mary Coughlin.
No, it won't be a matter for the organisation. I've only one vote. So, you know, there's a lot of things that are going to be out there. And are there others? Are there others that are going to go?
That is another serious. That is another serious issue that's coming up, in that we are talking definitely an election, obviously February. We're talking maybe October. And as it stands now, Fine Gael have no candidate, not even possible candidates identified to run. And, you know, we all know as you go into summer, June, July and August, politically you're going to get absolutely nothing done. No traction.
Was there a rumour being circulated some time back that actually Barry Sweeney was being considered? Are those rumours?
It's like an interim, you see.
It's in their own constituency at the minute.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But I can't see. I think Fine Gael have left it, left it, in my opinion, dangerously late to identify a candidate to go in there.
They have it.
There's all this, I've heard these stories about high profile people, and I've heard one or two high profile people mentioned. But the only problem is, no disrespect to them, the high profile I have heard mentioned, I was saying, who is he? Who is she?
Yeah.
Which means, are they high profile? But I think, you know, I can't see, in the way that some candidates come into a local election, I genuinely have problems seeing, if it's in October, November, certainly, how you cannot prepare a candidate for the Dáil election in 5 months, when July, August and the month of September, there is no chance to get their party machine to do anything.
Yeah.
Martin Harley, he ran before, but I don't know if he has any interest in running again.
as far as I recall. I think he was very disillusioned by the run.
We got a text in there a little while ago from a listener saying, great tactic by Fianna Fáil. Everyone told to vote number 1 for Micheál Naughton as he will struggle. Usually a tactic to get a poll topper. Sacrificed Claudia Kennedy for Micheál. Did you hear that, Mary? I'm going to repeat this message. I have to tell our listeners it's incredibly hard to hear each other here in the John Bosco Centre because it's really packing up now with anticipation of Micheál Naughton being elected. So a listener texted in to say, great tactic by Fianna Fáil. Everyone told to vote number 1 for Micheál Naughton as he will struggle. Usually a tactic to get a poll topper. Sacrificed Claudia Kennedy for Micheál.
Micheál didn't get a huge vote in that area. There certainly, and I'm looking over at Brendan Byrne, and that's the kind of crack he'd be at.
I'm retired, Mary. You're in the seat. Don't be looking at me anymore.
I'm not elected either. Look at. I would have heard that. I would have heard that, and a lot of people in Ballyshannon and Dorn are quite upset about the fact that Claudia didn't do as well as they had expected. Because I canvassed with her on several occasions, and she's a very good candidate and did very well, and there was very fine people out canvassing with her. But look at. You can't control everything that goes on in an election campaign. It's not to say that people were told they had an area and they didn't stick to it. And naturally, I don't know anybody that stuck to their area particularly well. So, that's just the dynamic of it, but it wouldn't have been an intention thing. And at the end of the day, nobody actually knows until tonight how the vote was going, who was going to do well, who wasn't going to do well. But certainly I would have to say that people who think they're doing well, or people we know who are doing well, think they're not doing well at all. A lot of people just can't read it, and when you're in the middle of it yourself, it's very hard to read it. I always relied on other people to tell me how things were going. I remember him ringing me at 20 minutes past 10 in the last election to say I was gone. Now 20 past 10, there weren't many boxes. Other people outside of the system can see the trends and can see what's going on.
But I just want to say, in terms, and we're speaking about Claudia, and I omitted to talk about her until this point. Claudia is a very fine candidate, and she has such an interest in politics, and she's been very key to Fianna Fáil for the last 15, 20 years. She's been on the national executive, is always there to do her bit for the party, and I know in elections when things don't work your way, they can really work against you. And this was one of the elections whereby it was virtually impossible to make a breakthrough because of the fragmentation of the votes right across the areas, from every townland to every parish to every village and town. And I think what the texter is talking about is the sheer voter fragmentation that we've seen in Glencolmkill, and we've seen the same in Bundoran, and we've seen the same up in Pettigo, and we mentioned Pettigo quite a number of times. So it's a much deeper fundamental issue than simply someone getting votes. It's the fragmentation of the vote. What does that speak to in a broader sense? It probably speaks to voter frustration with the cost of living, the lack of services, and that is feeding into an anger, I suppose, in how people are voting, and they're voting all around the place in attempt to vote differently or put in a different system to what's there.
Yeah, I agree with that, but the electorate themselves at times need to have a look at things. They had excellent candidates in Ballyshannon. They had an excellent candidate in Sweeney and a good candidate in Ballyshannon in Claudia Kennedy. The bottom line here, the electorate in Ballyshannon, 48% of them decided, we're not going out to support either of them.
That speaks to the voter fragmentation and disengagement.
Yeah.
And when you have that level of disengagement, there's one thing that we don't do well in Donegal, and that's not not vote, because we are always traditionally 66, 68%. And the more we contract into a lesser voting society, the more strange results is thrown out. Because I'm not saying, well, I am actually going to say it. Is it the sensible people that staying at home or what? Because sometimes when you look at a voting pattern in a booth, you say to yourself, that doesn't make sense. And then you say, well, how would that extra 15 or 18% voted had they come out? And I think this is where this is where the parties, those of you that are still in parties, need to have a discussion.
Well, you look at it very interestingly, go back to when McHugh ran in Ballyshannon, right? I know it's hypothetical.
These stooges, they're just looking over at us two here now.
Not a square one ourselves, so
That's four in that case.
Well, let's look at a what-if scenario.
Yes.
What if the turnout had been the same today as it was when Declan McHugh ran back there many years ago?
There'd be 3 councillors up there.
Exactly. There would be 3 councillors in Ballyshannon. In Ballyshannon-Bundoran.
Oh yes, they would. Yeah.
So, you know, the political parties, in fairness, and defend the political parties, they put the options in front of the electorate. The electorate, for one reason or another, decide to not to engage. But this is where I have a bit of an issue. It's a bit rich for the electorate to come back then and say, you know, we lost a seat, we could have won 2 seats. Yeah, you could. But in this instance, nearly 50% of the electorate we're not going to engage. You can't. What I'm trying to say, you can't have it both ways. If you want representation, and people are saying we want representation in the very south of the county or in the very west down with us, you can't not come out to vote and say, it's terrible, we don't have representation, and we lost the seat.
In fairness, in the last number of general elections that you and I have covered, and maybe this election to a lesser extent in the European election in particular, we're not quite sure what the people are saying. And that's the problem I speak to. What are the electorate exactly wanting? And more particularly, why are more and more disengaging from the electoral process?
Well, they're disengaging, which is puzzling. The other thing, and for many years we were both involved in community councils in our area, the mantra so many times was, we must have a local councillor, we must have a local councillor. Battles were fought on that, and that's fair enough, and I agree totally with that. Spin it round 5-ish years later, maybe 2 elections, but certainly 1. Spin it round, these very same people that were calling for we must have local representations that time vote anything but local. What I'm saying is that the electorate, be they in Kilcar-Carriglen or in Ballyshannon, they can't have it both ways when it comes to representation.
And I suppose the other thing is the campaign. Just harping back to the Scanlon man, he had a bit of razzmatazz and he had the big posters and everybody was talking about him, and you know, that was a unique occasion. The next time will not be as handy for him because you're going to have to deliver on what he promised.
In the 2009 council election, they came within 30 votes of electing John Gallagher, whose brother was a parish priest in Kilcar until very recently. It is a community, Glenfin, that's growing in population, but they have a hunger. And I think it's the first ever councillor to be resident and from that area. So they had a hunger and a desire greater than any other area, and they've proved it right.
Well, maybe people are just past remarkable.
That's quite possible.
We got another text in from a listener saying Claudia is living in Bundoran but working in Stranorlar, and that is the main reason for her low vote.
I think that's an unfair comment, to be fair. Many of us we all live where we live, and through economic necessity, we could be working 60, 70 miles, but we're still domiciled and resident where we live. I think that's grossly unfair, to be honest.
That's not the situation. I actually met several people in Bundoran that work in Rafo and in Letterkenny and in Sligo. So where you live and where you work is a totally different thing. That's absolutely nothing to do with it at all.
So, Barry Sweeney, even though you are putting it down to low voter turnout and a lack of engagement, he did also factor in that people just thought he was safe and that was it, and people didn't bother coming out and vote, and he's putting it down to that, combined with maybe not getting out canvassing as much as he would like.
Some people don't think it's important, it's irrelevant. For a lot of younger people, it's irrelevant until they need something. So they're usually of an age when they're looking about a house or planning permission or getting a road fixed or schools or football clubs and things like that. It's only at certain stages that some people become engaged. And anybody who doesn't see the necessity of something is not going to bother. So you have a bit of that as well. And then if they live in a house that there's no political discussion, no discussion about what goes on in the news, no discussion about what's going on in the world, apart from gossip, it's, that's another way of engaging if it's only conversation about what's going on in the world, and that gets your interest up and things like that. Like, it's different for me. I was reared in a house where we discussed politics, we discussed what was going on in life. My children are reared in a house with exactly the same thing. As Tom Cunnan said, that's why his wains are not going to be in the politics game. But they're interested and they know what everybody's talking about, and so does their friends and things like that. But I have to expect and accept the fact that not every house is as interested. They may be more interested in football, or they're more interested in something else, and that's just.
But then that boils back down to the point you were making earlier, that there should be a big focus on it from a primary level in school.
Yeah. Well, I suppose some of the teachers are. We were just that was the way we were engaged in the whole thing. It was all about your local community, and I live in Frosses, and we have a fabulous community. We all work together, and we still have that ethos, I suppose would be the word you would use. So it's easier in smaller communities, or larger urban areas is more difficult. There's not the same engagement with the community. There's not the same camaraderie. People don't know each other. You might have, as they say, blow-ins. Now, they'd only blow in from down the road, but they wouldn't have that. You often went out to canvass and say, God, I don't know who lives here. Whereas if you're out in the country, people know who you are and who you belong to and who your relations are. So, and in cities, that must be really difficult. That engagement must be quite difficult.
In fairness, if you look at the area, the Glencarry to Carn area, completely rural area, yet the vote went all over the place. We're talking about the sense of community, right?
They would have it.
They should have it. But what I'm saying, the vote went all over the place and out of the area. I don't really understand. I can't really understand it, and it'll take a while to get my head around this. The second thing I have to say, I've just been thinking of it for a while there. I have to commend the way that Sweeney presented himself there, and effectively, as a politician, said, "Look, I could and should have done certain other things. Didn't concede." I think it was a very great, mature way for a politician to accent. Yeah, I may have made a mistake here. He came in, put his hands up, and as someone I totally respect the guy doing, saying, rather than saying, well, it was a campaign by the opposition.
Criticisers were having an opinion anyway.
He criticised everybody else. He was front and centre, and to me, a complete mark of maturity on the guy. But again, he's come from a political family.
Yeah, well, his father's a politician for years, and
he's a very professional person. And he's an exceptional politician, Barry Sweeney. No two ways about it.
Yeah. So we'll see what's going to happen. We're going to have to, like himself, have to wait another while till we see the outcome.
Yeah, and I think we'll take a little break in the meantime. We are awaiting word on count 6, but I think it won't be for a couple of minutes yet. So we'll be back after these.
Thank you.
distributed, 313. Boyle Linda, plus 13, 510. Hold on. Sorry, 1 second.
So it seems as there's been a bit of a mix-up in the counts, in that the deputy returning officer was actually announcing the 5th count there, as we've already got, instead of the 6th count that we're anxiously waiting on.
I think this is this woman's first time. There she is now. She'll be fine.
This is the result of the 6th count. So the following is the result of the 6th count, which consists of the distribution of Linda Boyle's 510 votes. The total votes distributed is 510. Boyle Manus, plus 40, 1,352, 1,352. Brogan Jimmy, plus 62, 1,528, 1,528. Doherty Dermot, plus 1, 573, 573. Haggerty Martin, 7 plus 74, 891, 891. Jordan Noel, plus 182, 1,811, 1811. Kennedy Neve, plus 84, 1,321, 1,321. Kennedy Porrick, plus 6, 1,390, 1,390. McMahon Michael, plus 29, 1,613, 1,613. Norton Michael, plus 9, 1,956, 1,956. Sweeney Barry, plus 6, 1,360. Non-transferable papers not effective, plus 17, 94. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and his votes. Dermot Doherty, 573 votes. Thank you.
Okay, that was the latest from the count 6, and it leaves Micheál Naughton, according to my estimations, about 29 votes away from the quota.
29, sorry, 29.
29 votes away from the quota. So we'll have to wait again. But you'd imagine with Dermot Doherty's transfers that he could potentially get over the line on the 6th count, do we think?
Yeah, well, if it's down to a margin of 29 votes and 573 votes are being distributed, it's realistic to think that in that, particularly with Micheál Naughton being based in Lahey, the right side of Donegal town, for votes that are going to be distributed that primarily were polled in Ballyshannon-Bundoran area, that there would be at least, all he needs is 30. We're like Donald Trump the day we ran the governor of Georgia. All I need is 29 to 30 votes and I'm in. You would feel for someone that has, polled so well and is, we're now going into the 7th count, and he started off the day just 120 votes short. But this is what happens in single transferable vote.
You can be sitting for a long time, but you could change the dynamic here now in that you'll be going, as you said, into the Bundoran Ballyshannon area more so than anywhere else.
Yeah, he should go across the line now, shouldn't he?
Well, he should, because you're only talking about a small number of votes. I hope we're going to be talking about a small number of votes. Now you can still sit waiting on 2 votes, but hopefully it won't be that way,
Crucially as well, Barry Sweeney, the Fine Gael candidate for Ballyshannon, will be
he should get votes
waiting patiently for Dermot Doherty's
whether that's
transfers.
going to change the figures that much now when we look at it. You have Neve Kennedy at 1321 and you have Porrick at 1390. You know, you have Barry at 1,360. You have Manus Boyle at 1,352. You know, it's who goes the further up
main
now.
piece of the jigsaw is going to fall into place now,
Yeah.
because that's the tank emptied further south of the county candidates.
Yeah.
That's it. There's nothing else. Then you move into, and we talked about probably from yesterday on, we move into the fact that there's now 800 plus votes in Michael Higgerty's preference votes. So that, unless some of the other candidates can get well away, certainly with that gun, Neve Kennedy and Manus Boyle are going to benefit from it. Now, the couple of other candidates I think are now in trouble. The Doherty will certainly benefit Sweeney. Now, does he benefit him enough to put him to safety? That's the first obvious question. You're going to know, we're certainly going to know the target that both either Neve Kennedy or others have to hit after this count. We'll see what the difference is. There's 500 votes. Some of them have come from different places. Yeah, Mickey McMahon is going to take quite an amount out of them. There should be an amount for Sweeney. And realistically, John Sweeney needs well north of 150. Doesn't need to have any chance of survival.
Yeah, well, in light of the fact that the next elimination will be Martin Higgerty with 891 votes, it's not unrealistic to expect for Manus 220 to 250 in that. Manus is currently 8 votes behind Barry Sweeney. So even if Barry Sweeney built up a net gain of 150, I think it will still be cleared out by what Manus Boyle will get from Martin Higgerty based on geography.
Now, if you look at Neve Kennedy in relation to Barry Sweeney, at the minute there's 59 as I see it. Yeah, so that's interesting as well where that can go, because 59 is 59. Now, but the thing, if he puts another 150 on that, so let's say it takes 200 in the difference between Neve Kennedy and Sweeney. Can Higgerty's transfers close that gap then in the next breath?
On the basis that Martin Higgerty is in Kilcar and so close geographically to Neve, it would be realistic to expect at least 250 to 260 papers to go to Neve. So that would wipe out that deficit. So, but I'm thinking the pathway here is clear that both Neve and Manus are becoming more and more safer as the count unfolds from here on in, unless there's something in Dermot Doherty's papers that give a massive transfer to Barry Sweeney. And it would have to be massive. And that's going to be very difficult in the context that Mickey McMahon is still there in the transfer field looking for votes.
Well, the other thing that we have to look at here is that we're talking about in the west of the county, when the west of the district, Manus and Neve Kennedy getting near enough equal amounts from Martin Higgerty. We're talking that on our own figures, we're saying that they have to get at least 50% of the transfers of his voting transfers.
Of
Isn't that right?
Doherty's?
No, Martin Higgerty's.
Well, I would say Martin Higgerty's, bearing in mind Brogan will still be in the field at that stage. That if you were to look at it this way, Neve will get the most by a small margin, maybe 40, 50 votes, followed by Manus Boyle. And then the third chair, but it'll be a lesser amount than Manus Boyle, will go to Jimmy Brogan, which brings them three beyond reach of Barry Sweeney. And then you're in a situation where it's Barry Sweeney and Porrick Kennedy that's in contention to be in the bottom position.
But for that to happen,
Porrick isn't picking up the transfers.
Martin Higgity's votes need to break pretty evenly in a certain way.
Yeah.
Don't they? It is almost to be the perfect transfer to the candidates above them. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Any little slippage, 20 votes too many to one, 20 less to the other, changes this dynamic. That's the margins we're at here.
It depends on who you're rating to be in contention for these seats. If we accept the fact that Michael Naughton is going to exceed the quota, we accept the fact that Jordan and McMahon are going to be elected. So that's 3 seats gone. So for the 3 remaining seats, of which they might all be elected without reaching the quota, and it may not be the case, if who are you putting into contention for those 3? There's different permutations, of course.
There's so many permutations on this at the minute. It's actually gone out. A lot will depend. I still believe a lot will depend on how the gap, for example, with Sweeney is widened by Doherty. How much we know there's going to be a gap.
Yeah.
It's really the way I'm looking at this. 30 votes more than we're calculating on that could change the dynamic of this again.
Well, how many votes will go to Naughton? How many votes would go to Naughton from Martin Higgerty?
From Higgerty?
Yeah.
Well, wouldn't it be realistic to expect at this stage, seeing that he's only 29 short, that he'll be exceeded the quota by the time that Higgerty's excluded? He's looking for 29 votes.
Do you think he'll get elected?
I think he should get elected here now on the votes that are going to be distributed from Dermot Doherty.
That changes the dynamic a little bit if he's not elected on the votes from Dermot. He's relying now. It changes again.
Then he'll create a surplus.
That's exactly. It changes again big time. If Naughton doesn't go over the top on the votes of Doherty, the dynamic of this changes.
Oh yes, I accept that.
Big time.
So maybe we should go back and tell everybody what's going on, because now we've nearly confused ourselves. So I think we're
just offering this possible scenarios.
So for anybody tuning in who's completely lost, we have the 6th count. So you have Manus Boyle now on 1352. You have Jimmy Brogan on 1528. You have Dermot Doherty 573, who's now going to be eliminated. Martin Higgerty 891, Noel Jordan 1811. You have Niamh Kennedy 1321, Porrick Kennedy 1390, Mickey McMahon 1613, Michael Naughton 1956, and Barry Sweeney 1360. It's now turning into be like a playground up here now. There's mounds of children running about, and it's great crack in the Vivisi floor because it's good and slippy, and you make loads of noise.
Just to remind listeners too, Mary, that Micheál Naughton's 29 votes off the quota.
Yeah.
So we were just chatting there before we delved into all the possibilities and got a bit lost. That Dermot Doherty, you'd imagine some of his transfers would see him over the line, but we've said that the last couple of counts, and we've only had a dribble of votes.
Director of elections question here.
I don't know.
If he only gets 28 votes transferred to him, you can ask for a recount.
No comment. He'd still get elected, so there's not much point in wasting everybody's time over one vote.
It would have a significant bearing on who's going to be elected thereafter.
Is that a wee bit? Well, then I'll have to ring my senior counsel.
I think someone else will probably call a recount. Someone else
I
would
wonder
have
is
to.
Declan McHugh listening to this radio program, because I might need him.
It's an electoral system. It's something that could actually happen.
Have actually any papers come down, or they're still going into pigeonholes here?
I can't see with all the people, and as Mary said, the middle of the John Bosco Centre's turned into a bit of a
I'm
playground
going to
as
take
well.
a scout, just in case Mary has to call a recount.
Maybe if you call director of elections to call a recount, you will be the first to know.
Yes, but just for our listeners, you're not calling a recount. Let's just clarify that.
There's a recount involved based in order.
Yes,
That's different.
is there any developments with that?
I would say Crawford called it. Yeah. But I think it might be too far away. It's what, 32 votes?
Yeah, it's too far.
Yeah. Now you never know. We could still come down to a couple of votes at the end of the day, but you are entitled to a recount, so you are.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So no, when you're inside of that.
I remember being here one night and we were all ready to go to bed, and the next thing was a recount called.
Oh, geez, I remember.
Oh, I thought we were going to kill the person, and it made no difference. But anyway.
We got another text in there, Mary, and it's for you. Hi, Mary Cock. Can you hear me now? Before in case I have to say it twice.
I can lip read, so it's not too bad.
Mary Coughlin has referred to her role and Charlie McConlough's role on a couple of occasions. On these occasions, she highlighted Charlie is Minister for Agriculture. No mention of that role, that it also includes fisheries. Disappointing to hear this, considering she's speaking about
She's
keeping it local.
Agriculture, food, fisheries, and
the marine.
No, not marine. I think just agriculture, food, and fisheries.
If you give them a full title, you give them
yeah, I think I better get it.
So it says, it goes on here now, disappointing to hear this, considering she's speaking about keeping it local and knowing Killybegs is on her doorstep. Yours respectfully, a mother of a young fisherman.
And what?
A mother of a young fisherman.
Well, she is,
yeah.
not me. No, that's...
No, this is a text that's come in.
All right.
Yes.
No.
Can you read it back to the start again, please?
No, it's about being... That I spoke about Charlie McConlough.
Are you joking me, are you?
No, I'm just...
He's the Minister for Agriculture, Food and the Marine. That's the new name on the department. It keeps changing all the time. I was Minister for Agriculture, Food and Forestry, Agriculture, Food, Forestry and Marine, Agriculture, Food, Forestry and Fisheries. And every time I looked around, we had to buy a new heading for the paper, and all of it was mad. But it's a huge department, massive department. So yes, I'll just call him the ADA, and that will hopefully cover the whole thing.
Same abbreviation, the department DAFM or something.
DAFM. DAFM is the department. Yeah.
DAFM.
Yeah.
But this texter, I know what you're saying, but this texter is obviously a bit disgruntled that he kind of honed in on the agricultural aspect of Minister McConlough's role as opposed to the marine or fisheries role that he has.
Well, he has a huge role in the Department of Marine and the development of the marine, and there was a huge amount of investment made in this county and in this country, with a lot of investment in the fisheries in the department. There was also a lot of work done in research in aquaculture. There's no point in me talking about the fisheries department, because I know that in about 2 seconds now that thing's going to go on fire, because no one wants to listen to what I have to say about the Department of Marine and the Department of Fisheries, because they are so wound up, naturally or otherwise, about what's going on. But there's a lot of things going on in that sector which is very, very challenging, and it has consequences not just onshore but offshore as well, in your factories and all your support services that are there that have been built and developed in this country. And there's always been a difficulty between the fishery sector in the north and the fishery sector in the south. It's a huge thing, but he's not, like, every time I look at something, every time I listen to something, every time I hear something, everybody's given out about Charlie McConlough and the Department of Marine, and it's very hard to engage. He went down and had a big meeting down there and tried to engage with people, and will continue to engage with people.
You know, someone is I'll ask you as a former minister. There seems always to have been maybe unlike agriculture, there seems to have always been a very fractious relationship between the Department of the Marine.
Yeah.
I'm distinguishing now very much between the department and the political people in it. The department always has appeared to me to, certainly from talking to fishermen I know, have been out of step with fishermen. Or certainly
They're very rules based.
Yeah, certainly the fishermen always certainly have the perception that the department's out. And I'm distinguishing terribly. One of the issues seems to have been over the years that the ministers needed to, for want of a better word, pull on the reins of the officials in the department. And I've often wondered why. You know, it happens a little bit in agriculture, but nothing.
Not to the same extent.
Not to the same. And I could never get an explanation for anybody. Well, why is the department officials, or do our fishermen perceive the Department of Marine to be so out of step with the people, the area that they're regulating?
I suppose that one of the things is that Europe is a dictator of quite a lot of things that happen. And I suppose that's the frustration. You go in to negotiate. Now, I was at negotiations where we got an increase in our quota. And the minute we got the increase in the quota, the lads in South wanted to take it off the boys in Killybegs and in Greencastle. You know, there was always this tension as well. And that tension's in agriculture too, as you know, within the bigger farmers and the smaller farmers. But there seems to be... It's a small industry in the context of where it's situated, but it's a big industry in its impact and its financial turnover. And, you know, as a coastal country, people have felt rightly that their views and their work wasn't appreciated as best it could. And I think one of the things was, and I remember listening to Joey Murden when they were starting up, going into the department, into the European Union. They didn't actually realise how good they were and how good and how beneficial the fishery sector would be. It was always a small industry, and they didn't have the research and the background to show that they had greater capacity, whereas the ag was much more mature as an industry. And they nearly were on the back foot from the first day. But Brexit is killing them. And that is something outside of our capacity. But Brexit is absolutely killing the fishermen as well, and access to the markets. And we also see, from what I gather, I don't involve myself because I think I draw attention to some of this viciousness that's out there. But you know, there are very large operators in the European Union, mainly the Dutch, who have hoovered up all of the small organisations, the small fleets, and have bought into them and taken them over, and have taken away the capacity of some of the other European countries. So you have the Spanish, you have the French, and you have the Dutch, who are very, very strong. The Brits now do whatever they want themselves, and that has a serious impact on our industry and on our fishermen. The other thing is that, from what I know, the fish are moving further and further north up into Iceland and into Normandy. They were always there, but now they're getting further away from our waters, which means you're steaming more, you're going away further, and it's easier to go north than it is to come back to Killybegs in order to let go your fish, because of the costs. Like, the cost as well is massive. The cost for diesel for those boats must be astronomical. It must be. It's probably mind-boggling, the cost. The other thing is, and like people, I appreciate very much, there's a huge danger in being a fisherman. It's a dangerous occupation. You're out at the very difficult, probably in the winter in the main, you're out in very difficult seas, and you know it is a very dangerous occupation that you're involved in. Whereas farming does have its dangers, yes, but not to the same extent. You get out of bed and you go to your farm, whereas you have to get on a boat and go out into the high oceans and the seas. And there's still potential within that industry, within aquaculture, within all the research in the seafood sector. It's a massive sector that's hugely, hugely important to us. But we never were able to get it off the ground to such an extent that tertiary investment was available to us in this part of the world. You know, you're canning, you're drying, you're freezing, and getting more out of the protein that is very badly needed in this country.
I think, yeah, and I think we mentioned at the start, I think one of the issues may have been going back 40 years, the professionalism that the farming organisations brought to dealing with government, putting their case across in Europe. Now, I'm not knocking people who did a great job in fisheries, but what I'm saying, when you look at was it a case, for example, that the farmers had a very simple message, be it on tillage, be it on beef or whatever? The problem, maybe sort of the problem is when a message is put across in relation to fisheries, ordinary people get confused because apart from people who know something about fisheries, when they talk about the pelagic fleet, the inshore fleet,
they don't understand.
and I have good friends who have often asked me, well, what exactly are they talking about? And I think, just an observation, I think it loses something in the putting across. It's just from talking to people who would be interested in agriculture and fisheries, I think it's a point that maybe it's worth, they should have explored. But the farmers have always kept a very simple message. You have the section, the cattle section, the sheep pegs and the pigs, and they were always, we're in today about that, we're in today about that.
I know, but it's still, you know, I think one of the other issues we talk about the department, in the department, DAFM now, there were a lot of farmers working in the departments, or they came from farms. Whereas I don't know if anybody from the sector was ever in the marine side of the department. I'm not quite sure, so they wouldn't have had that.
And the Department of Agriculture, etc., all people who have worked in the farming community, so they were taking something.
No, that's just an observation that I'm making, but it is. Look, I'm not taking from the fact that it is a sector that has been under pressure for a long, long time. And it was a sector 30, 40 years ago that didn't particularly abide by any rules. Then the next thing is that clappers came down and it went the other side then too much. And that has been the frustration for a lot of people in that sector.
Compared to when you were in the ministerial role and compared to what it is now, does Minister Charlie McConnell have a lot more challenges on his hands than when you were in the role? Or
well, climate change is the biggest challenge that's in that department. Climate change is a huge challenge in a lot of departments, including transport. So it is a huge challenge. The amount of money that's made available now at EU level has been reduced considerably because you have far more countries involved, and we're no longer in that tier 1. We're in tier 2. So, you know, things have changed considerably. Now, 40, 50 years ago, we had to deal with beef mountains and butter mountains and all of that. So that changed when they brought in rules and regulations. So climate change, I think, is one of the greater challenges that department is going to have over the next number of years. And how you continue to have an industry and work within the confines and the needs of climate action. But I think it's also important to say that people who are on the sea and on the land are the people who at the end of the day are the protectors of the sea and the land, and they have to be worked with and supported to allow that to happen. But I don't think we're going to manage to get all of that. There's more debating done here today than there was in the entire campaign, if you ask me.
Well, you know, Mary, we got a lovely wee text in there from a listener saying what a brilliant coverage of the elections. Really well done. Mary Coughlin is a diamond for presenting. Could listen to her all day.
Jack Britton with that.
Texting's on. Brendan not far behind her. Love their banter, and I love Margaret Carr Flynn's dress, which is a lovely shade of green.
There we go.
Florally dress, and it's a lovely green colour. And Max just told me it's from Verve in Donegal town. Shop local.
So she's 1, 3, 2, 1, and she's 1, 2, and 3.
Where were we?
Look at
Oh yes, there was another question in here now, and I know we're going back to the fishing debate, and I think this is a bit of a joke text that you've been. I wonder.
Maybe a game changer.
There's another text came in about our fishing conversation, Mary, and it says the fishing conversation, and it said, will fishing quotas ever follow the science, or is our future Donegal cuisine going to be jellyfish based?
Well, I don't know about that.
I think it might be.
The science has been. I don't want to get into this debate, to be quite honest,
that's
because
fair
I'm being pulled into something that I'm not as familiar with than I was previously. But the Marine Institute's job, of which there are people on that board, their job is to look at the science and to make sure that we can use that science. And that science was used recently in order to get additional quotas in certain sectors. So the science is hugely important, and certainly we want to. The jellyfish part of it now, I don't know.
I think that might have been a joke and jest.
Well, the jellyfish is something, as a swimmer every day, that's the last thing I want to see as well.
Back to the day job here. There's some very interesting news there from
Ballybofey and Orler.
Oh, yes. Wait, let's see. Now I can't really make.
Here, I'll read it.
Yeah. Jerry Crawford's.
So the 7th count is the distribution of Niall McConnell's votes of 1,127. Jerry Crawford Fianna Fáil is now on 1,213. Martin Harley Fine Gael is on 1,638. Frank McBrearty Independent is on 1,939. Patrick McGowan Fianna Fáil is on 1,474. And Dakota McMenamin Sinn Féin is on 1,321. So Martin Harley and Frank McBrearty have been elected, and McBrearty's surplus is now going to be of 310 is now going to be distributed. So we would have said some time ago that Jerry Crawford was gone, but now McBrearty's votes are beside Jerry Crawford.
That's right. This is where
so things could change.
Right. Okay. When I looked at that first, this is why I needed you to read it out. I kind of thought that Jerry Crawford was gone at first glance.
And Niall McConnell got a massive vote of 1,127.
Yeah.
Which is a huge vote.
Who's the next?
The next person.
Crawford were to give a good vote. Who's the people who would need target there to get over?
Patrick McGowan has to get over the line. So he does.
Crawford's not going to catch McGowan. Well,
no.
It all depends then if it goes down to Dakota McMenamin.
It's Frank McBrearty.
Yeah, it's down to the Sinn Féin girl at 1,321.
What about independent candidate Frank McBrearty? What independent candidate Frank McBrearty?
What about him?
Yeah.
Well, he's got elected. Martin Harley and Frank McBrearty elected, and the Scanlon man is elected, so that's 3 seats.
Okay.
So what has to happen there is McBrearty's surplus will determine who's going to get the last 2 seats.
Sorry. Yes.
So if it go to Jerry Crawford, he's in the shake, and if it goes to McMenamin girl, she's in the shake.
Yeah.
And there's only 100 votes between the McMenamin girl and Patrick McGowan, and there's 100 votes odd between the McMenamin girl and Jerry Crawford.
Okay, I'm trying
in her favour. No, in their favour. So the outcome of the 7th count will determine who stays in.
There doesn't seem to be anything emerging from the Letterkenny count in the last while.
I haven't heard a word.
No. In terms of
who's elected, Martin Harley's elected.
Gary Doherty.
Frank McBrearty's elected, but he stopped the voting.
Yeah.
But McBrearty has a surplus of 320.
Donald Mandy's after being elected.
Yeah.
And he got 1,841.
Crawford should get something like that, yeah.
I'm delighted for him.
And that was from earlier. Park McGarvey and Liam Blaney on in Milford. Again, the biggest story from that area is John O'Donnell losing his seat after holding so well in years gone by. You know, it's probably the biggest shock out of that area, if not Letterkenny, Milford, straight across the board. Would you not agree?
Yeah, I think that's a huge story, what happened there. I think very few people, if anybody, would have seen that result coming for John O'Donnell.
I think so.
You know, and it's interesting. It's starting to get very interesting around now. We're getting to the sharp end of this here, and that Finn Valley one as well, for example, that can go either way for a couple of sitting councillors. I don't know, do we have the Glenties area update in the Glenties area? Or
Brendan, you were out on the floor there for a while. Is there any word on maybe getting word about the 7th count at this stage?
It's not. They're at a very early stage when I was up there about 10 minutes ago. Now, they were segregating the ballots. A lot of them were non-transferable. That's due to the number of people that are already eliminated, which you would expect.
In fairness, when we asked Doherty earlier on about that, he did say 50% of a transfer out of all his votes.
Yeah.
And that's a complete game changer. I think as we kind of talked about at that stage, that if there's only 250 votes to be transferred, that is a game changer. Let's make no mistake about that. That's the south of the county done and dusted then.
Right.
And we've got some another 1,000 votes in the rest of the district, so this will be. No, what I'm saying is that if we accept that Doherty, Brendan's saying now that up there we're seeing a lot of non-transferable. He himself believes that only 50% of his vote was transferable.
And we didn't believe him?
We didn't think we were too sure about that. But I think with where we are here, if only 250 of his vote is transferable, that changes an awful lot of things. Because that's the south of Donegal done and dusted down. And you have the guts of 1,000 votes coming from the west, so that has to change the thing in many, many different ways. I don't know, do you disagree?
No, yeah, I completely agree. I'm just trying to run a permutation through my mind. If Michael Johnson doesn't reach the quota and is one short or two short, and we trigger the elimination of Hegarty with Naughton only seeking 2 votes, it'll create a massive surplus.
It would, and
it would distort the entire sequence of subsequent elections.
Yeah, it would absolutely throw.
Could elect
We're keeping this here for years.
It could elect the town.
Huh?
Could elect Donegal.
100% right. 100% right.
Just in Glenties, the 5th count now they're on. So what we're seeing now is Fianna Fáil, Anthony Malloy is positioned to seal the 3rd seat at 1,500 votes. Behind him, the last 3 seats are between Dennis McGee of 100% on 1088. He's in 4th place. John Seamus O'Faddy on 1068 and Brian Carr on 1052. So the other candidates still in the race are Kelly Rogers of Sinn Féin 942 and Jonathan Stewart Independent 876. So you'll see Anthony getting elected next, but then it's going to be very difficult to see who's going to get out of that last seat. So the last seats in all these electoral areas are turning out to be very interesting.
And I'd imagine that John Hamish O'Farry would be a bit surprised at where he stands.
Yeah, as a second councillor.
Yeah,
and Brian Carr.
Sinn Féin chose to run 3, and now we've got
and
Brian
spread out the vote.
Are they eliminating Stewart now, or someone else already eliminated in Glenties?
The Glenties was from us. Jimmy Duffy's been eliminated, Anne-Marie Rogers and Michael Harkin.
Oh, Michael Harkin,
Kevin
who's Creasla based.
Yeah.
Who will benefit, if there's any benefit in it, McGee and John Hamish.
Yeah. Because they're closer.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to recap on Glanty's there, Mary, Anthony Malloy is about to take the third seat. You'd be happy enough with that?
With which?
Just to recap on the situation in Glanty's there, Anthony Malloy set to take the third seat. So you'd be
and
happy
then
enough?
the remaining seats then are going to be very difficult within Sinn Féin themselves.
I got another nice text in there from a listener who said, fantastic team covering Donegal elections, great 2 days of coverage. John, Jared, Brendan and Mary should have a podcast. They're all natural. Congratulations to all involved. A podcast.
You need to be in a 10-acre field.
That would be a motley crew.
It's really starting to pack up here in the John Bosco Centre here.
People are wondering what the hell's going on.
I know.
9 o'clock at night. It's hard to believe it's 9 o'clock.
It is not 9 o'clock, is it? Didn't even realise the time.
You see what's going on.
9 o'clock at night and still
we're still
waiting on the first person to be elected, which we're hoping will be in the next count now, unless it's too off, as I hope you've not jinxed John Jared.
We're okay here as long as Michael Naughton doesn't come up short on Michael Hegarty's vote transfers, and Michael Hegarty's votes have come into play, because after that then that would be a whole count through the system recheck for Michael for the distribution of the surplus, because remember it's pro rata. So that's the one thing that could go wrong. If you hear that Michael Naughton has come up with anything up to 29 votes but not 29, you're going to be sitting here for a long time.
I feel like because he's all said that it's going to happen now, that it's preempted, that we've jinxed it or something.
She's thinking about that hot date. She's not going to be able to get on.
She firmly denied there was any hot date involved.
The only hot date I have is around this table with all of you for the rest of the night.
And that's a hell of a date.
Oh no. We're all starting to get a little bit delirious here.
I
We've been
think
talking
so.
for 12 hours here.
And for a hall that was very drafty earlier on,
freezing.
it's roasting now. Yeah.
But anyway.
I think at the very start, Catherine, you were wondering, was it possible for people to talk for 8, 9, 10 hours? Now you see, you're going strong after 12 hours.
It's 12 hours now that you say that.
Yeah. But it's just that this is the exciting part now. It's always so late at night.
Oh, yeah.
And there'll be people wanting to go to bed now about 11 o'clock because they're going to be working and they'll be checking to see what's happening, so...
It's a very tense time for
Now,
candidates.
you're talking about tense. I was just showing Brendan there that Monsieur Macron has decided to dissolve the parliament and go for a general election in France because the far right have taken over in France. So,
And I'm hearing on the grapevine, I don't want to confirm it, that Simon Harris is on the phone to Macron asking him, how do you do it? I don't want anyone to talk about this outside of here now.
You're only on the radio.
You're only on the radio. We've got another nice wee text in saying, great panel. Looking forward to Mary and Brendan's Donegal political podcast. It's even named for you and all.
Donegal political podcast.
Donegal political
We'll never
podcast.
agree on anything.
I suppose that's the whole idea of these
Exactly,
You need a referee. John Jared be the referee. Yeah. Oh no.
So just to recap for our listeners, if you've just tuned our way, we are waiting patiently on count 7, and we do think that the returning officer is about to go up to that podium any minute. She's actually approaching the podium, Tanya Keys. So this is the 7th count.
Here she goes.
Micheál Naughton, the Fianna Fáil candidate, is hoping for 29 votes in this. So we're going to cross over now.
Majorities, 573 votes. Total votes distributed, 573. Boyle Manus, +3. 1,355, 1,355. Brogan Jimmy, +29. 1,557, 1,557. Hegarty Martin, +3. 894, 894. Jordan Noel, +18. 1,829, 1,829. Kennedy Neve, +36. 1,357, 1,357. Kennedy Porrick, +20. 1,410, 1,410. McMahon Michael, +227. 1,840, 1,840. Naughton Michael, +25. 1,981, 1,981. Sweeney Barry, +80. 1,440, 1,440. Non-transferable papers not effective, +132, 226. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. Martin Hegarty, 894 votes. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. Fianna Fáil candidate Micheál Naughton again within touching distance of the quota, but not quite making it. Literally 4 votes off. I mean, make that 2. I don't want to.
Just uncork the bottle of brandy and give it to me by the neck.
I mean, I don't want to say what I just said a few minutes ago, but I feel like you did jinx that somewhat. I think mostly John Jared, you might have jinxed it.
Yeah, you talked it up too much. It's like Finter Bridge, you just goofed it up. It's the same principle. You goofed it.
In fairness, Catherine, I did say to you yesterday, early hours of Monday morning.
You did. And then we were debating what the early hours of Monday morning were.
I hope we're not going to find out.
I would classify the early hours of Monday morning as like midnight, 1 o'clock.
So we'll elect Naughton the next time.
Yeah. Distribute a surplus.
No, can we elect anybody else? No.
Manus has to get a straight transfer on his own right from Martin Hegarty of more than 100. I think what's key here in order to keep the sequence going so that Manus remains in strong contention is that when we're going through Hegarty's votes now, Manus Boyle has to get a straight transfer. Bearing in mind there could be a surplus transfer thereafter of at least 150 votes from Martin Hegarty.
Yeah,
that's achievable.
Because if it goes on to
surplus distribution, it'll be
diluted. Distribution will be diluted beyond belief, and that will affect.
And if he does that, he is currently 45. He's 85 votes behind his running mate. As a minimum, he is to be ahead of him after Hegarty's elimination, so that he doesn't have to sweat it out.
Yeah, he has. This is the opportunity. And the Hegarty votes, Manus Boyle has to jump Sweeney. What's to
jump Sweeney and Kennedy.
What has Neve in relation to Sweeney?
Neve is 40. She's 83 behind Sweeney, which is fine.
She's going to catch Sweeney, yeah, no doubt about that.
So, what you need here is, I think they'll all catch Sweeney, Manus, and Neve.
Yeah.
And I think the Manus, Sweeney, and Neve will catch Corey Kennedy. Is what we were suggesting earlier on. He's on 410, and already Barry Sweeney's beyond that. He's higher than 410. Neve is 53 behind 410. Manis is 65 behind 410. So once they get past Porrick, they put it into another count beyond the surplus distribution anyway.
Yeah, I can see there kind of is a pathway to the end now.
Yeah.
There kind of is a pathway to the end here. It's going to be a lot longer getting down that pathway than we thought. But
there's only 8 remaining candidates, if I'm right. No one is elected. So if we avoided a surplus distribution, there was only one count beyond this, and the highest remaining candidate
that's right.
was going to be left there, and the last deemed elected without reaching the quota.
But now you think the dynamic is going to be...
Technically speaking, you still have 5 minutes that you could run up there and call it a recount.
Good, Mary?
Thanks.
Not putting any pressure on you. But no, look, there's no recount.
Then 2 votes short.
So, 2 votes, you caught a recount, it was 2 votes short, and was the last thing that was going on in the day. But not
just a fully.
But here's a bit of news now to get away from Donegal, and I know this person is not of my party, but I just got a text, loving the coverage, Mary, from London. You should mention Siobhan Shovlin from Sandfield, who got elected in Castleknock, even though she's a big Fine Gael woman. But it's a big achievement for a 33-year-old woman. So now, there you go.
I assume that Danny Byrne is re-elected in the Dublin South East ward. He is Danny Byrne, so congratulations to Bruckla's man. Danny Byrne, who re-elected to Dublin City Council, representing Dublin South East ward. Pembroke, I think is it.
Now, there's a woman not from the area who obviously got herself elected. You know? She's from Ardra.
I think I'm right. It's another pretty political family.
Yes.
So Martin Hegarty's votes will obviously take, or his transfers will take a lot longer to go through now, compared to the other candidates who were eliminated. I'd imagine it'll take a wee bit longer than the rest of them.
Relatively quickly. It will get through Hegarty's relatively quickly, but then
It's the surplus.
It's a problem. That's when.
Now, you don't count the surplus if... Oh, no, there's going to be too big a surplus. Is there? What's the permutations on a surplus?
The difference between the amount in the surplus is different and is greater than the difference of the 2 last remaining candidates to determine who's eliminated. So if you have a surplus of 30 and the 2 remaining candidates only have 15 between them, you must distribute your surplus to determine the sequence of elimination.
That is very likely to go to happen here. Likely.
Okay, we're going to go for a quick break. Just to remind our listeners, our coverage is in association with the Sandhouse Hotel and Marine Spa in Rossnyla. Back after this. welcome back to our coverage here of the Donegal Count in the John Bosco Centre here in Donegal Town. It's in association with the Sandhouse Hotel and Marine Spa in Rossnowlan. Now, just to give you a recap, we had the 7th count there a little while ago. Micheál Naughton, the Fianna Fáil candidate, still hasn't met the quota. He's only 4 votes off. At the moment now, Martin Hegarty's transfers are being sorted, and we'd imagine during or on count 8 that Micheál Naughton would be elected. And we were discussing there before the break. I'm joined here, if you're just tuned our way, with journalist Michelle Nifaji. We were discussing there as to how the rest of Martin Hegarty's transfers would benefit other candidates as well. So it's all to play for here at the moment. One thing's for sure though, and it has been a certainty for quite some time, that Micheál Naughton will be the first to be elected in the Donegal LEA. Still another 5 seats after that to fill. Michelle, you've been having a look as to what the state of play in Glanties is at the moment. Have you got any details for us?
Well, there's definitely going to be someone elected now.
That's for sure.
Well, I've just said that, Brendan. I've just Brendan's mic's away. I've just said that for anyone who's just tuning in now, that we're waiting on count 8, but that Martin Hegarty, Fianna Fáil candidates' votes are being distributed. Micheál Naughton is just 4 votes away from the quota. So at long last, it's without a shadow of a doubt that we will eventually have white smoke now at count 8, Brendan.
Minimum of 150 from Martin Hegarty, and secondly, we need to measure the volume of the surplus that Micheál Naughton will have when he exceeds the quota. Both will have significant bearing on what happens subsequently when we're filling the other seats. It won't directly impact Jimmy Brogan, nor should it impact Niamh Kennedy, but it could impact the sequence of elimination between Pádraig Kennedy and Barry Sweeney.
Okay. Michelle, you were going to give us a bit of a rundown as to what's happening in Glanties.
Yeah, we've had a few people obviously eliminated at this point in Glanties. We seem to be way behind the trend at this moment in time. But now my focus would be at the moment would be on the 3 Sinn Féin councillors. We have Andy Malloy. He's in a strong position now to take the 3rd seat on 1,500. Behind Malloy, the last 3 seats are anyone's game, with Dennis McGee of the 100% Redress Party on 1088, now in 4th position. Now he's closely followed by Sinn Féin's John Hamish O'Farry on 1068, and Brian Carr's on 1052. Now the other 3 candidates here are Kelly Rogers of Sinn Féin on 942 and Independent Jonathan Stewart on 876. So I personally would not have called John Hamish O'Farry and Brian Carr to be so close in terms of a vote. Brian Carr has been co-opted in the place of Mary Therese Gallagher. You've got John Hamish there, a seasoned Sinn Féin candidate, and there's nothing between them but at this point 16 votes, which is minuscule as well. So that's going to play a very interesting part in Glanties. But I would say that's going to be dictated a lot by the probable, now we can't say anything for sure, the probable elimination of Kelly Rogers in Ranelagh and where her votes will then go to. And Jonathan Stewart as well, he hails from Dunlow, so he's also going to have an impact on. We can see some of his votes going Brian Carr's direction, and we can also see some, it depends which one of them goes first. But the most interesting aspect, without a shadow of a doubt, there is that Brian Carr and John Hamish are so close. It's actually, Brendan, what would you say? Anthony Malloy is going to take the third seat, but yet and all, Brian Carr took a large wedge, a large section of the vote there.
Who's next to be eliminated down there?
Looking at this is Jonathan Stewart in Donegal. So,
Just that I think I was talking to people that have come from Ballymafee, St. Northern County. So it's going to be Scanlon, two Sinn Féin, one Fianna Fáil, one Fine Gael, and Frank McBurty. So, look at it. I'm very sorry for Jerry Crawford because he was reluctant in one way of going forward, and he gave an awful lot of time to political life. And I suppose what killed him at the end of the day was a bit of geography, that he was stuck on the wrong side, and that the transferability of the vote didn't come back to him. So, on a personal basis, I'm very sorry for Jerry and his family because he's given him, I can't remember how many elections he's given, 69. Yeah.
Electoral area.
And then moved
he
across
went into the valley.
Yeah.
So he's 25 years on the council.
Yeah.
And he's been a major player on the HSE regional forum as well, and has raised a lot of
well, he was a former
paramedic.
Yeah.
So,
and he had suffered ill health and recovered very, very well. So he had, and unfortunately, they lost their niece just during the election as well. So that's been very difficult. So I feel terribly sorry for Jerry, because he's a very fine fella, very committed, and a very hard worker. So it's just the way things work out, unfortunately, when it comes to politics, you know.
It's particularly heart-wrenching for Jerry, particularly, as you say, Mary, when he kind of decided not to run and then decided in the last minute. Mm-hmm. I think that kind of further compounds the disappointment of it for Jerry Crawford. We were chatting earlier today, and I don't know if many listeners, we'll have a lot of new listeners now. John Jared, you were chatting earlier about having a mixed grill in the early hours of the morning. Do you think that's becoming a reality now as things are panning out? Are we going to have this mixed grill?
No, Sandy would talk to Mary there about it. I don't think there's anybody who would provide the service. It was provided by our late uncle back then, Don, and the Abbey. They did that. But, you know, we were just reflecting on back then what did happen, and the Abbey was the centre of the world for
elections,
political parties. Yeah. Like it was, whatever had to be done here, and to the Abbey to reflect on what had just happened.
It was a big day. The count was a big day as well for people.
Huge.
And I think I remember that election. I went home at 3 o'clock in the morning, so you hung around for another while, but I remember sandwiches coming out at 2 in the morning. You know, everybody went back to chat, discuss. The media were there themselves to get, you know, the real stories and things like that. And I think people were getting up in the morning for their breakfast, and there was other fellas going to bed. But I suppose it was the way it was. There wasn't as many hotels or restaurants here either. But Dom had no sense of time.
No.
Especially if people were from inside, as he used to call it himself. He was very fond of people from in through, and he always liked to take care of them. But I didn't realise he'd put the chef out of the bed to cook for you boys.
I don't know who the chef was back then. I can still remember. I know the people that said, and I can remember the conversation happening. Well, is there any chance of a little food? What do you want? Was a reply, and that's when you guys said, well, breakfast, and then, and then, well, any chance of something more like, and all of a sudden it was, the whole menu was on that. They would wait, leaving up, and I swear, 10 minutes later, I don't know who the poor chef was, but the chef was in and said,
probably his poor wife. I think there's a bit of a kebab going on up here, but I think it's a bit too early for any distributions from now on. Yeah. There's a lot of tired children around and a lot of tired people around too.
Tempers usually get frayed at our contest.
They do, but sure we'll try and keep the head.
Yeah. Have you any other stories of elections old that you'd like to share now when we're this late on?
Well, I remember when the college general election, and the boys used to get the first poster of me and stick it outside of Fonzie Travers's bedroom window. that was their first port of call. And he used to say to me, Mary, every time I get up I have to open the window and look at you. And I used to say, isn't it a fine view? But it was a bit of crack about it. Yeah.
A great sense of humour. Even though the battles were fierce, a lot fiercer than now, there was a tongue-in-cheek part in the parties. Like a battle between Fianna and Fine Gael was full tilt, but there was tongue-in-cheek things, issues that happened. And there's, I need to keep the names out of this one, but there was a very, very loyal from Gael family in Clickar, and people used to gather there once an election was called. Everybody was in, so they were in this night doing posters and everything. And all of a sudden, the man of the house went out and came back in with a string of obscenities. What's wrong? There was a big poster of Charlie Howe stuck to the front door. Now, bear in mind, the funny part of this really was, I wonder who did that, and I'm tidying the story up, and one of the guys that was in said, well, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say this, but I seen James McCarthy's car going down the road about 10 minutes ago.
So if James McCarthy would be bothered.
James was in bed about 3 hours at the time. It was one of the people who was on the house telling the story. Well, maybe I shouldn't say this, but the guy said, I can tell you the next time I meet him. But there was a funny, it was hard, raw politics with a sense of humour.
What he fails to tell you about the same house involving the same man, John Gerard. Back in those days, it was paper posters that sometimes you would have to nail onto board. And of course, it was a great house for doing pranks in. And John and a few of his mates changed the nails and the length of nail. So the poor man was banging the nails on the board. And next thing, he tried to lift the board of the floor. He was doing it in the house, in the kitchen. He tried to lift the board of the floor. Jesus, what's wrong? The poster stuck to the floor.
The poster was actually nailed solid to the floor, and we had to get a spade and a crowbar to get the poster.
So look at these are memories.
Oh, they're brilliant memories. Oh, brilliant people.
Yeah.
Brilliant people. I remember when I came into politics first, I was new into the game, and I used to come to counts here, and I can swear every count I came to, I was greeted by the same Fianna man. If you remember Sean Doherty, do you remember?
Oh, sure, Sean Doherty. His daughter was the daughter was at the count.
Always at the count. There were friendships formed there through people and parties. You know, as I say, it was hard, raw politics, but there was no offence taken.
Well, yeah, in my time it was Cathal Campbell and Jim Campbell.
Yeah.
And they knew every vote, every thought process, and they were able to, and there was always people like that, so people in plenties, and each party had people like that. They were very strong-willed people, great strategists, all great leaders, very informed, and were always out and about and could know what people were thinking or what they needed, and just were able to pick it up. The two, Danny Lafferty and Danny Langan over in Krishna, were the two boys over there. And it was just the same people were in Fine Gael, and you knew them. Prince's, yeah. I had to go down to Prince's car to introduce myself, even though I was a Fianna Fáil candidate, because we had a friend of Grand Wrestling. So,
that's right.
Yeah. I met the Harkins over at the count. The Harkins are from Glenfin, and I used to always say Mrs. Harkin would always welcome you, and you get tea and sandwiches, you get your dinner, but you wouldn't get a vote.
That was
that was the base. That was Denny's base. Yeah.
There was.
Well, it's different now, I suppose. And, there's people here now that have moved away from what would be their traditional stomping ground into other places as well. So, it's just a wee bit different, and like the radio wouldn't have been around those days. There wouldn't have been as much going on. Like what's going on here now, people would have had to come into the county to hear what was going on.
Yeah.
Or somebody would be ringing somewhere to tell them what was happening, or things like that. It's different now.
There's really strange things that happen. Terrible strange things that happen.
Apparently, our listeners want a recap of Count 7. We did give that a few minutes ago, but obviously there's new listeners tuned our way. So Micheál Naughton still, maybe Brendan, you can do more comprehensive overview.
The full recap on Count 7 was as follows. Manasboyle, Fine Gael, 1,355. Jimmy Brogan, Independent, 1,557. Martin Hegarty, Fianna Fáil, 894. Noel Jordan, Sinn Féin, 1,829. Niamh Kennedy, Independent, 1,357. Pádraig Kennedy, Independent, 1,410. Michael McMahon, Sinn Féin, 1,840. Michael Naughton, Fianna Fáil, 1,981. Barry Sweeney, Fine Gael, 1,440 votes. Micheál Naughton is 4 votes short of a quota, and we proceed to count 8, which was the distribution of 894 votes belonging to Martin Hegarty of Fianna Fáil, based in Kilcar.
Just a reminder, listeners, before we delve any further, that you can get all of those results on our social media platforms and on our website too, oceanfm.ie. Our team here of Donal Ryan and Kevin Fury are busy uploading, and Margaret Carr-Flynn are busy uploading all the updates via social media and our website throughout the day as well. But we are hoping from that breakdown and that recap of Count 7, Brendan, that we're finally going to have somebody elected here in the Donegal LEA on the 8th count. Brendan.
Yes, finally. I went in. I was trying to permeate. Could it be possible that he would get a transfer of 3 instead of 4? But mathematically, it's impossible. I would expect Micheál Naughton to do very well here on the traditional transfer from Fianna Fáil. I would expect him to exceed the quota, and I would also expect both Manasboyle, Niamh Kennedy to do well, and indeed, to be fair, so too will Jimmy Brogan, because he polled extremely well in Kilcar, Glencolmkill, and Martin Hegarty's papers primarily are from that area, so there certainly will be votes there as well for Jimmy Brogan.
Now, just to remind our listeners too that Martin Hegarty's votes are significantly more, and that's why it's a lot longer this time round than the last count to get any updates. So, but I don't think we're too far away from it at the same time.
Well, there's still people observing papers at the rails, which means the final count isn't certified unless they're just standing looking up at the stage. It's crowded out so much here now that we can no longer see the counting desks or the pigeonholes, so we're working in the blind here somewhat.
We've got so warm with it in the front door.
I know, sweltered earlier there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very warm here.
I've always found that you want to have as many people involved and get in as possible. But At times, people don't realise the tally people are still working. They want to see what's going on, but you make life very, very hard for the people who are trying to tally if you put at times maybe 100 people standing behind them. It gets warm, it gets uncomfortable. And the tally people have been here since 9 o'clock, that's the problem. So I don't know how it's done. And even for the media here, it's really, really hard to work here at the minute because the noise level is unreal.
I think the listeners appreciate that in this stage now that they kind of know the score, that we are working in quite challenging conditions, as it were, with the amount of people here in the John Bosco Centre. But at the same time, the momentum's building, the excitement's building, and that's what it's all about too.
Yeah. Absolutely, and there's always an unknown that we may not.
We may have missed, we may have missed.
So there's nothing 100% predictable when it comes to single transferable vote.
So when you're talking about a surplus, then you're talking about a percentage of the.
No, this is a surplus.
This is called straight surplus.
This is a surplus on a distribution other than our first count.
Yeah.
So the papers on Michael Naughton's that are in excess of the quota, which is 1,985, will be subsequently distributed. So technically, Martin Higgarty's papers that will be subsequently distributed that are in excess of the quota that are on Michael Naughton's papers. It's called the Henry Droop surplus distribution.
So that, based on the geography, then the distribution will go in the geographical area.
It should.
Yeah.
Now, had this happened on the first count, and Michael Naughton was elected on the first count with a massive surplus, then all his number twos would have to be counted, and then a portion of the twos that each candidate got relative to the surplus would then be distributed to the remaining candidates.
That's why you're here, Brendan.
And if you made sense of that and understood what I was saying, you're goddamn good at this hour of the night. There's actually two systems of surplus distribution. When a candidate gets elected on the first count, and there's only one count, and a candidate has a surplus, say, of 1,000 votes, all his papers have to be counted, and the twos that all the other candidates get have to be counted. So if one candidate got 20% of the twos, he gets 200 votes of the 1,000 vote surplus. So that's a first count surplus distribution. But in the case of what we are now doing, which is an election on a subsequent count other than the first count, and it's an elimination of Martin Higgarty's papers, we expect Michael Naughton to exceed the quota. The quota is 1,985. So once his stack of papers in the pigeonhole reach 1,985, every paper in excess of that is removed from his bundle and then distributed in the next remaining preference to all the candidates remaining in the field at an equivalent rate of a number one vote.
It's all based on chance.
Yes, to a certain degree.
Yes, to a certain degree. So you build up so many papers, and then whenever's over and above that, you take all of them, and whatever example, the outcome is, that's
and this is going to be significant here. We saw Martin Higgarty go from 741 to what he was when he was eliminated there. 891. There's 200 papers that were transferred into Martin Higgarty's bundles, and those papers are not geographical papers to Glencolmkill, Carrick, or
They're completely random.
They're random. And if you had the misfortune of randomly taking them, or they happen to be in the bundle in excess, then you have a different dynamic. This is what's called the hidden dynamic of surplus distribution.
And there's another little quirk in the system too that in close finishes can. You talked about, say, 20% of being a point. The strange thing is when their distribution, if somebody has 19.4%,
Yes.
it comes back to if you have 19.6%,
It goes up
it's
to
up to 20%.
Goes up,
So
There's
you can
quirks.
lose votes in a simple thing like that.
So this is why most people don't understand PR and the single transferable vote.
It gets very complicated. There's the next
And
thing.
I don't think anybody will ever change it because they tried to change it years ago and nobody would agree to it. And I think it's ourselves and Malta. It's ourselves and Malta the only two
Malta,
countries
yes,
that
yeah.
have the.
Actually, the country that invented this system by and large were the Danes, and Henry Druck was actually a Frenchman teaching in England. Neither of those countries use it.
No, they don't. First past the post.
There's a brilliant book, and I can't remember. I think it was the man called Hooper wrote a book on the PR system.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely a brilliant way to get involved in politics.
And then you have the Donegal system. You have all sorts of systems out there that are very complex as well. So it's
This voting system was developed by a professor of mathematics, obviously.
yeah, to confuse the public.
Yeah.
But it works.
Well, it does. It's a slow-moving animal, but it works all right.
So I'm just trying to get an update here as it relates to Europe. It seems as though the results of the first tally will not be declared until after 10 o'clock due to ongoing voting in other EU member states. Nevertheless, these counts are likely to take days. So it says here, based on limited tallying, it does appear that Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil will take seats in each European constituency. In Dublin, Sinn Féin's Lynn Boylan also seems to be in contention for a seat. I'm just going to go down here now. Sitting independent MEP Luke McFlanagan appears to be in contention for a seat in Midlands Northwest. Just trying to have a look now. Is there any other updates as it relates to Midlands Northwest? I don't think that there is. There are reports of strong support for Fine Gael's incumbent Maria Walsh and her running mate Nina Carberry, Fianna Fáil's Barry Cowan and independent Ireland candidate Ciara Mullooly have also polled well in some regions across the constituency. So that's the latest from Europe, but we won't get
And in Cork, so Billy's comfortable they will get elected. And there may be a chance to take in the second seat. So
yeah, we'll try and bring an update as it relates to that tally after 10 whenever it comes through.
So 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
I was just trying to find out what's happening up in Inishowen. If there's been any finality to what's happening up there. Completion.
I didn't see any updates. All that I'm seeing is that Livingston Orners more or less is done and dusted, isn't it? And there's no update as it relates to Letterkenny in the last while.
No, John Riley's lost his seat in Glenties.
Okay.
Which means that Annie Malloy will be the only Fianna Fáil candidate to go to be on the Glenties Municipal District for the next 5 years. I believe that as well as that there may be a recount at the moment in Cairn between Martin Farron and 1257 and Johnny McGuinness on 116.
Okay. Give me those, sorry, repeat those figures again to me, Michelle. Martin Farron on
1257 and Johnny McGuinness on.
Okay, so we got word there about Inishowen, Mary.
Yes.
So there might be a recount between Martin Farron 1257 and Johnny McGuinness at 1116.
The geography now up there as to what way that's going to pan in.
It's a recount on those figures there.
What did you say that there's a possible
recount between Farron and Johnny McGuinness?
On those figures?
It looks like that, yeah.
There's not a chance he's going to catch him on those figures and catch Farron on those
I'd
figures.
say Johnny McGuinness is just open for some light at the end of the tunnel.
And at least the good news are
Not a surprise, John Jarrett and Johnny McGuinness. Steph, it's not a surprise that Johnny McGuinness.
yeah, I think
That's the girl. Will there be 2 women elected anyway to the council? So you have the Baird lady up in Inishowen, and now you have the Sinn Féin girl, Dakota McManaman.
Yes.
I don't know her, but she looks like a very young lady
In Ballybuffet.
in Ballybuffet.
That's Dakota McManaman.
Yeah,
And that's 2 Sinn Féin candidates for Lifford Order, is it?
yeah. So it's 2, 1, 1 and 1. So it is.
Sinn Féin will be happy with that. John Jared, go back to Johnny McGuinness.
Yeah, Johnny McGuinness.
No
I
real
think
surprise.
certainly there was a lot of it. Now it seemed to be flagged well from a number of weeks out the road that it was in trouble. People I would have talked to up there and that I know were predicting he was going to find it very, very hard, given the circumstances, to get back over the line, and it turned out to be true. That seat has been in the family a long time.
It has. I know.
Bernard McGuinness, most of it was there 20, 30 years.
Yeah, Bernard McGuinness was an
It's
institution
long serving, and but it's just the change in dynamic up there with making candidates, etc. And as we seen yesterday, for some reason the Fine Gael votes slipped more in Inishowen and Sharon, etc.
But can it all be blamed on the new Micah party? I mean,
No.
the questions need to be asked about Johnny McGuinness's campaign. Did he, perform when he was co-opted after the death of his father?
I don't really know. I say I'm not close enough to it. I just heard the feeling amongst party people was that he was in bother. None of them really could put their finger on it, but I'm sure, like every campaign in the next week or 10 days, there'll be many explanations why. But the party itself will have to figure out what went wrong that allowed a dynasty effectively not to hold the seat in the McGuinness. And I think it's very interesting. I don't know, is it a link? We looked again, for example, in Blaney's vote in the European as a very prominent political family in Donegal, not particularly well in the Inish area. In the Inish area. And the same has happened to a family, for want of a better word, in the election there on the other side. I don't know, is it just somebody saying, no.
We're nearing the count here, and the good news for the listeners is we are going to have someone elected, and the bad news for the listeners is I do believe the person is going to have a surplus of about 164 to 165 votes, which means we'll have to go to a further count before we go to the determining counts. But I don't think anything has changed what we were kind of predicting earlier on.
Which was what?
I'm surprised maybe you weren't paying attention to every word I said.
So long ago.
Well, in terms of what we were suggesting on Ocean FM, is that Jimmy Brogan would retain the Donegal seat, and you would progress through the counts, and both Manus and Niamh Kennedy would come into a position of being safe, and that it would trigger the elimination of Corey Kennedy in the final count, and that Barry Sweeney would be the last man standing but not eliminated, and the sixth seat would go to either Manus or Niamh.
Just another update there on Glenpeace.
That is not now, that's just a pathway, and John Jarrett probably is an alternative pathway. Sorry.
Just another wee update on Glenpeace. Josie Malloy, Fine Gael, has been eliminated on the election of Anthony Malloy. Josie Malloy, of Derrymeg, Fine Gael
He
candidate.
actually did a lot better than I expected, Josie Malloy.
Just to paint a bit of a picture here to our listeners, the John Bosco Centre is absolutely packed to the gills now at this stage in anticipation of Micheál Naughton, Fianna Fáil candidate, being elected. We're expecting word any minute now. A recap that we were waiting on fellow Fianna Fáil candidate Martin Hegarty's votes be distributed, and it would seem that we're not too far away. There's been a couple of false dawns there. There's been a bit of a kerfuffle a few times thinking that we were going to get word, but no word as of yet, but it's not too far away. You seem to have a lot of inside info there, Brendan.
Yes, after getting elected. So that's replacing Rena Donaghy.
He was the constituency secretary when I was constituency chair.
Okay, we're getting word now. The returning officer Tanya Keys is taken to the podium.
The following is a result of the 8th count, which consisted of the distribution of Martin Haggerty's 894 votes. Total of the votes distributed, 894 votes. Boyle Manus, plus 199, 1,554, 1554. Brogan Jimmy, plus 148, 1,705, 1705. Jordan Noel, plus 39, 1,868, 1868. Kennedy Neve, plus 231, 1,588, 1588. Kennedy Porrick, plus 7, 1,417, 1417. McMahon Michael, plus 12, 1,852, 1852. Naughton Michael, plus 170. Plus 170, 2,151, 2151. Sweeney Barry, plus 8, 1,448, 1448. Non-transferable papers not effective, plus 80, 306, 306. As the votes of Michael Naughton exceed the quota, I deem him to be elected.
Okay, there you have it. Our first candidate, our first councillor even, elected to the Donegal LEA.
Surplus of 166 votes, as it's the only available surplus and fulfills the following conditions. Exceeds the difference between the two lowest candidates.
Congratulations.
A continuing candidate. Thank you.
Micheál, congratulations, Councillor Naughton. I know it's extremely emotional for you, and I'm just watching your family there, and they're all just so delighted for you. How does it feel?
Yes, I mean, you're right. It's a huge proud day for me personally, and I mean, not alone for me. This is not about me on Naughton Day. This is about one of the best captains in the team and one of the best group of people that I put around me. But also, this is about Donegal MD. The people of South Donegal believed in me, believed I was a worker. They knew I was a worker, and they put their faith in me and give me the vote that they give me. Over 1,800 first preference votes. That's over 600 number ones on my last election. So it's a huge credit to everybody. I mean, you know, I grew up in a family of 12. I know what hard work is all about. I mean, if you didn't work, you didn't survive. That's the area I was brought up on. And that. I mean,
so that was your work, and I know it's extremely emotional, and you're surrounded by family who are so proud and friends and canvassing team. And, you know, your work has paid off for you tonight.
Yes, I mean, look, I mean, I've been involved in sports, and we know we all can work at times and you don't get rewarded, but I got hugely rewarded by the people of this MD. And I mean, and you know, I think basically my work ethic spoke for itself. I got a vote in every box from Donegal to Glencolmkill, and that didn't happen by accident. I mean, and people talk about the issues of the day and all that, but I mean, the issues that I deal with mostly is personal issues. Issues belong to families. I mean, you know, somebody may be looking for a medical card, someone looking for a doctor's appointment, or even someone to talk to on the phone sometimes because they want advice at the end of the phone, and that's what I'm there for. And again, in my last 5 years, or 7 years at this stage, I never basically asked anybody when they rang me what politics you are, what colour you are, or what religion you are. Everyone to me was a constituent. Everyone's there, and I was there to represent them people. And I tell you, them people put a big vote of faith in me because they know they want a worker, and they know they want basically someone back here in this area to lead them further into the future. There'll be better days ahead, and I'll be looking to bigger days ahead. And with this team around me, they will deliver that too for South Donegal.
Yeah, you're a hard worker yourself. And you actually have you have a young family yourself, so I mean you're juggling work, you're juggling politics, you're juggling sport. How do you do it?
Yes, look, I mean, I'm blessed to probably have one of the best ladies in the country.
Now we are joined, I'm sorry, I don't know your first name, you're Annette. Tell us, I know it's very emotional for you at all, but your husband has just been elected. How does it feel? And I know you're the little children, your son and daughter, they're in tears as well. And
it's obviously overwhelming for us as a family. I suppose we started off in this journey a few years ago and we didn't have the celebrations we have here tonight, but Michael has worked extremely hard. I know all too well how hard he's worked, and he deserves every bit of success.
And what's it like being the wife of a politician, but also involved in sport? Do you have to make an appointment to see him?
I'm not sure. It works well for us.
She just loves the TV, you know.
I'm quite happy. What do you call it? Michael always makes an effort to try and get home before the kids go to bed. If I need help out, if I need time off, he will do that. He obviously works in a hotel, but he's a little flexible. So it works for us, and he's a great brother-in-law. We always tend to get a day, one to 2 days per week that we spend as a family, so it works really well.
And do you get involved in the campaign yourself, or do you stay in the background?
No, well, the last time round I did. I obviously have 2 children on tow. This time round it's a little bit more difficult, but to be honest, the kids were put into the back of the car there every evening, and we drove around, and they enjoyed every minute of getting out to the houses. And Erin was in the back seat counting how many houses we went in, and she'd say, "Mommy, how many votes did we get in that house?" You know, and that's all part and parcel of it. It's getting them involved, and you know, please God, down the line they will be more actively involved.
You're starting them young.
Yeah, we start them young. Yeah.
So a final word to you, you know, for your family, your supporters, and those who went out and went to the ballot box and voted you as their local councillor. What do you say to all of those people?
Look, I mean, I'm forever grateful, and I mean, I look forward to representing these people for the next 5 years. I mean, but I mean, this didn't happen by accident, and I want to compliment my director of elections, Sinead McGowan, and the canvass team that we have around us. Every night we went out to canvass. There's over 20 people there. We're the largest canvass team, not alone in the county, but I say in the country. And again, there wasn't a town or a village that we went into that I in a track left that was something was delivered there. And that, but I mean, also, I mean, I couldn't let this night go without remembering people who was on the road with me in the past. There's 4 very important people that started this journey with me. They're not here tonight. That's Hugh Cassidy, Eddie Sweeney, Joe Devaney, and Annie Mae Murray. And I know them people are having some celebration in heaven tonight.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'll let you back to your family. Congratulations, Michael. Congratulations. Thank you.
I want to thank Ocean for all the airplay they give us. I mean, without Ocean, we won't get the coverage of that. And again, I'm very grateful for that. Thank you very much to everybody at Ocean as well.
And thank you, Michael. Thanks a million. Thank you.
Okay, there you have it. Thanks to Mags, who went out on the floor there to speak to our first elected councillor to the Donegal LEA, Micheál Naughton, after, is it 13 hours nearly we're sitting here? I think it might be. So the question is now, Where will his surplus votes go to, Brendan?
Well, these are a surplus of 166 votes that are Hegarty's votes. So it would be logical to conclude that they'll go along the same ratio as what we've seen, which will be Boyle, Brogan, Kennedy, that's Niamh Kennedy, Michael Naughton's elected, so it'll be divided heavily between Niamh Kennedy, Manus Boyle and Jimmy Brogan, with a lesser amount going possibly to Jordan and even a lesser amount again to Michael McMahon, because as I said, these are the papers belonging to Martin Hegarty, the Kilcar-based Fianna Fáil candidate. And after that then we go into the last sequence of elimination, which will determine the sequence of election of the councillors. And it looks at this point in time, even with the 166 that will be distributed, that Pádraig Kennedy will be the next to be eliminated, as he is lower than Barry Sweeney.
So the sixth that gives is just for the listeners that we're predicting at this stage. We're predicting obviously Naughton's true, obviously Jordan.
We're predicting obviously Naughton, who's just elected. It'll be followed by Jordan and McMahon, because if we look at Jordan is sitting on 1,868 first preferences, closely followed by his running mate Michael McMahon on 1,852. So they will take seat 2 and 3. Most likely because of the elimination of Pádraig Kennedy, which we anticipate Jimmy Brogan will take the 4th seat, and then Niamh Kennedy with Manus taking the final seat in place of his running mate Barry Sweeney, who will be the candidate left standing
at the very end.
At the very end without a seat.
Kind of comfortable with that prediction now, that are the 6 people that we think are going to get over the line.
We'll take a break from all the hustle and bustle here in the John Bosco Centre, and we'll be back in just a few minutes' time. Stay with us. Very welcome back to our extensive coverage here at the John Bosco Centre of the Donegal Count. And if you've just tuned our way, we finally have one councillor elected to the Donegal local electoral area, and that is Fianna Fáil councillor and sitting councillor Micheál Naughton, who we knew from early on was poised to top the poll, but it took some time to get to this point. But we're finally here now, and his surplus votes are currently being distributed. And Brendan, we were talking before where those votes could potentially go.
Yeah, look, they're now going through 166 papers. These are papers that would have originated from Martin Higgardy, and we saw already the existing transfer pattern, which favours Manus Boyle, Niamh Kennedy, Jimmy Brogan, and that will continue when we distribute these 166 papers. It will determine then the final movement of this count as we approach the end, which is the elimination of the remaining candidate on the lowest votes, which would be Pádraig Kennedy here of Donegal Town, and that will determine the last 4 seats. And because it is Pádraig Kennedy's votes that will be ultimately distributed, that will favour, of course, Jordan, Jimmy Brogan, Niamh Kennedy and Manus Boyle over that of the sitting councillor Barry Sweeney, who is Ballyshannon based, and is already 106 votes behind Manus Boyle, for example. And that would be far too much for Barry to claw back on a transfer that's predominantly Donegal Town and west of Donegal Town. So Manus Boyle will have the edge over his running mate.
So I think we're fairly comfortable with that prediction now. There's nothing really substantive in the south of the constituency for people to grasp onto. So I think at the minute, the only doubt we would have with that one is when these 160 votes are distributed, we'll know for absolute definite who is it the 5 is going to be. But what we're predicting at the minute is that the person who will not take the cup is Sweeney. That's basically what we're looking at.
We're joined now by Sinead McGowan, who is the Director of Elections for Micheál Naughton. Sinead, you must be absolutely thrilled over the moon.
We're delighted. So we are. We had a great campaign, but to be honest, it's very easy to sell someone like Micheál Naughton. We had a great response from everybody. He's a phenomenal worker, and I'm not at all surprised when he approached me and asked me would I do it. I said absolutely, because I believe in him so much and the work he does for this community and the person he is himself. He's genuine. He gives 100% to everything. And when he asked me, I said yeah, and I'll give 100% to it too. And that's what we did. But we had such a great team. We had a great canvas team. Like he said himself, we had up on 20 plus some nights, and they give hours and hours. But thank you to everyone who voted for him. It's a dream come true for him, and for myself too, to see someone of his caliber top the poll and get first in.
To do extraordinarily better than what he did the last time round as well was just an extra bonus, wasn't it, Sinead?
It was, and that's true. But he's done like 7 years of great work, so he has 5 years behind him. Phenomenal work. He's delivered a lot, and the result speaks for itself.
One of the big talking points today as it relates to the campaign for Micheál Naughton was that he left no stone unturned, and that's down to yourself and the rest of the campaign team going knocking on every door and every corner of that area. We mentioned the likes of Pedigo, where maybe other people didn't focus on. For your campaign, it's safe to say that you just went to nearly every door that could be knocked on?
Oh, we did. I put my hand in my heart and say, we went to every single house. Now, someone approached me tonight and said, I think you missed one. And I said, well, let me know where it is, because in my opinion, we went to every one. And even when we were out doing a drive, I would say, oh, did we do that house? Did we do this? I would rather call to the odd house twice than not call to the house at all. And like his core, he's in Lahey. So Lahey, Ballantrae, Petticoat, they delivered for us. And then the surrounding areas come in. And like, he got a vote in every box, you know, but Lahey, Ballantrae, Petticoat, Donegal Town, they all delivered.
And what was the campaign like over the last few weeks, Sinead? You said it was a pleasure to do it, but like it must have been a hard slog at the same time.
Well, if you asked me maybe 6 weeks ago, could I find 40 hours in the week, I would have said no. But I found it. I don't know how. And I have a daughter at home, and I went without seeing her for a career. Yeah, the ones at work will be over the moon. They'll be saying, okay, she's back to doing her job 100%. But I had a daughter at home, and I left her to school one Wednesday, and only, they say it takes a village to rear a child. Well, certainly my family all stood in, but Michael would have been on the phone, maybe going back to his house after canvas, maybe doing our meetings to 12 o'clock at night, and then I'm an early riser. I would have been back texting him or phoning him at 7 in the morning. It was around the clock. We ate, slept and drank this campaign, and it worked.
Yeah, but it goes to show that level of commitment is needed to effectively deliver on the day.
It is. But as I say, I believe in that man so much, and it's easy when you believe in something that much. And his team, all the team believed in him, and the voters believed in him, and the voters spoke, and his result says it. Especially as he says himself, there's only him and Annette. They don't have what unfortunately what other families have, which would be like a core to start with. It was just them. But he has a big family now, and we're all part of it. Yeah.
And that makes it even more remarkable, that result, doesn't it? The fact that he didn't have a huge family base here.
Absolutely. I remember going back 10 years ago, and people saying, but he's not from here. He's not from here. And I was saying, no, he's not born and bred in Donegal, but I know Micheál Naughton 30 years. Myself and Micheál Naughton went to our first Fianna Fáil meeting. I'd say it was about 26 years ago, together. We worked in Bundoran together going back 30 years. That's how long he is in the constituency. And people maybe 10 years ago, forgot about that. 5 years ago, they started. But tonight they've spoken. They know we have such a great person and a great worker. And I mean, I have to hand it in fairness to all the candidates and all the campaigns. Everyone works so hard. We fortunately are the static ones here at the moment, and there'll be more to follow. But Micheál Naughton, I always said, watch this space when it came to Micheál Naughton, because he's a phenomenal worker, and I've no doubt. I always said it, watch him.
What will you do now with all your spare time? Will you find it really hard to adjust, Sinead, to go back to normal day-to-day life?
No, I probably won't. I have that much ironing and housework to do, to be honest, because I haven't been there. And then work. I like Micheál, I work in hospitality, and that's thankfully, things are good. So, I'll fill my time. Yeah, like that. We're like Micheál too. I'm involved in loads of community things, so I'll fill my time. I won't have a problem with it, and I've no doubt Micheál will be on still looking for the bits and pieces. So yeah, I'll be on to him too as well, looking for the bits and pieces.
No, just on. It's really hard to hear. Sorry on this one. We're just saying. We complimented Michael yesterday on the professional campaign, and it was about the best campaign in the Donegal district, because he topped the poll at the end of the day. And I was just remarking today, because I'm on the road sometimes, I meet Micheál Naughton literally here, there and everywhere. And I'm not pretty sure, is he coming from a football meeting? Is he coming from a political meeting? Is it work? I don't know where the guy gets the energy, in fairness to him, but he is a bundle of energy, and it is a great performance because he went into an area that's not huge in Lahaye.
That's right.
And he was on the fringes of Donegal town where there was quite an amount of very, very stiff competition. And yet he seen it off. And I think it was one of the best performances that I've seen from anybody in the local election. Now I'm talking about the former director for Donegal, so I'll have to run it by Mary Coughlin. But no, seriously, it was, and as I say, I know from spoken that he's a very approachable person, and I think that's very important.
Oh,
Very,
absolutely.
very important.
And he is the type of person that he can juggle a lot of balls at the one time. Now, I have no doubt his wife Annette has a lot to do with that. Isn't that what they say behind every great man? There's somebody good behind them as well. So tribute has to be paid to her.
Yes.
But no, he said to me when we were starting this campaign, I said, okay, everyone would take a pen and paper, and on the doors, if anyone asks, write down their name and address, and we'll write out to them what Michael said, no, just take their phone number, I'll ring them. And I was like, well, where are you going to have time to ring them? Because there could be like a substantial, no, don't worry, I'll ring them, it's okay. And I was like, okay, so I was just figuring out myself, is he going to be calling them in the middle of the night when the rest of us are sleeping? I don't know where, but he did. Now, he may still, if anyone's listening and they think, well, he didn't ring me, I have no doubt every single person was passed to him, and he will get to them.
I just made the comment earlier, like, he certainly has put himself in the shop window for selection for higher level of office, because realistically any political party that's looking at a candidate has, in my opinion, to look at the table toppers in the local election if they're looking for candidates for the general election. It's all right, I'm not going to ask you to commit to it, but I'm just making the observation that he is a candidate who has certainly ticked all the boxes, in my opinion, in relation to contesting the all election.
Well, I'm sure you know at this stage what I think of him, and as I say, and it hasn't been discussed. Our main aim was to get him over the line.
Absolutely, yeah.
Now, in my head, and I always like to back a winner, I was like, okay, we need to top the poll and we need to go.
That's right.
He was saying, Sinead, if I get in and retain my seat, I'm happy enough. I was thinking, no, we want it. So, it would be very hard for Fianna Fáil not to look at him. However, I can't like that. I can't speak for her.
I think it would, but I'm not going to annoy the present director of elections of Fianna Fáil in the front row by saying I think you should, but I think it would be very difficult, in fairness, to overlook him and overlook somebody who got such a good vote in difficult circumstances in between Ballyshannon and two sitting councillors and Donegal town. So, I think he's made his case, and it'll be interesting to see what the powers would be in the party do.
And like that, we had our boundaries. So we had from Banter down Timber. But saying that, there are people that even approached me last weekend and said from like Ballyshannon that said, it's a shame we can't vote for Micheál. I know him really well. There are people that didn't realise because they didn't see posters there, and because we didn't canvass those areas. Now, had that area been open to us, I don't know where we would have got the time to go to all the houses in each of them. That would be my big thing if that was to ever change. But for the area that he did, the vote, as he got votes in every box, but we concentrated on that area because we had, with Fianna Fáil, we had our three candidates. Now, and I know Claudia, she went out, she gave it her best as Martin Hegarty. My concentration was on Micheál, and it's a happy night for us, and it's a really happy night for his team. It's even an emotional night. They put so much into it.
Sinead, thank you so much for joining us and giving your input. And we're not ruling, basically what you're saying, we're not ruling Micheál Naughton out running in the general election. We'll just take the win today and see what happens.
Absolutely. Well, I'm very far down that line for to be to be thinking. But of course, we just want the best for our community and we'll go from there. But thank you very much. I've been hearing from so many people that your coverage has been amazing. So thank you, and thanks to everyone at Ocean and all the media.
Thank you so much, and enjoy the celebrations now, Sinead.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're joined now by Sinn Féin's finance spokesperson and Donegal TD Pierce Doherty. Pierce, a very good evening or good night maybe at this stage.
We're rolling on, aren't they?
Are you doing the rounds in every...
No, I've been at some of them. I think McLaughlin is obviously covering the Milford, Letterkenny and the showing boxes, but I've been over the west. I think that's going to go on until late enough. And we were just up in Stranorder there to see Dakota and McMenamin.
Yeah, you must be delighted with that result.
Selected. Fantastic. And Dakota's a really, really fantastic candidate, very, very young. But she's, she may be young, but she's only 25. But when 10 years ago she was out in the campaign trail with me in different general elections and stuff, so she's seasoned as well, and I'm absolutely delighted. It's a new dawn for us there in the Stranorder electoral area. So no, we're happy out here in Donegal. Over the west, obviously, we've ran three candidates there, and Kelly Rogers is really polled extremely well. Again, somebody who just actually entered the fray. I think in the last 3 weeks it was just right up. It's a pity we didn't have a bit more time, but she's very much in the hunt for the third seat there. But it's unlikely that will happen. I would imagine that the 100% redress would take a seat there, but Sinn Féin will hold her own too. But big political shocks and big changes, obviously, in some of these electoral areas.
Yeah, we'll focus here on this local electoral area, and we've just had only one councillor elected so far, but he's ran a three candidate strategy here in this area with Michael McMahon, Noel Jordan, two sitting councillors, along with Linda Boyle. Was that, in hindsight, a good strategy, Deputy Doherty? I mean, obviously, both Michael McMahon and Noel Jordan are looking quite healthy at the moment, but Linda Boyle didn't fare so well.
Look, Linda always had a big challenge. She had a very small area to campaign in. I was speaking on your rival Highland Radio earlier on, and I made the point that I've met many candidates and worked with many candidates down throughout my time, but I must say that there's something quite remarkable about Linda Boyle. I think she's a fantastic woman. It was absolutely a pleasure to be on the campaign trail with her, and I think we haven't seen the end of Linda. There was always going to be we were hoping a seat in through, and things had to fall in the right way. We knew that some of it was outside our hands, and also look, we've had a good election here. It hasn't been the same in the state, so things didn't work out for us on the day.
Total of votes distributed, 466. Boyle Manor, plus 41, 1,595, 1,595. Roman Jimmy, plus 12, 1,717, 1,717. Jordan Knowles, plus 7, 1,875, 1,875. Henry, plus 34, 1,622, 1,622. Ken Horrick, plus 6, 1,423, 1,423. McLaren Michael, plus 4, 1,856, 1,856. Queen Mary, plus 4, 1,452, 1,452. Non-transferable papers not affected, 58. 361. No candidate has been supported on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute results. Horace Kennedy, 1,423 votes. Thank you.
Very predictable, very predictable. What's the quota there? 1956? 1985, sorry. So,
Is that
no shops, I don't think, Sweeney will eventually go, I think, because there's just no votes there, you know.
so? The latest there, just to recap, is that nobody was obviously elected in that count, but Paul Kennedy has been eliminated.
We'll now proceed to eliminate Corey Kennedy's votes of 1,423. And as we kind of predicted 2 to 3 counts ago, the margin which Barry Sweeney is behind his running mate is going to be too much to claw back, particularly as Corey Kennedy's votes primarily are Donegal Town and west of Donegal Town. So these votes that are being distributed will benefit Jimmy Brogan, Manus Boyle, Noel Jordan in the main, and that will result in Manus Boyle, Jimmy Brogan, Niamh Kennedy and Noel Jordan and McMahon being elected, and Barry Sweeney being the only remaining candidate in the field, and subsequently the others will be elected. Some will exceed the quota and others may not. So it should come to a conclusion unless there's a surplus distribution, but if there is a surplus distribution, it's from the same pool of votes and the same thing replicates forward.
I think one of the things, and I'm glad that Pierce has joined us here, but we've been looking at these figures, we're looking at these figures for 2 days, and one of the sort of the puzzling things is why the vote is around 52% in the Ballyshannon-Bundoran area in comparison. Even it's lowish in the rest of the district, but the strange thing we've been trying to work out why it's that bit lower. Was it the fact that people said, well, the 2 candidates down there, they have no real competition, the 2 of them are going to get elected, one in Bundoran, one in Ballyshannon? Was it, for example, the fact that some of the people down there will say, well, look, we're not part of the constituency in general elections, we feel isolated, excluded, whatever you want to, so they didn't bother coming out. We're just about been trying to get really why that happened. I don't know if you had a chance to look at the figures, but it's strange, or was it just complacency?
Look, I think I haven't had a chance to look at it in detail, but there can be a lot of different reasons, and some of it obviously Ballyshannon, Bundoran, 2 large urban centres as well, which can allow for it. When you go through the registers and you actually look at your turnout, when you're actually trying to get your own vote out, you're finding out that a lot of them are either away on holidays, at weddings, maybe they're working in Scotland or in England, or they've gone to Australia. So it's not a case that they're sitting at home. A lot of these people, they're actually not there, or there's reasons for it. But we're talking about probably urban centres as well, which might have a factor in relation to difference from the rural. It'll be interesting to compare to the Donegal town boxes, Yeah,
I think that'll be very interesting. It's
as it relates though to the Sinn Féin vote generally, Deputy Doherty, it's down a bit,
In Donegal?
Yeah.
I haven't seen in the Donegal electoral area, is it?
Nationally though,
it's down. Because I think in Donegal it's up, as far as I understand, it's up in Stranraer, it's up in it's up in thing. But in terms of across the state, our vote has gone up compared to the last local elections, and we're taking in dozens of extra seats, but it is absolutely not the type of election we thought we would be having. We had bigger expectations, and obviously the polls that we've been so used to had us at different figures, and we've seen those polls drift out in the run up to this campaign and during this campaign. So yeah, look, in different parts in the in the state. It's been a bruising day for Sinn Féin. While we didn't lose seats, and some of the other parties did actually lose seats, the issue is going into this election there was far bigger expectation on Sinn Féin, and we were starting at a lower base. We had a bad election 5 years ago where we lost a lot of seats. We were hoping to take them back. We did take back a good few of them, but absolutely not enough. So we've bucked the trend here in Donegal and in some other counties as well, Waterford and Louth and Monaghan and Leitrim and places like that there. But that there are issues, lessons that we need to learn across the state. But from our point of view in Donegal, we've a big changes here. We've the 100% redress party. They're going to come out with 4 seats in my view. The fact that Sinn Féin has held its 10 seats in that case, I think we'll probably be the largest party, or maybe joint with Fianna Fáil. Fianna Fáil have lost 2 seats in the council. Fine Gael's down to 2 in the county. It's a big changes and the big geographic changes as well. We were just talking about Bundoran and Ballyshannon area, that no Fianna Fáil Fine Gael representative in that area. The Rosses, where they're always Pat the Coke territory, they've lost the seat there, and the Gaels lost their seat over the west. So there is big changes. So we look, but we've had a bad day across the state. There is absolutely no doubt about that. Even though we've won more seats, it wasn't what the election we wanted.
How does that paint the picture or the plan for your party as it relates to general election planning?
Yeah, look, I had a conversation with a colleague of mine 5 years ago, and the person lost their seat in the council election, and I says, listen, pick yourself up, because the people who voted for you still have faith in you, and they can't afford you not to be out there doing it. That person topped the poll in the general election just 8 months later. Now, I'm not saying that the same thing's going to happen again. Every election is completely different, but that is the thing. There are different elections. This was a local election. You see, you're looking at the numbers there. These votes are very local, so your strategy going into these elections are important. Do you have the candidate placed in the right place? Is somebody else, some of it's outside your control, maybe an independent or someone might run in the same parish or the neighbouring, and then your strategy's out the window. So it is a local election. It's not about electing a government, but I think there is clearly messages that have been sent to us in this election across the state, and our job is to listen to them, to respond to them. We've done that 5 years ago. Hopefully we can do the same thing again. Otherwise, look, if we have this pattern in a general election, and some people will be happy with this, but otherwise it's 5 more years of Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil. And I think that a lot of people who voted for Sinn Féin, but also who voted for some of the independents, don't want that. So look, there is a responsibility in us to build those bridges of trust with people who were with us maybe 5-6 months ago, and who have gone independent or haven't come out and voted Sinn Féin.
It appears sort of 2 questions in one. One, have you basically identified why there's a dip in the opinion polls? And sort of in a related question, do you think that the dip in the opinion polls actually affected the vote in the actual local elections? Do you know whether 2 links, or did one, the opinion poll, lead into the locals?
Look, the opinion polls are only telling you what the mood of the people are at, and the trend was there. It was going out. Obviously, when that trend has been reported upon, it can, momentum. Everybody talks about momentum in the campaign. In the general elections, we went into that campaign on 15. We ended up at 24. We had momentum, and people get behind something when you're momentum. When you've got the tide going out, it can also affect you. But it's not because of opinion polls. It's other issues. And that's our job to respond. We've already started to regroup and dust ourselves down, and we'll do that. And look, there are good spots in terms of examples of how we've done things where we've actually won extra seats. I think in Monaghan, we're the largest party in the council there as well. We've taken maybe 3 extra seats in Leitrim. We've taken, I think, 2 extra seats. There's areas where we've made gains, but we've made gains in Kerry, we've made gains in Galway, we've made gains in many other places. So while we've made gains, like we are talking as if we've lost loads of
seats. We haven't lost loads of seats. We've actually made gains. I think Well and Fine Gael will have lost seats, but look, they will be happy with their performance because of the expectation that was in the lead into this election. One thing that is very, very difficult, and it's also a big benefit, and we had the benefit here in Donegal of it, is incumbency. The sitting councillor is hard to move. If a sitting councillor is working in your community, delivering for your community, dealing with the hedge cutting, dealing with the roads, putting funding through the council into local community grants, they're hard to shift. And that was a challenge for us as well. Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael have roughly about 500 sitting councillors. We had 80. So, we held our seats, we gained some, but it's hard to shift, a sitting councillor.
And I think you just hit the nail on the head there, Deputy Doherty, in terms of like if they're working on hedge cutting and all that kind of crack. Like we were chatting earlier about how a lot of local election candidates here didn't hone in on a local issue and use it to their advantage with their campaign. They kind of missed the boat, as it were. John Gerard, you were saying that at some point over the weekend. You can't hear. Sorry, we're having. But yeah, that was one of the big issues that was discussed over the weekend, Deputy Doherty. That a lot of the candidates in this area and in other areas as well didn't, hone in on one election, a real local issue.
Yeah, and that's the key. And sometimes political parties, including ourselves, can make that mistake. This is not a general election. It is not about national policy. It is very much, and you can see it. People want somebody in their community, in the main. That's look at the votes, look at the geography, even from the political parties, you will see that it's local. If you look at the transfer rates between the political parties, you'll find that some of it will go all over the place because it's staying within the parish or the hinterland of the parish. So people want somebody that's doing that local stuff, and that's why it's different from a general election. But look, some of it becomes indicators. The other thing is when you have that person working locally on the ground, they're able to build support for you. They're able to build support for the party, and as I said, when you get your roots into communities, if you're doing the work, it's very hard to take that out. You can see that, like we've Mickey and Noel here. The votes they got are phenomenal. Like I've been campaigning with Mickey McMahon for years, and this isn't taken away from Noel. Like he is just a powerhouse. Like it is unbelievable. We've been trying to tell him sometimes to sit down, and take it easy. Like that fella just it runs through his veins, and people respond to that. People really like that, and I was on the campaign trail with us, and the people were telling me, saying, I don't vote Sinn Féin, but I'm voting Mickey McMahon because this is the fellow who gets things done here. And that's similar to other people in their own communities from different political parties and independents, and that's the beauty about local elections. It is very, very local.
I know you're very busy, Deputy Doherty, but thanks so much for stopping by and having a wee chat with us. That was Sinn Féin's finance spokesperson in Donegal, TD Pierce Doherty. So, we are one councillor returned to the Donegal LEA, as you've heard. Pádraig Kennedy, independent candidate, has been eliminated there on the 9th count, and his surplus votes are going to be distributed now. Brendan, we were chatting briefly about what could happen in the next little while.
Kennedy having 1,423 votes. It's most likely that Noel Jordan will exceed the quota, as will Jimmy Brogan exceed the quota on the surplus distribution that will come from Pádraig Kennedy due to geographical factors. And beyond that, there will be a large transfer to Niamh Kennedy. Will it be sufficient to put her over the quota? It may well be, or it may be a case that she'll be just short of the quota. Either way, she'll be secure in her seat. And the other position is that Manus Boyle will secure a seat on the basis that he will poll more than his running mate Barry Sweeney, the sitting councillor. So you'll see a switch in seats within the Fine Gael ranks from Sweeney to Manus Boyle.
That seems to be the view. Sorry, I couldn't hear a word anybody was saying for a wee minute. I was going to sit out in the car and see what you're all talking about. But I'd hate to let Pierce away, you know, without having a wee cut at him.
You're too far away.
It's interesting what Pierce was saying when we're talking about the opinion polls and that. You know, he's saying that they've identified issues that is like dropping them in the opinion poll.
It's not hard to work them out.
It'll be it might be a lot more difficult to reverse those issues.
Now, this is only an interpretation of the way I look at it. They have moved more towards the centre and they have lost the people that were of the opinion that they were going to be represented by Sinn Féin. That's only the top of my head, but that's the way I see it. And those people have moved either more further left, more further right, or some of them might have gone for an independent because they feel a bit disgruntled. That's only my interpretation. That's not an academic view about how things work. But you know, it's like I know Pádraig Kennedy's, you can't see it here, he's terribly upset because he's put in a huge campaign, massive, the children are very involved. You know, when he is very popular and has been very popular in the town, and like if the dynamic had changed here a wee while ago, it would have gone back up. Maybe I'll get out of the way because it's very hard to hear. I'll let Pádraig sit in here. You sit here.
Yeah, we're going to be joined by independent candidate Pádraig Kennedy here, who was eliminated on the 9th count, and as Mary Coughlin touched on there, he fought an exceptional campaign, and I think, you know, from Brendan's early analysis yesterday morning, he was one of Brendan's top pupils really as it relates to election campaigns. Pádraig, how are you feeling? You must be so disappointed.
That's it. I'm proud. Yeah, I'm proud of the vote that we pulled out, of the team. I'm so disappointed I let Donegal down, that I didn't get over the line. But overall, look, that's politics. I mean, I was going to probably have to take someone out just for me to get in, and that's sure what do you do. But overall, look, the vote that we got is pretty amazing. And
I certainly don't think you let Donegal down now, Pádraig. You know, I think you're being too hard on yourself. I think you put in a mammoth election campaign that you should be so proud of. You know, you highlighted one issue and got behind it, and you know, you should be exceptionally proud of that and the difference that you made. You know, and the public really got behind you. And
I would still not give up on it, like, because it's still going ahead, like. But overall, I'm just disappointed we're so close, 27 votes, like, you know.
I know. And even India was telling us earlier this morning that he's called to something like, what was it, 8,000 houses or something like that.
I'm not sure what we were at.
You know, I don't think, and I think Brendan and Mary would agree with me, I don't think you could have ran a better campaign.
No.
And I think reflecting on that, when you, I don't know, like in the days and weeks ahead, you'll try and pick a fault in the campaign, and I'm sure you won't find one.
I think what worked against you in the end, Pádraig, was the turnout in Donegal was that bit lower, and you needed a bit of a higher turnout within the town. And secondly, what really worked against us was the fragmentation, how the vote fragmented and the sequence of eliminations that followed. You could have the exact same vote in another election and get elected. It's the system works against you.
That's why people aren't able to say for sure how things were going, because things were all over the place. They didn't follow geography, they didn't follow a party, they didn't follow any trends that you would assume. You know, and I think the other thing is that
But
if
when
Micheál Naughton had got a few extra votes to get over the line, the dynamic would have changed then, that the surplus wouldn't be used, and then you'd be dealing with
there was too many distributions and eliminations west of you and far west of you to help you, and the middle was left without any elimination, and that's what worked against you. But if you were to rerun your campaign, there's nothing you could do different. You were the only candidate that had the backbone to lift and take up an issue and put it to the people.
And
the rest of them were silent on everything.
We'll continue with that, because it's still, just because it's resurfaced doesn't mean it's working, and it will be an issue, and there will be a meeting with the new councillors, and we will be pushing that issue, and there'll be councillors here now getting elected on the back of me, so they owe me now. So to hell with that. So we'll be fighting payback, and we'll be looking for them to step up now, So look, all I can do is thank the people that came out and voted for me, especially my team. They were so just.
No, I think you did you did very well, and it's a very emotional time because the Waynes were very involved as well, and you've always been very much to the forefront of Donegal County and Donegal Town and its environs, and I'm still keeping your pen. I hope you don't mind.
That's okay. There's plenty of them out there, and so I don't even know if I won myself, but that's okay.
Oh well, I'll give you mine.
No, you're welcome to. But look, I just enjoyed it. I thank all the people that we met on the doors and took time to chat to. It's been a great learning curve, and it's just that so close again. It's just
If I was to give you one piece of advice, and there's no such thing as an easy election, but the next election will be easier because the town is left without a councillor.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's
the hard reality that they wake up to on Monday morning.
And that's what I feel so bad about, that it's going so well, and I've been left short. But anyway, and I'm sorry to the people that I let them down.
You didn't let anybody down. I think it might be the other way around, that others might have come out, but look at.
That's and buts, but what can we do now? We just
you didn't let anybody down. And look, you had a good campaign. You went around all the houses because we were listening to the girls that they did so much. And it was a very positive campaign. It was an issue-driven campaign, and it's just that the bounce wasn't there on this occasion, and there was a lot of, you're going to see a conglomerate of people in one area and then nothing on the other side, which doesn't augur well for representation purposes. That's the thing.
But anyway, we'll keep hounding them. We know where
you're still the mayor, I think.
Still the mayor,
so that's still important.
It's still still honoured to be there, and I was today up in the chapel representing the town at the O'Donnell Association. So that is the mayor. So
and the 500-year celebration to be done here, 550 celebration.
I could have done with that 50. But anyway, look, that's politics. You have been on the highs and lows of it yourself, so you know all about it. So what can we do? Look, nobody died.
When we talked earlier about how the vote is fragmenting and how there's less turnout, if you just study it for a second, after this election's over, the town of Ballyshannon, followed by the town of Donegal, will not have a resident councillor or councillor in the town of either.
There's a few texts coming in for you, Park, as well. Gutted for Park Kennedy and all his teams not to be this time out, onward and upward.
Of course. We'll be in Castlebar next weekend, and we'll be discussing about the one-way system. We have a meeting on Wednesday, so to meet up with the council. So we'll be pushing on with that there. I'll still always be involved and keep chipping away.
You won't rule out running again. I know it's so early days.
Not even.
You need a rest for a wee bit.
Listen.
He's talking out in Castlebar. He told us, so he needs to get ready for that.
But as I said to you at the beginning, I think when you reflect on in the days and weeks ahead, that you're not going to find fault in anything that you've done, you know. And I think everyone around the table would agree with that as well.
When we were over in Letterkenny yesterday and opened the boxes, you're so proud and humbled that all these ones coming out of you, you know.
And you absolutely should be, and hold on to that.
You can just charge on that positive, like, you know, and just the bounce of a ball either way. So listen, thank you to Ocean and your crew, and unfortunately you were just that wee bit off in your statistics, but listen, look, you're doing a mighty job, and it's hard to keep it going for 2 days.
It's difficult elections to call. It didn't follow any of the rules.
No, that's the joys. But anyway, look, I wish all the ones that are going to be elected all the best, and all the ones that come out, you know, we all come out for the good, and we want to do the best for our county because we love it. And you know, the new councillors, I wish them all the best, and the returning councillors all the best. You know.
Mark, thank you so much for joining us.
So
I know that was difficult for you to sit down and chat to us, even, you know.
No, there's no problem.
Thank you.
Because I just want to thank the people, and I mean, I'll wait around till later on, and I'll thank you after going onto the stage. So, because I think it's important to thank the people and Donegal County Council and the crew and the counting staff and all,
absolutely,
like the terrific jobs, and Marion, your crew yesterday, Tally, and she were pretty close to it, like, you know. So thank you all so much.
We might get a star in our copy, but somebody might want to be reading what we wrote.
Listen, thank you all.
No, thanks very much.
All right.
Thank you, Pádraig. That was independent candidate Pádraig Kennedy, who was eliminated on the 9th count. So disappointing for Pádraig, you know, and you could hear the emotion in his voice there. And as we said already, you know, I think he's one of very few people who will look back and think there's nothing I could have done any better.
That's politics at its rawest. You go before the people. In the case of Pádraig Kennedy, he's a guy that's put a lot of time into the community band, into the John Bosco Centre, into different things on behalf of his community. He comes, as he does, from a family whose father served on the council, and you can see there that he very much wanted to serve the people of this and beyond, but for the sake of a small number of votes, he just didn't make it this time. But it's a very difficult election, as we continuously said from the outset. This followed no normal rules.
You can say very good work, as you say, long family tradition of his late father, Peter, very, very good councillor.
There's a plaque in his memory actually outside the chamber in the office in the
it's raw, and you'll see in the next hour it probably at its rawest again. Politics is brutal, and I think some people don't really understand how ruthless it is. And a point we were talking about yesterday in the day, at the end of the day, there's people there that have to stand up, have put their name forward, and they're knocked down for a handful of votes. And we've seen it many times. It's tough. It's very tough, and it's very, very tough. Like the man that just walked out, when he has put his life into working in the community, and you don't make it. It's very, very tough, and I've great sympathy for him and other people, especially sitting councillor. It is a rejection. People may not think it is, but you wouldn't be human if you didn't take it to heart, and you wouldn't be human if you didn't feel sorry for candidates of all parties who are defeated. I know some people kind of get a glee out of seeing a candidate lose a seat or whatever, but I've never been that way.
It's fast approaching 11 o'clock at night here on Ocean FM. Don't forget, you can also watch the proceedings online on our YouTube channel and on our website. But I'll tell you what, we're going to take a wee break from our coverage in association with the Sandhouse Hotel and Marine Spa in Rosnila. We'll be back in a few minutes. we've had to cut our commercial break quite short because we've actually got word that we're going to get some word very shortly as it relates to the state of play here in the Donegal LEA at the John Bosco Centre in Donegal Town. We were chatting there for the couple of seconds we had off to see what the story was. And Brendan, you're of the opinion that perhaps maybe the way things stand, that there might not even be another count, potentially.
Potentially there's that option that there may not be another count beyond this, but it'll solely depend on, I expect both Jimmy Brogan and Noel Jordan and Michael McMahon, the three of them, to exceed the quota, possibly in case of the votes that are going to be distributed here. That then leaves two remaining candidates and one seat to be filled. And it will depend on the amount of votes in differential between Barry Sweeney and Manus Boyle. And if that is greater than the surpluses available, the returning officer does not have to do a further count. She will fill the remaining seat by Manus Boyle, and you then have the 6 seats filled, and that's the count concluded. But if the margin between Barry Sweeney and Manus Boyle is less than the surpluses available, she will have to proceed to distribute the surplus to determine the final seat.
And in your expert analysis, which road do you think is more possible at this point?
Well, in the terms of the case that it's Pádraig Kennedy's votes that are being distributed, which are heavily from Donegal Town and west of Donegal Town, although Pádraig did get votes in Ballyshannon and in Ballintrae particularly. Anything is possible, but I feel it's unlikely. I think the margin between both Manus Boyle and Barry Sweeney will be greater than the surpluses available, which would mean there would be no reason for a count.
Amen to that.
But I can be wrong.
Was that like?
I hope we can tape that. Can we?
I know. I really want to tape it. I really do. At this point, like I honestly thought when we were chatting earlier that we'd be here to the wee hours, and now all of a sudden it's potentially going to be done and dusted.
Yeah, because there's larger surpluses, larger numbers now that are.
And the amazing thing that about the distribution of all those papers, there was quite very few of them that were non-transferable. There was the minimum amount actually.
We're still waiting to see if we got word that a mic was being turned on at the podium, which would ultimately mean that the deputy returning officer Tanya Keys was going to give us an update. That hasn't happened yet, but it does seem that there's more and more people coming back into the John Bosco Centre again. So obviously there's word expected anytime soon.
We've had to fill and lean the barony here because we can't see what's going on. There's a huge amount of noise and activity here.
I wonder. Go on, Mary. Yeah, sorry.
Pádraig was disappointed now that things didn't work out. And certainly we're not.
We're still being sorted on the desk, so we're far from a declaration, I think.
Right.
Okay.
Will you take a wee break?
No, we're not ready for the break now, Mary.
All right. So we know ads.
Hold your horses there for a wee minute.
Can we do a wee ad on Ocean FM for somebody?
I'm trying to get
Are you trying to be the producer now?
I'm trying to get a wee update as it relates to Europe here. So no candidates have been elected in the European constituencies of Dublin, Midlands North West or Ireland South this evening, with all counts now suspended for the night. In Dublin, Barry Andrews topped the poll with more than 62,000 votes, not far in front of Fine Gael's Regina Doherty, who was just over 61,000 votes. Sinn Féin's Lynn Boylan is currently placed third with around 35,000 votes. So wait, let's see now, is there any? So yes, Independent Ireland's Ciara Mullooly, Aonthu's Peadar Tobin and Fine Gael's Nina Carberry are in the frame for the final 2 two seats, with Mooley and Carberry appearing to be in a stronger position. I'm trying to see where the Fianna Fáil candidates have tallied in terms of this, but we do know that all counts have been suspended for the night, and we were chatting earlier about Europe anyway, and it'll be several days before we actually get any word from there at all.
Sorry?
I said it'll be several days before we get any word from Europe anyway, but the counting has...
Wednesday. Well, of course, out in India, it takes 8 days to count votes in India. It would be a good place to have a radio station like Ocean FM. We'll be busy.
There's 1 billion people.
We'll get 8 days out of it, John Jarrett.
What do I say now? So, Mary, you'll be glad to hear that commercial break has now been loaded, and we are going to go off air for a few moments. Back in a few.
Thank you very much.
is fast approaching 11:15 here on Ocean FM and in the John Bosco Centre here in Donegal town. Our coverage again is in association with the Sandhouse Hotel and Marine Spa in Rossnowla. And just a wee reminder too that you can watch all the proceedings online on our YouTube channel, which you can find on our website oceanfm.ie. Also, Donal Ryan and Kevin Fury and Margaret Carflin have been very busy behind the scenes updating the website throughout the day with various different stories that have emerged from this Count Centre. So if you want a wee catch up as to what has happened throughout the day, go to oceanfm.ie or go to our social media channels. Now, if you have just joined us, we'll give you a brief recap of what happened. We're awaiting developments following the result of Count 9, which saw independent candidate Para Kennedy eliminated. We were chatting to Para Kennedy just there a few minutes ago, and understandably exceptionally disappointed. He fought a hard campaign that we were talking about there a few minutes ago, and we all concur, I think, that he couldn't have done a better job throughout the campaign. But our attention's now moved to as to what happens next. We did think there a few minutes ago that we were going to get word. Brendan Byrne said before the break that we might not be going to another count at all, that it could all be over and done with quite quickly. Do you still stand by that, Brendan?
Well, it depends solely on the scale of the surpluses that we anticipate that will be here now following the distribution of Para Kennedy's votes, which were 1,423. We would anticipate that Jimmy Brogan will exceed the quota. Noel Jordan most definitely will exceed the quota. Potentially Michael McMahon may exceed the quota, but as he's based in Bundoran and he requires 130 odd votes, it may not happen. But there certainly will be two further councillors elected here, Noel Jordan and Jimmy Brogan. And what happens thereafter is the margin of votes that separates Barry Sweeney from Manus Boyle, his running mate. Currently, Manus Boyle is 143 votes ahead of Barry Sweeney. That margin will widen because the votes of Para Kennedy would favour greatly Manus Boyle more than Barry Sweeney. And if that margin is greater than the surpluses readily available for distribution, then it means that there is no further count required. But if that isn't the case, then we will have to go to a further count.
John Gerard, do you agree with Brendan?
I do, yeah.
I'm
not going to argue with the expert. No, I think he's right. It's getting to the stage where it depends on the margins, really. Yeah. It's down to that now. And I can't see, it's geographical at this point. It's back into the geographical thing again. And I think what works against Sweeney is the fact that where the votes that we're talking about have come from, and the likelihood that they will spin around this side of Donegal. Very unlikely that Donegal votes will go to Ballyshannon or Bundoran. Traditionally, very, very unlikely. I think they're liable to go, if I could put it, down the way rather than up the way. Just some information we got there on a totally different thing on the Letterkenny area, and it's getting very, very interesting in the Letterkenny area. I don't know, do you want to take them or?
We absolutely do, yeah, John Gerard, yeah.
This is Letterkenny.
Yeah.
Basically, Kelly is elected in Letterkenny.
Yeah.
Now, from the people that we would kind of respect there, what they're predicting will happen now is that the next people, Divine Ahmed and Micah, will get the next seat.
Okay.
Brogan, after that, will take the seat after that. That's 3. McBride, 4. McMonigal, 5. Gavin, 6. And the last seat between Coyle and Sweeney, while of Fianna Fáil and Sweeney of Inter. That's what the people there are predicting at the minute.
Okay. And you actually said, Michelle, early on that Mary T. Sweeney might do well in Letterkenny.
She's done an awful lot of meetings and rallies at the hospital, so she was indeed one that you couldn't rule out, even in the early, when we saw the first few votes coming in, they weren't the best, but they weren't her boxes anyway. So yeah, I would have predicted she would have been fighting for the last seat there. But I have an update on Glenties if you want that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're on the 10th count now, and we're distributing the votes of Josie Malloy, which was 896 votes. So we have Cara Bryan, Sinn Féin, on 1358. We have Dennis McGee of 100% Redress from Maharoti on 1521. We have Ofari John Hamish, Sinn Féin on 1381. We have Kelly Rogers, Sinn Féin on 1154. And we have Jonathan Stewart from Donegal non-profit on 1240.
I might give you a bit of a national overview as to how things are faring. Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael remain neck and neck for the overall share of the local vote on 23%. All candidates have been voted in some counties, including Clare and Leitrim, while Laois hasn't elected anyone yet. There's been further drama in Mayo in the past hour. A full recount for Swinford has been ordered. We might get more details on that actually to see what's going on in Swinford. Elsewhere in Fingal, there are recounts in 3 LEAs, while in Wexford there will be a full recount tomorrow in Rosslare and in Escarthy. What will I see now? Yeah, so Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are in a fight to become the largest party in local government, and it continues to be a disappointing run for Sinn Féin, who are on 12%, although Sinn Féin's finance spokesperson, Deputy Pearse Doherty, would have said that was, earlier he was painting that in quite a positive light, but the facts speak for themselves. Labour on 5%, and the Greens and Social Democrats are hovering on the 4% mark. Independents continue to poll strongly on 20%, while A&2 is growing its base with 6 seats, up from 3 in the last local election. So that's a bit of a picture on how the national outlook is shaping up.
Trend is, yeah. So you're looking at both government parties being fairly strong still at local government level. That would be that'll not be the story. That is the story. The story will be that Sinn Féin's not doing as well as anticipated. Didn't really hear enough about what Pearse was saying, but I think I gathered that's what he was saying. But the story is that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael have done very well in the context of representation at local level. There's blips everywhere, as you know, but the increase in independence, it was expected, it was spoken about, but it is reflected in the fact that there's quite a number of independents have been elected.
It must be a very disappointing figure for Sinn Féin. We just didn't have it when Pearse was here, because they're 4th in the pecking order there. You've got Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, the Independents, and now Sinn Féin. I think Sinn Féin certainly, when this campaign started, would be hoping they were at least in 3rd position, at least, and probably certainly 2 months ago they would be pushing for 2nd position. And I think there would be, I understand now why Pearse said they would have to look at a number of issues. Certainly on them figures at 12%, they have to look at a hell of a number of issues.
You'd argue though that he painted a positive spin and credit to him that they retained the seats in Donegal and all the rest, but the national outlook generally isn't looking good for Sinn Féin, and as he rightly pointed out, they're going to have to rethink and regroup ahead of the general election now.
I think that makes it harder for Sinn Féin, because Sinn Féin type of politics in Donegal is built on having local representatives at council and them getting them very, very actively involved in the community. I know they don't totally depend on councillors, but it's much harder if you don't have the numbers of councillors to provide the services, to make it easier for the TDs, etc. And I think that the problem Sinn Féin have there, that's sealed in for the next 5 years now, and I think that causes them a problem for the next 5 years, because Mary, I think you would agree that that's the councillors make the TDs, and I think the two main parties will be very, very happy that they have the councillors to service their TDs, and I think there's a long-term problem for Sinn Féin on that. Now, I'm not saying that they won't poll well in a general election. They could and they would, but it's when local councillors build your base for you, and it's much more difficult to build your base if you have a very limited number of councillors. And even roughly going on those figures, it means that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael each have at least twice the numbers of councillors that Sinn Féin will have, at least, and that's a very crude way of calculating it. But the problems of that election will cause Sinn Féin problems until the next local election at the earliest. And I think, given where they were in the polls, they must be very, very disappointed that the polls nosedived. And I think, the worry they would have, it's all well and good saying Donegal was grand, but Sinn Féin needed to make inroads in places like the cities in Dublin, etc. And obviously they haven't done that.
Michelle, you want to come in here?
Have an update from Glenties here. Brian Carr of Sinn Féin has been elected, Dennis McGee of Redress 100 has been elected, and John Hamish of Farry have all been elected just now. So they are taking up the final 3 seats alongside Neil Holliam McGillaspog, Michael McClafferty and Anthony Malloy.
Okay. So another candidate for the Redress party over the line?
Yes, and they will be taking the seat of former Fianna Fáil and Noreen McDerby on that in the Glenties Municipal District.
And we also got word earlier, a few minutes ago, as it relates to Letterkenny, and the Micah candidate there, the 100% Redress Party candidate, is firmly in contention still.
That's right, yeah.
So the Micah people have been elected 4 places, 4 seats, 4 electoral areas. They didn't run here and they didn't get elected in Ballyface in Ireland. Is that right?
That's correct. They're electing Letterkenny, North of Dijon, South of Dijon, and now Glenties. That's a phenomenal achievement, great result.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking up more info as it relates to the European scene. Apparently, it's saying that early indications showed Luke Flanagan and Maria Walsh are performing well, and Fianna Fáil also confident in Barry Cowan's showing as well. Apparently in Castlebar, Fianna Fáil's Lisa Chambers was in a great mood as she arrived at the count, and said that while a seat for Mr. Cowan was nailed on, the party is still in the hunt for a second seat, according to Lisa Chambers, so she's still quite positive. She said, I think we're comfortably going to...
What vote she got in Mayo, but they didn't do it.
They didn't, no. So
and did you say there's a...
It's stopped now. It's stopped now for tonight, yeah. But she's been quoted saying, I think we're comfortably going to take a seat, and from what I'm hearing back, we have a very incomplete tally, so it's difficult to get a grasp on how exactly it's going across such a vast constituency.
Yeah. But as you said, that count will go on to Wednesday. Tuesday or Wednesday.
We're lucky.
Yeah.
There's at least 12 to 14 candidates to be eliminated.
Yeah.
We'd only 4 or 5, and look at the crack we're having.
You're having a good old crack, aren't you? Really?
So the only place now to finish up is ourselves and Letterkenny, and I think Letterkenny is well behind us.
Yeah, they're.
You know, they'll probably stop.
Well, Declan, I talked to Declan there. Declan reckons at least 1 o'clock if they get done and dusted in Letterkenny, at least. But moving on to the next phase of politics.
We have to stop you there because we're actually going to go to the podium here to Deputy Returning Officer Tanya Cleese. She's just about to make an announcement.
Total of votes during the 1, 4, 2, 3 votes. Floyd Mallett, Cross 113, 1,708. 1708. Brogan Jimmy, plus 233, 1,950, 1950. Jordan Neal, plus 477, 2,352, 2352. Candy Neve, plus 319, 1941, 1941. McMahon Michael, plus 39, 1,895, 1895. Sweeney Barry, plus 67, 1519, 1519. Non-transferable papers not effective, 175, 539, 539. As the votes of Noel Jordan exceeds the quota, I deem him to be elected. I will proceed to distribute Noel Jordan's surplus of 367 votes, as it is the only available surplus and fulfills the following conditions. Exceeds the difference between the two lowest candidates and can elect a continuing candidate. Thank you.
So I think that
Congratulations. I know, Noel, all your family and friends want to get congratulating you. How does it feel to be elected again?
Yeah, it never gets any easier, does it? This is my 3rd time to be elected to Donegal County Council, and they say it gets easier in time, but I'll tell you, it was a grueling 9 or 10 weeks of canvassing. But I suppose at the tally yesterday, it showed that the people in the general area from Donegal town, or say from Barnes, the whole way to Donegal, and as I say, they all came out and supported me, give me a huge vote. My vote never wavered at all. We got an extra 3 votes, believe it. 1535 the last time, 1538 first preference votes this time. And you know, if I remind people now that was 5 short of the quota the last time, but when you come in here today and you've seen the full figures in front of you with about the next chasing pack of maybe 5 candidates, so you're looking at 9 candidates that could have filled them 6 seats. So that's the way the votes fall, but I knew it was quite safe yesterday.
How many doors do you think you knocked on during this campaign? Are you still very hands-on and going to people's doors rather than using social media as a means of canvassing?
Yeah, no, I think it's very important, that personal touch at the door and speak to as many people as possible. But I think to be quite fair about this, that you earn your vote, and the people that voted for me the last time, it's clearly shown in the boxes. They came out and supported me again. So I'm doing the work on the ground, and people knows that. And I could also add that I have a huge team around me, a huge family, but a huge canvas team out this. And everybody put their heart and soul in this. They said, look, we're going to get you elected again. And that's what happened. That's what materialised.
Have the issues changed at all on the doors, or are they more or less the same as they always have been?
I found it strange this time. I thought there would be, a lot more anger out there. There of course, there are issues, and there are huge issues due to a housing crisis and the cost of living crisis. But a lot of that stuff wasn't being talked on the door this time. This, in my opinion, and the councillors that's been elected today, is elected to go in and do the work for them. It might be nothing really in general. It's the day-to-day issues. But I was saying earlier on when I was being interviewed on your station with Catherine, that there's more demands now placed on a councillor. It's placed on a councillor that you have to show that you're bringing in investment and some infrastructure to your area, and that's what people are looking for. And I proved that over the last 10 years. I came up, contributed to a lot of major infrastructure throughout the Donegal MD, and that's what pays off. That's what pays off in the end.
And what keeps you, staying in as a local councillor for you personally? What gives you the drive to seek election over again?
Yeah, well, look, it's something that I didn't believe I was going to do in the first place. I didn't dream someday I was going to be in politics at all. But I suppose when you get that, when you get the support from people and you achieve what you set out to achieve, it gets a lot easier. Look, there's days you'll be looking, you say to yourself, what did I get into this for? But them days are very, very slim, compared to the days that you go out and suppose you're getting results for people out there, and it's the feel good factor. You're doing something right for the people, and I always say that people that does vote for me, they get what they see on the tin. That's they want me to work for them, and that's what I'm doing.
Are you happy being the local councillor, or do you sometimes, or do you think to yourself, I want to take the next step, TD?
No, well, look, it's a bit early to be. It's a bit early. We don't even know when there's going to be a general election. But
but have you ever thought about it?
No, look, it has been discussed. It probably has been discussed a number of times. But that'll be a decision that'll not be made by me. It'll be made by senior members within the party, and look, we'll let them decide.
Yeah, but you have to put in the old CV. You're proving yourself as a councillor. Are you not indicating, well, here I am again?
Yeah, well, look, I suppose this was a more testing, because my canvas areas was confined this time. We ran an additional candidate, and I just want to mention that additional candidate, Linda Boyle, very capable woman, and she a good show in her first time out, but geographically spread. She probably hadn't a huge vote in there, particularly when there was a couple of candidates running in and around her. But look, I suppose that's a test of me. We had a canvas area from, say, Barnes down to Donegal. Half of that constituency took away from me, but yet I increased my vote from the last time, having the whole constituency. So maybe it's a message out there to the party when they look at this and say, he's still got it, and he's squeezed in the middle.
So finally, to those who voted for you, to your canvassing team, to your family, what would you like to say?
Well, I would like to say, and I should have said this at the start of the interview, I'm extremely grateful for all the people, each and every one of them, that put my name on their ballot paper and give me the number one. And I would also say that they know that I won't let them down. I haven't let them down in 10 years, and I'm not going to let them down this time. And finally, to all the team here that put in a huge shift. I want to mention, I shouldn't mention people and singly, but Raymond here, my DOE, and without Raymond running the show, and I want to mention another guy here, is a brother-in-law of mine, Bernie Meehan. these two guys kind of coordinated the whole lot together, and ran a great campaign, and left me that I could go out and do other things. I was doing council meetings and I was away doing this and that. These guys were out preparing the whole campaign, and that's what you need, a good team around you, and there's no doubt this is a good team.
And Raymond, so you were Director of Elections for Noel. What was it like for you? Very proud, obviously, tonight for you.
Oh, very, very proud. Look, you have to have a good team as a family, and the Sinn Féin team as well, behind it as well. So,
thank you.
I'd like to congratulate Noel. Don't have a lot to say. But no, look, I'm proud to be standing here the night with Noel elected again. And thanks very much. Right.
Okay, thanks a million. Okay, Councillor Noel Jordan, everyone's away congratulating you now. I'm going to let you back to your family and your supporters, and no doubt we'll be talking to you plenty on Ocean FM.
Okay, thanks, Margaret. Thank you.
Okay, Catherine, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Margaret Carflynn there, talking to returned councillor, Sinn Féin councillor Noel Jordan. We're going into, we've just finished the 10th count now, and we've heard from Deputy Returning Officer Tanya Keys, more or less outlining something that maybe you've predicted, Brendan, as what could happen next.
Yeah, well, as we saw, Councillor Noel Jordan exceeded the quota by 367 votes, and that is a margin greater than the amount of votes that separates Barry Sweeney from Manus Boyle, both of Fine Gael. This count won't make any significant difference to what's going to happen, but legally it has to occur in order to determine the final count. You can't leave a surplus greater than the margin of votes that separates the two remaining candidates to fill the seat. So when this is distributed, which won't take long, after all, it's 367 votes, and my colleagues here now taken to racking the furniture.
Yes, we've
obviously the medications wearing off. And once this 367 votes is distributed, we will see Manus Boyle become a newly elected councillor to serve the Donegal municipal area. And unfortunately, of course, it's at the expense of his own colleague, Barry Sweeney, who we spoke to here earlier. Barry is a very fine public representative, but unfortunately, a sequence of eliminations and the numbers just didn't stack up for him.
Yeah, it would certainly seem so, and it's a prediction that was flagged early yesterday morning by yourself, John Gerard.
Geniuses around this.
No.
No, but one thing's just coming to mind, because we're all getting very tired now.
Yeah.
We're not the only ones that are tired here. The counting staff are tired, and they've done a fine job. All the council staff, but also the Bosco here, because we have people here all day providing facilities and refreshments, and they were here yesterday, and they were here for the count. So there's a lot of people involved in preparing and supporting us. So I just want to say well done to all of them as well for all their work that, to make this place as comfortable as possible and get things running as smoothly as possible. There must be some amount of cups of tea sold here today.
Oh, absolutely.
Whilst it might have been slow, the scale of all that was conducted between separating the papers in Letterkenny and the tallying of that right down to the multiple counts that we've had here, they've been very professionally ran. Okay, we wouldn't have won a sprint, but we won a marathon.
Yeah. But as we touched on earlier in the day, it's important to remind people too that it was a very challenging ballot paper to scrutinise as well, because you had 3 Kennedys, 2 Brogans and 2 Boyles. So So that was probably a factor in the slow process of how long it took us to get to where we are now.
Yeah, and the thing is that you have to make sure the providence of the outcome. So therefore, you have to make sure that what you do well, you do exactly. And the process is here, and there is a public scrutiny of the process as well, because there's plenty of countries that's not necessarily the way it is. So, we have a fairly foolproof system here in this country. You may or may not like the outcome, but at the end of the day, the process is a very good process. It's well organised, and the outcome is publicly scrutinised, and people are happy with the outcomes of the process, and that's hugely important too for the integrity of the electoral process, in my view.
And do you think that the result of today, and we're nearing the end of the day now, but do you think that it might wake the electorate up? We've been harping on now for the past 2 days about the low voter turnout and people sitting at home maybe thinking that certain candidates were safe and they weren't. Do you think that it might wake them up a bit, or do you feel that parties and people themselves need to go back and have a look at?
The thing is that tomorrow people will go back to work and go back to their normal lives, and it's going to be 5 years before the next election, and there's been a huge change in the last 5 years. But what we have seen is the return of some people, the retirement of others, and new issues and new matters coming before the electorate that change people's perspective and their minds. So you never know, but I think without a doubt parties will go back and reflect on what happened and analyse what happened and see what they need to do better in order to allow them to do better. So there will be a process, but it's very hard, and we can't tell people to go out to vote either. That you just encourage people.
Very true, but I think if it was going to be a candidate, had the chance to be a candidate in the next local elections in 5 years, I'd certainly base myself either in Ballyshannon or Donegal town. I think there will be a reaction when it sinks in slowly but surely that there's no councillor in Ballyshannon and that there's no councillor in Donegal town. I predict now 5 years ahead that there will be a reaction there. The only problem for the two towns, it's 5 years before they can rectify the fact that they didn't vote sufficiently or come out with sufficient numbers. And it'll be very interesting for anybody that's here again, because you're going to have two councillors effectively in Killybegs fighting the next time round, and you're going to have some very good young candidates who are not going to go in.
They're kind of in the parish of Inver. You have Noel and Jimmy in the parish of Inver.
Yeah.
You have Manus. Well, he's in the parish of Killatee, but he's really quite Killybegs because he works there. And Neve. So you'll have two of them on top of each other. And then you'll have Mickey McMahon and Hundord. Yeah. And you'll have Michael and Lahi, on the fringes.
Outcome to have the town of Ballyshannon with a sizable vote left without a councillor, and in fairness Donegal, although I could make a case that Lahi is part of Donegal, to be fair.
Yeah.
As you could in the terms of Noel Jordan, which is Mount Charles.
Yeah.
It's not a million miles away from Donegal.
No,
the demographic is changing all the time.
Yeah.
The point I was just making, in the town, literally in the town here, I know certainly the two, Michael and Noel, will represent. Yeah. They are local representatives, but the point I'm making, in physically the town, the two towns, there is no councillor, and it's actually, when you look at it, quite strange, because the size of the polling booth in those towns would massively suggest there should be a winner in the towns, irrespective of party, pulling up, because the votes are there.
Yeah. But look, sometimes it depends on who the candidate is as well, and whether people are going to get behind that candidate. So, looking there at Ballybofey in order, you'll have two in Ballybofey. you know, and two in the fringes of it. So that's a big, the face Snorler, big booths. Snorler's the booth, you know, so you'll have two there. Letterkenny will have what, three, four town people, if you'd call them that are in the town. So, you know, it's just that I think Ballyshannon going to be very disappointed.
They will. I'm just thinking there, when you look at the representation list in Ballyface and Orla, they're actually well represented, because look at somebody that's out in Glenfin is a stone's throw from Ballybofey. Dakota McMenamin is in Ballybofey. Martin Harley's in Ballybofey. And let's be honest,
McGowan's in Killigordon.
But
he's nearly in Ballybofey.
It's a Ballybofey family.
Yeah.
So they're well represented.
Yeah.
And now, the flip side of that is when you go on down towards the Lifford area, that's another story.
Going to be, that's where it's going to have they're going to have less representation.
There's a similarity here in a few things. If we look at down in Lifford, on the edge of the constituency, where the next stop basically is into Strabane, it's difficult. It was difficult there for the candidate. If you look here in this side, when Sweeney was on the edge, it's difficult. If you look down where Martin Haggerty was with us, it appears to be a bit of a trend coming, unless you're at least, and then have the importance of having other candidates very, very close to you. And I think we believe, for example, that's one of the things that resulted in Ballyshannon not having one. You know, I think that's interesting.
But do you think that disappointment, that imminent disappointment anyway, in Ballyshannon will stay there for the next 5 years? What do you know? Or
I think it will.
I don't know what that cheer was there for, but I don't think it was of any significance just yet. Folks.
No, I think it will stay. There'll be as with everything like that, there'll be an initial reaction of how did we, and the parties will look at it. As Mary said earlier, life goes on tomorrow. It'll die away. It'll kick up again as we get near.
But it'll kick up probably over the years when the people of Ballyshannon don't feel that their voice is properly represented 100%. in the council chamber.
The other thing it'll probably do, it'll increase the workload on Mickey McMahon as a councillor. He is a local councillor there, and Michael Naughton down the road. The two of them will they have to serve that. Now, they can look our two ways. There's a lot of work, but it's also an opportunity for them councillors to go in there and, you know, start doing some serious work, getting some serious votes. So, you know, that's politics. Like, you know, if somebody bites the dust, another councillor sees an opportunity, or a TD, as the case may be, it opens up an area. Ballyshannon is now fair game for Mickey McMahon. I'm not saying he wasn't service, but you know the point I'm making here. It's an opportunity for him to build, and Michael Naughton to build bases now.
I'm just laughing here now. I'm after getting a text from my former trainer, Enda Coyle, who's sitting in my door and looking at me eating chocolate and told me to stop eating chocolate. So would you turn off that camera, please?
I keep forgetting that the camera's on.
I'm going to have to walk home now, work off that bar of chocolate and just let her.
Well, all I can say, it's just as well he wasn't looking earlier on.
I know, we're eating pizza.
I forgot about that. Just in case we don't get the opportunity later on, because if it goes a certain way, there'll be a whole load of commotion here in the John Bosco Centre. I just want to say a special thank you to you all for joining us over the course of the weekend. You've been the panel of dreams from start to finish, and it made my job so easy. And funny, Mary was just chatting about the camera there on us the whole time that we've forgotten about, and we were saying off air, or I was saying off air, in a way, because we've been sitting around this table, or a table table for 2 days. It's a wee bit like Big Brother, or it must be what? Big Brother's like this group of people spending all this time together with a wee camera on them. But no, in all seriousness, I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's been an absolute pleasure, and it's made my job so easy all weekend.
But people are enjoying this, people enjoy. They want to hear what's going on. They don't have time to get to some place, and they want to hear. And radio is so live, and radio is something which we all enjoy, and it's a great way of being informed. And I think radio is also a better place than television oftentimes to get your points across, to express views and to tease things out. Whereas television is very, it's time managed so much. You don't necessarily get an opportunity to have that conversation or that debate. So I think we've done fairly well at talking here now.
I think so. And we were chatting about a million hours ago about the power of social media, but I do feel like on days like this, the power of local radio takes absolute precedence any day of the week.
Yeah.
Very good point. I think social media is cold in the sense it's putting figures. We're looking at figures, snaps of figures, etc. This gives you the complete flavour of it and the predictions of people, be they right or wrong. And it's a totally different world. The number of people that text me that are listening and saying, is that really true? In the sense, X, Y, or Z is going to win. And I think the flavour of it, and you will all see, everyone is here will see in the coming week, the number of people that come up to and say, I was listening to that was good, that was great, and it's positive. And fair play to yourself for hosting it. You did a brilliant job. You did go slightly red at one stage when Brendan was
Let's not go on about that club again, or I'll start going red again.
Start that. Leave the woman alone.
We'll just confine it to Italian.
Aye, exactly. But hopefully this will not take much longer. I can't see from behind.
We hope not. Of course, we do run the risk of running up a surplus, but it won't be greater than the almost 200 vote margin that's between Barry Sweeney and Manus Boyle. There's no doubt about who's going to be elected here from now on, but it's just the intricacies of the single transferable vote that's working against us.
In fairness, the other thing there, we've been here, we've talked for 12, 14 hours, and it's tough. But the pressure that those candidates there and their families have been under since yesterday, we have to acknowledge that. And it's tough on some of them. It's tough on those who are sitting and have lost, those who fought great campaigns and have worked hard in the community. And we always need to be conscious of that. Like it's a handful of votes. It's how votes fell. It's not necessarily in other circumstances. If somebody else had got 10 votes less and had stayed below you or whatever, and you feel sorry for the people that's happened to, and I just would always be conscious of the days and the weeks ahead for them people. It's tough.
We might go for a little break, but there might be a chance that we might interrupt the following break with some news. But for the moment, we'll be back in the John Bosco Centre in just a few minutes. Okay, it is past the hour of midnight here in the John Bosco Centre in Donegal town. We have no word as it relates to any further developments. Just a bit of a recap briefly. Sinn Féin candidate Noel Jordan was elected on the 10th count, and we're going to see what happens now next. We are expecting word quite soon. But for the meantime, John Jared has some very interesting developments from Letterkenny.
Yeah, it is interesting. I just heard from somebody at the County Letterkenny that at the very bottom, I'm just looking for the figures, that Kevin Bradley has gone ahead of the Intu candidate by 2 votes. 2, and that what do you call it? Donald Coyle is 100 votes ahead of that. So, two votes. So they're a bit worried that there could be a recount there.
Oh, absolutely, there'll have to be a recount.
Sorry,
We
Mary.
have to be a recount.
Mary, we were just getting some developments from Letterkenny.
Yes.
And there's 2 votes between Mary T. Sweeney and Kevin Bradley.
Yes.
Kevin Bradley has gone 2 votes ahead of Mary T. Sweeney, so John Jared's.
That's unofficial, but pretty reliable. Like.
So they'll probably go for a recount, will they?
Wouldn't you, as director of
Yeah.
elections, you would have to go with it. You'd have to call.
They'll have to adjourn the count until tomorrow and start.
They could, yeah, because there's too much work to be done there. But that's interesting. So Donald Coyle is 100 votes ahead. So that's going to be interesting. A lot will depend on where, if it's, for example, Mary T. Sweeney goes out first, what part of Letterkenny she lives in. Because Donald Coyle basically is out in the Bonagee side. That's his strong point. Kevin Bradley is in, if it's him, he's in the dead centre of the town. So I don't know where she resides, but there's a couple of groupings like here, but inside of Letterkenny, like the Bonagee area, the Glensworthy area, the town centre, and up towards Kilmacrennan. So it could, I don't think to hand know, but it could very much depend on where. Does the 2 votes hold when they're officially counted, or and what happens then?
It was quite clear as well yesterday from the tallies that Donald Coyle, the Fianna Fáil candidate and sitting councillor, was going to struggle.
He was which?
He was going to struggle, Donald Coyle.
Yeah, we kind of, he struggled the last time as well, I think. But Donald Mandy doing so well, and I think it was Brogan topped the poll the time before.
Yeah.
So there were fairly strong candidates there, but looking at if it falls the right way, I think Donald could just get it across the line, which would be great because he's a very fine fellow and he's been very involved in the ETB and things like that.
He's
and a very good, very active person.
I've known him through football and soccer and that, and he's a fine fella.
No, we kind of
we
thought
heard
there
this
that
noise. We all thought, right, we're away.
My heart stopped there for a brief second when we heard that noise, but no, there's no developments yet on that podium. But we are expecting developments quite soon. Now there's a crowd gathering again in the John Bosco Centre. It kind of filtered out for a wee while, but the crowd's gathering here again, so we probably could expect some word. And just Brendan, give us a recap as to what will potentially happen now when Tanya Keys gives us that update.
Well, we're now at the count when 367 votes of the surplus of Noel Jordan, which was a surplus distribution from the votes of Pádraig Kennedy. And you would expect it to go along the lines of the earlier transfers that came from Pádraig Kennedy, which will benefit Manus Boyle, Jimmy Brogan and Niamh Kennedy. And we'll then go to the final count or final declaration, which will see any candidate that hasn't already reached the quota deemed elected, and the last remaining candidate will just remain there without a seat. The 6 seats will fill, and the candidate that will remain without a seat will be Barry Sweeney. He'll be in the position of last man standing, and the other 6 seats will be filled. As we seen earlier today, Michael Naughton was elected, Noel Jordan was elected, and we anticipate shortly that Manus Boyle, Jimmy Brogan and Niamh Kennedy will be elected along with Mickey McMahon. So that's the likely outcome. When I named them out there, it was in no particular order other than those will be the 6 that will be elected as we approach the end of the count. In fairness, the last number of counts have moved at reasonable pace.
And if you looked at the tally, it's not far off in many ways.
It's very accurate.
Yeah.
I think even the exercise that we did in the afternoon, the tally of the 2s, the 3s and 4s, up to 5s and 6, I think we were only out about 40 votes.
Yeah.
And the thing that we didn't anticipate was the surpluses. Because I had thought initially that Michael Naughton would get elected earlier than the 7th count, but this is what happens when the votes being distributed are not in your geographical area, and that through the subsequent tallies of preferences off a little, but not much.
Yeah.
Independent candidate Niamh Kennedy, I'm sure will be breathing a sigh of relief if all comes to pass the way that you say it will, Brendan. I
think to be fair to all the candidates, you know, Manus Boyle, Jimmy Brogan, and Niamh Kennedy, they're all in the one boat.
Yeah.
Early on, when we left Letterkenny yesterday, we knew they were all grouped together. We referenced that early on before the tallies were complete, that the likelihood from looking at the various tallies from the booths that we were getting in early on from Ballyshannon or Bundoran or right through to Carrick or Cleabeggs, that the vote had fragmented. And in addition to the fragmentation of the vote, you had a 4 to 5% drop in turnout, an 8 to 7% drop in other areas. And when you combine them two together, there was going to be a long drawn out session where a lot of candidates were going to be grouped together. So I think there's a relief generally amongst 3 to 4 candidates, because there was nothing for certain until we had clarity of the preferences and the transfers.
Yeah, I think what I find very interesting is that we talked about very early yesterday the strategy of the two parties, be it 3 candidates, be it 2 candidates, and there's an argument that both of them worked. There's an argument that both of them failed. I'm explaining what I'm saying. Fianna Fáil protected their seat, which is the first objective of setting out your field in an election. Protect what you have, and you push on obviously and try and get something else. Right. Fianna Fáil tried that. They didn't get the second seat, but they probably unearthed a very good candidate for the next election. It was interesting, Fine Gael tried a completely different strategy, dividing the place in 2. Now, the way it worked out, all they managed to do is swap the candidates. And that's, you know, it all depends where you're looking at. If you're looking if you're a Fine Gael person in the lower half of the district, it worked very well. If you're a Fine Gael candidate south of Donegal town, it was a disaster strategy. And I think probably the danger is when you think, if you go with 2 candidates, there's little or no room for manoeuvre. You get it either spot on.
If you go with 2 candidates, you have to be absolute certain that both candidates will mount a campaign of their life, and there can be no hunker sliding.
And do you think, in a way, that Fine Gael were a bit lucky in the sense that people we touched on earlier more so voted for Manus Boyle as opposed to Fine Gael, that they kind of struck a bit of luck in that regard?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think we have to visit it, and Fine Gael have to visit this to see what type of campaigns were ran, how much of the district with the two candidates was canvassed, and more importantly, was there areas in the district that was missed? Because that probably would be the most significant reason why votes didn't come out. I'm hearing anecdotal evidence that there was areas where it wasn't a good canvass. Now that's down to the party. You cannot expect two candidates on their own to tramp from Monroe's Bridge to Glenhead. So the onus is if the party is going to two candidates, they have to ensure that they have the resources to canvass that area inch by inch, and that's one of the things that Fine Gael have got to have a long hard look at. But it's interesting that with two different strategies from the two main parties, you could argue there was success, and you could equally argue that it didn't work. What do you think?
I'm just looking at Donegal town, which would have some Fine Gael people here that vote Fine Gael, but the vote is almost non-existent. Now, I'm finding it hard to remember, but there was always a Fine Gael vote in and around Donegal town and down Charles, and definitely I've seen Micheál Naughton has upset the counterbalance there, because you would have had that Rosnowla, well, Barry did well in Rosnowla, but you would have had round about Lahi, Garva and Ballantrae, so Micheál has picked up a lot of that vote. But even in Donegal town, it's single figures for Fine Gael, which is surprising, because Column used to take good enough vote out of it for years.
Well, if you are the biggest party nationally or second biggest, whatever it is, figures like that are very, very poor. They're very poor.
Yeah.
You have to be realistic. There's no point in sugarcoating this. If you were polling single figures in a place the size of Donegal town, as Fine Gael have, that's poor. And equally, I would say that's poor if it was Fianna Fáil or Sinn Féin.
Yeah.
He said earlier in the day, or maybe yesterday, I've lost track now, but the boxes in Pedigo as well, that they clearly didn't cover the ground in Pedigo.
No, well, if you recall, I started to flag the issue south of the county when after a few minutes after I seen the Pedigo results, because it's just one of those that jumped out at you. In the same way, there were single figures in Donegal for the party. If I recall, there was 3 votes for the party in Pedigo, and that is something. You're not going to hold seats, and at that point, we're looking at that and looking at the fact that the vote was down to 40 whatever percent, or 52%. Sorry, tell me.
People in Pedigo.
Yeah,
there would have been members of your organisation.
Oh yeah,
now look at Bundoran, where we had a big Fianna Fáil vote, where we had very strong representation for 50 years, and our Fianna Fáil vote is not as good as it should be, or in Ballyshannon. So, we all have a bit of work to do, but then a lot of it is based on the fact that there were other candidates there that attracted people, and then you've lost out on that. The dynamic is there that is not there for our people.
If you have votes that haven't turned out in those 2 towns, and if you have very low figures for the parties, I don't think you actually blame the candidate. I think the parties themselves, the organisation, has to take a hit in the town.
Yeah.
Because given the figures you candidates, when you split the district the size here, it's nearly impossible for the candidate per se to visit every house in his half of the district. So that's when you're dependent on your party organisation.
Yeah, your organisation.
Go out and do the work, beat the bushes all over the place. And I think that's where actually Manus Boyle performed very well. He had a huge area. He had from Glenhead back to Lahi.
Yes.
Massive. Now, I heard Manus talk today, and he talked yesterday. He talked about the great team he had around him, and he had, because I'd say if you checked it, they covered 80-90%, certainly Glen, Carrick, Kilcarg, Killybegs, Dunfanhaley, Frosses, and Charles into Donegal. He nailed them houses. And Manus didn't get them all done. He did a huge chunk of them, but he had a team who went and did that. And you have to look then at what the people in the party and other areas, whatever they put in.
I have a little poem to recite from a listener.
English?
Yeah, you heard that. You didn't hear it wrong now, Mary. I have a poem to recite from a listener. And I hope I do this listener justice now in my best speech and drama voice. Brendan's tales were paramount. Conaghan decided to dismount. John Jaird gave directions. Jimmy's winning elections. Anyone for a recount? That's very clever.
Very good.
Somebody keep that.
Yeah, I know. I must actually save it and keep it. That's very good.
You actually send it around. It's actually quite.
I know. Yeah, it came in the Ocean FM text, so I must come on and it.
Whoever the poet or poetess is, well done.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of conviviality at what time? 12:30?
I'm sure I don't even know what time it is.
I think we're all starting to get ragged here now.
Ragged, yeah. And there's a bit of cheering. There's a bit of cheering going on in the background, but I feel it's a false dawn, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Trying to get that this time of night, don't you?
I know. And our technical people, we mustn't forget our technical people over here.
Yes,
We're
Kevin Fury.
set up to start with, and now I have to take it all down.
Yeah, Kevin Fury and Donal Ryan came here last night from the R Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. They hot-footed it down in the Ocean Jeep to set up here, and I don't think they were done till, I don't know, was it 10 or you're not on air now, Kevin's can't answer this, but about 10 o'clock last night, and then they had to be back in here this morning, so.
And is that taking us back to work tomorrow morning?
It is. It's back to work now. Me and Donal are drawing the short straws to who's going to do the early morning news, but that's for another.
You just later home. You set up a wee studio here now.
That'll be great. I don't know. I feel like I'll just go into work now after this, the way things are going straight in. But no, thank you very much, Kevin Fury, because you have to be on the ball as well this whole time to make sure everyone's heard and stuff like that. So you have to be on the ball too. I feel like you can answer me, but you can't
break all the equipment and the microphones.
Yeah, there's a few close calls there. At one point, John Jaird dropped the microphone.
He took a wobbly. You can't say he dropped the ball now. He hasn't done that all day.
No, certainly not.
And you know something? I haven't mentioned Finter Bridge once today to now.
No. Do you want to mention it now a few times just to top it up?
What did you not mention? Finter Bridge. But should we go down there and go for a swim on the way
Would shortly be crossing Finter Bridge. Would shortly be crossing Finter Bridge.
Oh my goodness.
But I defend your right to talk about anything you want, and that goes for anyone. And any elected official that tries to reprimand a voter or an elector for speaking about anything is out of order.
Well, now he's getting cross. He's as big as I
No, I think like if anyone is listening to this coverage over the last couple of days and is thinking about running in the local elections next time around, I think the one piece of advice that they can take away from this coverage, from yourself and from John Jaird and from Mary, is to definitely hone in on a local issue and make your campaign more local,
Yeah.
And don't be afraid to lead out on an issue and champion an issue. And it might be multiple issues, but I think conducting campaigns in a kind of semi-radio silence manner leads to a lot of fragmentation and a lot of drifting and less participation in voting.
And I think the other thing that I would say as well is that when we talk about issues, and here there was no issues, we're out there as part of the community. We are in a lot of the things, we have political context. We're reflecting what people in communities are saying. Oh, that was never dealt with. This was never dealt with. We're not just sitting in here with our own agenda saying A, B, or C happen. Like the number of
now you're going to start breaking furniture.
even touch it.
Catherine is just
You're my
trying to.
witness, Kevin. I didn't even. Sorry, if anyone's watching or not watching
Talking
on
about
the
me,
camera,
she's trying to rack the place in front of the presenter.
the mic just decided to take a mind of its own there. And anyway, sorry, you were saying.
No, well, I think what we're doing is trying to pick through issues that people are talking about out there and take them in and thrust them out here. And no public rep or anything should be afraid of that. The more discussion we have on issues like that, the better. And certainly, you know, I think every part of it was a great discussion. It was held in a good spirit, and you know, it's funny some of the little things you get pulled for, like the referring to Jimmy Brogan as Pringles Man. Well, he is Pringles Man. He's close. He mentioned Pringles 12 times in his video. Jimmy.
But sure, yes, Pringles Man. Like, I know what
somebody
we're all
thinks of
talking about here. And a lot of people weren't aware of that either in the campaign. That was kept very quiet. He was running as an independent. If anybody would have known him, knew he worked for Thomas.
He's proud of it, and he got elected partially because he has interacted with the public in that role. But, you know, I seen the comment from somebody last night about using the phrase Pringles Man. It was disrespectful. It's not, actually. It's quite the opposite. And from where I come from, it's acknowledging that he's done a good job in his work. And I suppose different people interpret things differently, but that's just, you know.
Sure, I annoy John Campbell to death every time I see him, and he always says to me, "Here she comes again now, the Independent Party." It might stick someday, you know, because you're either independent or you're not. You're either in a party or you're not in a party, but that really that drives John scatty. But I enjoy raising him on occasions.
You know what we talked about? We talked about today about the funds
you refer to. He's one of the best tallymen that's left in Donegal.
He's been very good. Yeah.
He's excellent, and he's a great number cruncher.
Yeah.
He's very good.
No, and you could see it now when we were getting organised, and Paul Canning was very good on the organisation as well. There's just certain people have different talents, and you know, that love numbers and crunch. And I think now we actually are ready to go.
Thank you. The following is a result of the 11th count, which consisted of the distribution of Noel Jordan's 367 votes. Total votes distributed, 367 votes. Boyle Manus, plus 43, 1,751, 1,751. Brogan Jimmy, plus 109, 109, 2,059, 2059. Kennedy Neve, plus 126, 2,067, 2067. McMahon Michael, plus 36, 1,931, 1931. Sweeney Barry, plus 13, 1,532, 1532. Non-transferable papers not effective, 40, 579. As the votes of Jimmy Brogan, Niamh Kennedy exceed the quota, I deem them to be elected. Yep. As there is one continuing candidate more than the number of seats left to be filled, I deem the candidates to be elected without reaching the quota. Manus Boyle. As I deem the following candidate to be elected without reaching the quota: Michael McMahon. Okay, as all seats have now been filled, I propose to formally declare the results of the election. The following is results of the poll taken on the 7th of June 2024 to fill 6 seats in the constituency local electoral area of Donegal electoral area, Donegal County Council. I declare the candidates to be elected in the following order: Naughton Michael, Fianna Fáil; Jordan Noel, Sinn Féin; Kennedy Neve, non-party; Brogan Jimmy, non-party; McMahon Michael, Sinn Féin; Doyle Manus, Fine Gael. Thank you. If the candidates would like at this time, if the candidates wish to say a few words at this time, they may do so if they wish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margaret.
How does it feel?
Listen, it's overwhelming, you know, to see all my family here, my wife and father and mother and friends and aunts and uncles that supported me down through the years. It's very emotional, you know, but listen, we put our heart and soul into it and we left nothing behind this time, you know.
When you set out on this journey, did you think that today in the St.John Bosco Centre tonight that you would be standing as a local councillor?
Well, that was the end goal, you know, but we set out our stall, we knew what we had to do, and in fairness, this team that's here, you can see them around me here, what this team has done for me, I'll never be fit to repay them. They've done a tremendous job, they've left nothing behind, and I couldn't thank them enough. And it's bittersweet too, because I'm great friends of Barry Sweeney, and Barry has been very good to me, as the Ballyshannon branch has been for years, to see Barry going out, because he was a very good councillor and a very personable friend. So I'm sad for Barry, but you know what has happened to us before on a couple of occasions, and it's just as our turn this time. So it's great to take the seat.
And of course it is a family tradition. I mean, your father was a local councillor.
Yeah, well, my father was a councillor for 15 years, and he gave his heart and soul to it. And to be honest, like when we lost the seat, we always wanted to plan to get it back. It took us a while, but in fairness, like without the support of those people here, I wouldn't be here. You know, they give me 110% for 15 weeks, and you know, it's unreal the feeling now to be, after 10 years, to be saying, listen, we've done it. You know, it's a long time coming, but it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant.
And did you get some sound advice from your father when you were setting out?
We did, you know, in fairness, we devised a plan. To be honest, up until Christmas, I wasn't for going because of personal reasons, and then the ball swung round. So from that Friday night on that we had the meeting that everybody turned up, we sat down and we devised a plan that was going to go forward. We had a great director of elections, we had great people all round, and especially the family, like Arlene here, she's standing here beside me. If things had to go the wrong way, it would have been, but thankfully for once things went the right way. The support I've got from this woman at home and my two kids, it was unwavering from that Friday night when we said we were going to go have a go at it, and I mean we give it 110% since that,
And what did you think when he told you, I'm going to be running for the council?
Well, I have my health problems, but I said, I'm not going to stop you. I know everybody stuck behind him and got him there, and we're very proud of him, and he deserved the seat. He deserved it because he's been working so hard over the years.
And I'm sure you'll get him back now for a couple of days before he starts, because I'm sure most of his time he's been away.
Yeah, he's been away every evening, so I'm left doing it all. Not easy, but we got there and we'll keep going.
He's going to have to learn to multitask now.
I tell you, definitely multitask. We're super proud, and thank everybody, this team and all of you for broadcasting. There's a lot of family members watching from home, and we really appreciate it. Thanks.
Brilliant. So are you looking forward now to your first day in the council?
I really am. In fairness, the only day I ever was on the council was the day my father was elected mayor. I was over for that, and I went over on Wednesday a couple of weeks ago to register, and that was all I was ever in the council. But to see how people treated my father, and I was so glad to see him, and the respect they showed him over there was unreal. And I mean, that means a lot to me going in there, and he'll be fit to guide me and things too,
But yeah, I'm just watching him there, and all